All right, live on the tube. We got that connected. Perfect. Okay, so it did automatically connect. I don't know why it was playing around with me. I don't know why it was doing that. But yeah, should be live for a little bit. Should be live for a little bit. See what chats that we get today. You guys know the drill. You guys know the drill. Double tap that screen. Make sure that you're sending your daily heart me's if you have not already. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. By the way, I don't think reposts count as a share, which is weird. I don't think they count as a share because let me try it right now. See, I did mine and then I had to add it to another chat for it to count, which is weird. It's very weird. I don't know why it wouldn't. You're literally sharing it out in a more, I would say, public way, because you could just be scrolling through your FYP. You can see the individual's repost. Yeah, it doesn't give the thing on the chat when you don't. Yeah, that's stupid to me. A repost should count, but it is what it is. It is what it is. NT cases, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, theys, thems, and everyone, welcome into the live. We're going to see what chats we get going on today. I noticed that on videos too. They don't count as shares. Really? I thought it for sure counted on videos, just not lives. That's actually doesn't make any sense. I feel like they used to. That probably, to be completely honest with you. Welcome in YouTube side. Welcome in YouTube side. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. Okay, I do got mods over there. The last one we ran, we did not have mods in there. It was Wizard all by themselves. But that was for, no, let me correct myself. That was for the Fun and Fact show. That was earlier on in the day. That's why. I think more people are used to Erica streaming it, and I took over that on the YouTube side. So there's that. So there is that. Anywho, what's going on, Kristen? Hope you're doing well. What's going on? Do all the things, guys, to get us boosted out in the FYP. Make sure that you're knocking out the 1-cent gift goals. Let's get the shares up, which apparently reposts don't count anymore. Still reposts, obviously, because, again, that's the most... I think that's the most public way to share the live because it could literally be right in your feed. But whatever, the algorithm is weird. Of course, send your daily heartbeats. You were working, got you. And yeah, do all the good things. I'm going to see what good chats that we get today. This is going to be episode 4, not officially episode 4, but the 4th episode that we've done of this as of late, where I'm going to attempt to have more of a broader attempt to speak to political people, or even, I guess in some cases, non-political people. It doesn't matter. The point of this live is to have anyone ask questions, about literally whatever. It can be about the current political landscape. It can be a personal question that you have on my views. It could be about Trump. It could be about Kamala. It can be about 2028. Whatever the case may be, the goal is just to encourage more genuine conversations versus the debatey stuff. And obviously, if you're a Trump supporter, they're going to come in with the debates as well, and we'll just be prepared for that. But you never know what could happen otherwise. So that is what we are going to do today. If you are a political person, maybe a non-political person that has a question, whether it's about progressivism or anything else, this is your opportunity to ask a progressive. You may do so by requesting up in the box over here on the TikTok side, or better yet, on the YouTube side. You may call in the number on screen. Let me double check that number, because sometimes we have issues with that. The numbers should be working. It should be straight. So we'll get that registered. Were you here for the last one, Maze? The last one, we were live for about 4 hours, and then about 2.5 in. That's when we started to get some of the mess, some of the nonsense, but it was pretty chill. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy these topics. Yeah, you got a flag. Was that the last one? Was that the very last one? Or was it a different one? I didn't know that was the very last one, Maze. I don't know. All this shit runs in for me, so. All of it runs in for me. Bruh, I was just looking at the news, and this straight up Hormuz nonsense is just... I don't think Trump understands what a ceasefire is. I don't think he really cares about it. And a lot of them are performative. Let's be clear. This all goes back to the points that he keeps trying to make when we say he ended 9 wars in 9 months. So signing ceasefire deals between two countries and having the U.S. involved, and then the actual fighting groups who would be the cause of conflict in the region, if they're not a part of the deal, it's not really a ceasefire deal. We saw that with Hamas. We saw that over with what's that one African nation? It's just countless things. And now I'm noticing that the rebuttal in regards to the ceasefire that just took place with the Strait of Hormuz is, oh, well, they're the ones who struck our ships. Well, Donald Trump is the one who, after signing the ceasefire, and we were about at the 2-week end, decided to go put a blockade on the region. The blockade had nothing to do with the ceasefire. So that was literally seen as an act of aggression, and they struck rightfully so. And then it looks like we're back to square one. I think J.D. Vance just the other day went over there in attempts to have talks again. Iran really wasn't having it because there's no reason that they have to trust the U.S. They consistently keep going back on their deal, on their word. And yes, the deal by default. They consistently keep going back and forth on it. So I don't know. I just don't. This is not going to end anytime soon. And friendly reminder, it's costing us $1 billion a day. And it's just the funniest thing. Yeah, they didn't show up, Mark. It's the funniest thing when they go from panel to panel, these Trump supporters, and they say, hey, we did it. Look, Donald Trump did it. Who else can do it? Literally, I have a reason to caution against celebrating any of Donald Trump's acts in the Middle East specifically, because you never know when he's going to walk it back. You never know when he's going to do something to violate it, or better yet, condone the violations from Israel. They still won't accept the fact that Lebanon was a part of the initial peace talks. This was confirmed by many Iranian officials who were part of that deal, who were part of that conversation. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I don't know when they're going to get it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And then I was talking yesterday in the Fun and Fact show about the Mamdani Act, which, speaking of, let me double check and make sure that didn't get anywhere. And that is HR 4692. If I'm not mistaken, HR 4692. Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. The way that they showed how much they hate Zohran Mamdani as he's being like, New York City is eating him up, literally eating him up. And I'm patiently waiting for all the allegations of, oh, the millionaires and rich people are going to leave New York City in droves when he gets elected. I'm unaware of those numbers. In fact, we literally saw signs of millionaires for Mamdani. Do you guys remember that? Millionaires for Mamdani. Millionaires coming out and saying, hey, we support him. So it doesn't look like their fear-mongering is going as well as they thought. Let me see if I can find one of those signs. It was millionaires or billionaires? I'm pretty sure it was millionaires. If we would support them socialists, when it fails top. And which rates? This forbids for a stronger deal. Yeah. Elizabeth Simmons, Tom Preston Werner. These are some of the individuals with serious capital who just went all in. They just went all in. They did not care. I just think that's super funny. There was an article released by the Wall Street Journal. What was the date of this? Oh, this is funny. Let me put this up on the screen for you guys. Let me put this up on the screen. Because I added a word that was not here. Like that when I initially read it in my head, I added a word that's not here, and I just think it's funny. Tax me more. I immediately read tax me more, daddy. I immediately read tax me more, daddy. Tax me more, millionaires from Mamdani. Here's the article from the Wall Street Journal. Kevin T. Dugan on July the 6th of last year. Several millionaires, and I think there's only one billionaire that I can think of, were like, hey, we don't care. We think he's going to do good things for the city. Another thing that I find super crazy, oftentimes you'll hear Republicans say things like, hey, the majority of millionaires and billionaires are Democrats. As that's supposed to be some kind of attack. First and foremost, they're very selective when they actually care about who has money versus who doesn't. Because they love them, right? We love the people who have these corporations. We love when they fuel everything, so on and so forth, right? Did all those millionaires who said they'd leave just chicken out? No. It's more so a talking point than anything. They say they're going to do it, so then people get scared, think they're going to lose business, and like pull back on their policies. And Zoran went full force, and now New York City's better off for it. But so many of them love and support millionaires and billionaires. They talk about Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, so on and so forth. But only when it comes to the Democratic side do they then want to go, oh, well, the majority of these people are Democrats, which I'm unaware of any study that shows that. Even if it were the case, they act as if by saying a millionaire or billionaire being a Democrat is the reason why we're going to pull back on the fact that we want them very much taxed more. No, it's not. We don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. You're going to get a higher tax. Any cases, I've been rambling for a bit. So let's get this show going. We have two people in the requests. If you are a political person or not on either side of the political spectrum and you have any questions that you'd like to ask me, request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I want to have a conversation with. And if you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. It's showing two people that's loaded on my phone, but they're not loaded up on Studio. Is that not pulling up right? Stallion Ahmed. Are you guys hearing me? I'm not hearing any of them. Are you guys hearing them? No, it's not about my audio. It's the panel. I see them, but I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything either. I'm seeing their boxes light up on my phone. Hold on. I literally hear them on my phone. Are you guys not hearing them? I heard them on my phone, but not from the panel. I swear it's always something. Let's try this again. It's not even showing my backup account loaded. We may have to do a restart. It could be a glitch. This app updated yesterday, and it's been so damn weird since. Let's try this again. You saw the backup? I didn't see the backup. Yeah, that person didn't load again. I left and came back. Let me see if I'm loaded now. Because they're still not showing anyone loaded. You see, Stallion? Do you hear them? Showing me on panel. I think we have to do a restart because I'm seeing that they're talking and I can hear it on my phone, but it's not loading properly on this end. So we're going to have to do a quick restart. We're having some serious technical difficulties. This is why I hate updating apps. I only hear you. Yeah. We fixed that issue. All right, we're going to do a quick restart. Literally every time they update this app, they break something. I wish it wasn't like a forced update. So we're going to do a quick restart, guys, and let's see if it gets fixed. It goes black when we get brought up. That's weird. Okay, quick restart, guys. I'll be back in about 60 seconds. This freaking app, bro. Okay, let me restart it here. Let me restart it here and let me see what that does. Because that was strange. We're still live on the tube side, though, so there's that. Okay. So give me a moment to get this started up here. If it would just load. Why are you not working? Oh, it literally said the application was not responding. So this should fix it, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay. All right, let me start this here. Live in 3, 2, 1. All right, we are back. We are back. See if we get some better results now. TikTok went out.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I'm hearing you. Now I'm seeing you.
All right, awesome. Have a great life.
All right, thank you, man. All right, we got it fixed. We got it fixed. That was so weird. We have it fixed now. Perfecto. Alrighty. Now that we got it going, let's get this show on the road. Load you up here.
You're right, mate.
Martin got a question for me?
Yeah, what do you think about prisons?
What do I think about prisons?
Yeah, do you think do you think what do you think about the current prison system?
In the United States,
Yeah, we'll go off the US.
I think it's not good, but
Why is that?
because the prison system is utilized for forced labor.
What do you think that prison should be?
What do I think prison should be?
Yes.
I'm less for prisons and more for rehabilitation, particularly for people who are not convicted of violent crimes.
So people who commit violent crimes, do you think they should have a prison sentence like we do now?
I mean, sure, we have to sentence them. I still don't necessarily think it's supposed to be as harsh as it is now. Brian, you're on the line. Hold for 1 moment.
Do you think that we should have a Norway or a Scandinavian type prison system?
What are their systems like?
So there's no gates, there's no there's no border. They live in bungalows. They do jobs. They live freely. They please as they want, but they obviously are punished with no visits, no family visits. They
Is it none or limited?
it's none. So that's the punishment in the end. But they live on their own. They get qualifications. They so it's a lot more softer. But the goal of prisons is obviously rehabilitation. So
yeah, that still sounds harsh, specifically in the no family part, if that's true. But yeah, that would be more from a rehabilitation lens versus aggressive draconian punishment.
Yeah, but we are talking about prisons as a whole. So people who commit violent crimes, that they will go to these places that are you could say as a resort, whatnot. But the main punishment is that they don't see anyone outside of the people who are in prison themselves. So, but it does rehabilitate them in the end.
I mean, I don't really care what crime you committed. I think visitation from your family members should be allowed if they want to. Thank you, Jordan, for the greeting heart. Appreciate you. Guys, continue to tap the screen, knock out the 1 cent gift goals, share out the live with your friends and family, repost, add to your story, do all the things.
I think that if you commit a crime, and I think hopefully the prisons in the future turn to the Scandinavian type, I think that the only punishment really is no visitations by family, and I think that should be perfectly fine because everything else is rehabilitating you, and there isn't much of a punishment if you are not seeing family, and I think that should be something you should not like, because then people would want to go to prison. Homeless people would want to do that.
Well, I guess that model is still better than what we have going in the U.S. But yeah, I do have contention with the family part, and that's just about it.
But no, the US system, you guys are a third world country by now.
I mean, in some regards, absolutely.
Some regards, every regard. There's not one point that you're not a third world country.
I find that interesting.
What? Tell me a point you're not a third world country.
Capitalism.
Capitalism, exactly. You're a third. Well, people who suffer from
the
capitalism.
Richest countries in the world. I'm not saying I agree with all the forms of it, but third world is interesting. I think we're lacking in civil rights and some other things. Healthcare is pretty trash, but yeah.
What, you're lacking in human rights? You're lacking in prisons? You're lacking in crime? You're lacking in schools?
What do you mean we're lacking in crime?
That you've got you've got the highest crime rate in the world.
I mean, yeah, we do.
I would say that's a third world country stereotype. Healthcare, we've got one of the worst healthcare systems in the world. Universities, you've got some great universities, but your finance systems and the money you pay is god awful. You're being extortionated. Your police.
Extortionated isn't a word.
It is. You
Listen,
can.
I'm not going to disagree with you on some of the
I'm
things
not.
that
Oh,
we're
sorry.
lacking on. I mean, that's
No, no.
cool,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Completely. I'm gonna leave now. But you saying extortionate is not a word. You can search it up for yourself. It is a word.
extortionated, you would just say extortioned, right?
Extortionated. Sorry. Maybe you didn't hear me.
That's literally okay.
Let's search this up. Extortionated.
Extortionate.
Extortionated.
There's no D.
Extortionated. Okay, well, the English language, which is from England, extortionated is a word. It's in the Urban Dictionary, which is all of the English words in the world. So,
Yeah. Appreciate you coming up. All right, caller, you on the line. Got a question for me?
Yeah, I'm just you're a progressive,
Mm-hmm.
so you're into like gay marriage and all that stuff, right?
I'm not into gay marriage. I'm not gay. I
But
believe that
you,
people who are gay should have the right to marry each other.
yeah. What about polygamists?
What about it?
What are you fighting for their right to marry who they want?
Can they not already?
No, it's illegal. It's been illegal for a long time.
I didn't know that. Actually did not know that.
Yeah.
I know it was illegal.
You didn't know polygamy was illegal?
No, I don't pay attention to polygamous relationships.
Well, why? Is that because you don't know anybody that's one? I mean,
I know plenty of people that are in those relationships, but I guess I don't know of marriages specifically.
yeah. I always wonder why you guys like fight for gay rights, but not because like more women would participate in polygamy, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why it would be illegal.
it's true. So are you guys? That makes me think you guys are anti-woman.
I don't know how is polygamy
What do you mean?
anti-woman?
Because there would be, if we legalize polygamy, right? There would be far more women willingly participate in it, right? Or am I wrong?
What do I care about women consensually choosing to be in a polygamous relationship?
Because it's illegal.
Again,
Aren't you? Why don't
the
progressives
legality
fight for
isn't
their right?
necessarily something that I would argue would make it moral or immoral. I don't I don't see the point of it being illegal. I don't really care.
So okay, so you would understand why people don't care about gay marriage if they don't know anybody. Or,
I mean, I know a lot of bigots who don't like gay marriage. Sure.
well, why aren't you a bigot for not caring about polygamy?
What did I just say?
Especially, what do you mean? Sorry, maybe I missed it. What's
I don't care if a woman chooses to engage consensually in a polygamous relationship.
Well, she would be arrested. They would be arrested.
Yeah, I don't think it should be illegal.
Okay, so when is the LGBT gonna acknowledge that? Are they gonna ever do that? I mean, do you see where I'm getting at? Like, do you see the
I don't know. I don't know if in
discrepancy there?
any groups or activists or anything of that nature that are, but typically in the polygamous people that I do know, the ones who engage in those relationships, they don't even really care about the paperwork, the legality, or the benefits of their relationships. In fact, they can consider it a burden. So, I mean, I don't think it's
Right.
that much of
Well,
a pressing issue. I'm unaware of a mass amount of people who are in those relationships that are advocating for the ability to get legally married.
Ooh, well, I think if they legalize polygamy, it would be really popular. Don't you think?
And
I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if you get my point. I just don't understand why there seems to be a hypocrisy in that field. But okay? Here's another story. Do you think that the reason we have people like Trump might be because of Obama and how he was like a progressive and pushed the gay marriage and pushed?
Obama was not a progressive.
Do you think Obama wasn't?
No. Can you name a progressive policy of Obama?
Gay marriage.
I mean, you can consider the legalization of. Actually, no. I don't know why you guys think allowing gay people to do the exact same thing that every other sexual orientation has been allowed to do
Well,
is progressive,
because no
really
other
and truly.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, I would say because throughout history, it hasn't happened, and what's the point of it? Why do two guys need benefits? They're not going to have a baby.
Why does a
You know what
man
I'm
and
saying?
woman
Like
need benefits?
because it's
You think
hard,
all the benefits are
raising a
solely
child.
based off of procreation?
Well, yeah, that's part of a society. I mean, isn't that part of a society? We want to help the children grow, and we want to grow the society. We want
A
to.
gay couple can adopt, they can have children from
God
surrogates, and they would still
That's
benefit
not
from, say, things like child tax credits that are not only for married couples.
right.
So that would be
That's
completely outside of those
You see,
boundaries
you're
anyway.
looking at that as a good thing, but a lot of people don't
I
see
think
that as a
adoption
good
is a
thing, especially.
fantastic thing. I think the millions of children in foster care who need to get out of it, who need a
Yeah,
family structure and parental
maybe
figures, I
polygamy.
think we should help them.
Maybe polygamy will solve that. Help solve that. Maybe polygamy,
Again,
legalizing it.
people already in those relationships, regardless of the piece of paper that says they
No,
are, can
no. You're just
already
talking about
adopt.
sluts.
I'm sorry, if you
They
believe
don't,
that they're sluts, how would them being married
they
make them
are
less sluts?
because marriage isn't it's official. There's legal backing for it. I mean, there's
But then they would
they have
still
courts.
be, that is true, ma'am. I think we are conflating polygamy and polyamory. They would
Yeah.
still in that relationship be
Uh huh.
with multiple people, all depending on the boundaries of the relationship or those two people agree to. And the only
Yeah.
difference would be they would just be legally acknowledged by the state that they're in said
Yeah.
relationship, they're in said union. They would still be fucking around.
Right.
So they would just be, per what you believe, legal sluts. That's it.
Well, then they can get divorced. If they catch them sleeping around, they can divorce and not have to.
And then people
But anyway,
who are not married in those relationships can just break up with the person.
yeah.
None of that has anything to
All
do with
right.
the fact that they're still allowed to adopt and everything else.
Right. But okay, one last thing. And I'll leave you alone. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. But why do so much more men adopt boys rather? You know what I'm saying? They have such a higher percentage of adopting little boys. Why do you think that?
I'm unaware of the percentages to support
Yeah.
that
Well,
more men
all
adopt more
right.
boys, but I don't know. Why,
Okay.
why
Well,
do you think they do?
well, we all know, but your listeners
I don't
could
know what
look it
that. I
up.
don't know what that
And,
means. What do you mean we all know? Clearly we
well,
don't. Why do you think more men adopt more boys than anyone else?
I don't know. I
No,
don't know.
no,
I don't
no,
want to
no,
accuse
no.
anybody.
Hold on. You just said we all know. So what do you mean you don't know?
Okay, then maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to get there. I don't want to go there.
Well,
I'm
we're kind of
sorry.
already there. Do you want
We're
to
kind of already
share
there. I
with the
don't know. It's
class?
just suspicious. It's a little suspicious because adopting a little boy, two guys, you don't see where that would be maybe an issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about two men adopting
Yeah,
little
two
boys.
men
Okay.
adopting boys.
You
Yeah,
said
they have
you
a
said
much
hold
higher
on.
percentage.
Initially, you said why do more men adopt more boys than anything else? You didn't make it a
Yeah,
gay
more
issue. So
gay
now
men. Yeah,
what you're saying is gay men adopt
yeah,
more little boys than
and
girls.
little girls. Yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
let's
much
see.
higher
Let's see.
percentage.
Let's see.
Check it
Do
out.
gay men adopt more boys than girls?
Well, Google is liberal, so they're gonna skew, but they should be truthful, but they're gonna skew it. You should read it and let's see how they skew
First
it.
off, I wanna point out this is a couple of different things that I'm reading for. We can look at the National Institute of Health, adoptive gay father families, parent-child relationships. They are finding, in general, regardless of your sexual orientation, men are more likely to lean towards adopting boys. Women are more likely to lean towards adopting girls. Off the bat, we can add in gay people, and then yes, gay men are more likely to adopt boys. Lesbian couples are more likely to adopt girls. If we're comparing them to gay and heterosexual, then they would just have a higher percentage of preferring boys.
Right. And so that's not accusing them of anything. That's just a little suspicious, right? A lot
You
of
quite
people
literally
probably
was
be like,
implying
"Oh,
that they would have a reason for wanting to do so, and that reason would be nefarious.
yeah. I
The
mean,
majority of
hey,
sexual crimes are committed by heterosexual people.
well, the vast majority of people are heterosexual. But the
How does
gay
that
people
negate the
have a
fact
higher
that gay
percentage. They
people?
have a higher domestic violence rate. They have a higher sexual. Yeah, look it up.
I'm sorry.
I
You
mean,
think gay people commit the most domestic violence?
they have a higher percentage of domestic violence. Of
So
course,
then they would commit more
drug
domestic
use.
violence, and
What?
that's not true.
Of what? Well, look that one up. Do gay people have more domestic violence than straight people?
They literally don't. But let's do it.
Check it out. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong, and we'll just leave it at this one. I'll leave you alone. I appreciate your talking with me.
No.
No. Well, I read different because I heard lesbians have the highest percentage of domestic violence.
Oh no, I'm on lines, bum, bum. It's mainly a straight issue. Feds fines, similar high rates. The number here shows that it happens in similar or higher rates. This is as
Right.
2017.
So don't you think?
That would
Here's
again
my
depend
question.
on the dynamic.
Google is so liberal. If it weren't true, they would be no.
How is
they
Google
are,
liberal?
You know what I mean? It would say right up.
What makes
Like,
Google
no,
liberal?
Well, the people who own it. The people
you know
who control it.
the CEO of Google was at Trump's inauguration, and they have regular talk, right?
Hey, I don't doubt that. Trump is pro-gay marriage. He's been a Democrat his whole life. He's a degenerate.
Quite
you know,
literally has been a Republican for some time.
Well, the real Republicans didn't really Romney, and you know what I mean. They didn't really support him. But either way, man, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not against. I swear, I'm not against gay people. I wouldn't. I was just trying to see what you thought about that.
I totally believe you.
All right, cool. I appreciate it, man. You have a good day.
Alrighty, whatever side of the political spectrum you land on, if you have a question that you would like to ask me on any issue, you may request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. And if you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on the screen, 737-295-5321. Yeah. Polygamy, like, I don't know. I'm not big on, like, polygamous, polyamorous issues. I don't care. I legit don't know why it's illegal. Why not? It's not a world-changing issue for me. But the way that quickly went to, oh yeah, gay men like to adopt more little boys. That's interesting. We know exactly where that was going. And then straight to the whole domestic violence thing. Even in those numbers, you know what's funny about the ultimate findings you're going to have of that? Men. It's going to be men.
God bless you.
Thank you, Dot, for the hand hearts. It's literally going to be a man issue. And you being gay doesn't negate that fact, which is why I'm pro-matriarchy. Literally why I'm pro-matriarchy. But yeah, that's my big... If everyone consents to this shit, that's your business. I don't really care. Really don't. Earned it, yeah. Oh, I guess this is the person in the chat. I sounded way more homophobic than I am. That's a wonderful comment. I sounded way more homophobic than I am. Good job, buddy. Jesus. You know, I just want human beings to focus on the issues that actually impact them. I want human beings to worry about things that actually affect your food on the table, your health care, your taxes. And you know, gay people don't tend to do any of those things. In case you didn't know, gay people don't do any of those things. So it will never cease to amaze me how hyper focused you guys are on people's sexuality and what they do in their own time. I would argue it's because some of you are gay. And I wish you'd come out and say it. I wish you'd come out and say it. And then you can join the side of people that would accept you. Anyways, guys, double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up. This is crazy. 6,300. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. Send your daily heart me's if you have not already. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. And now that we know that reposts do not count towards the share, make sure you're doing it in other ways as well. Oh, let me put that up on there. Follow the backup account. The account we'll be using whenever this one gets a flag or a ban. So make sure you're following up that account as well. Let's knock out these little 1 cent gift goals that's pinned up there to get us boosted out in the FYP. And of course, there's always going to be the links in the bios for the best ways to support if you would like. But if you have a question, you may go ahead and request that. It could be about the actions of Trump. It could be about the Democrats and what their plan is moving forward, what they have been doing, or it could be about whatever my personal stances are. You are more than welcome to request up, or you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Any blandies today? I mean, yeah, 2. We had 2 so far. What? Some of your guys' comments are
God
weird.
bless you.
So I was going back and I was listening to an old live of mine today, and I was clip farming. I was trying to find some clips. And tell me why. I typically don't look at the chat too much, guys. These lives is different because everything's running a little bit slower, so I do. But in my regular lives, I don't. And I was looking at this chat, bro. Y'all be saying some crazy shit. And I was quickly reminded of all the reasons why I don't read the chat. Y'all are wild. So many progressives practice digressivism. I don't know what you mean by that. Would you like to elaborate on that? Thank you guys for knocking out the goal. Appreciate you. I'll reset it to another one. I don't know what you could possibly mean by that. If you mean some people aren't thoroughly practicing what they preach, then I guess that's every political party or movement. Sure. I don't know what that means. Society would be better if every woman had 2 husbands. I don't know what the basis of that argument is. I don't care, but I don't know if I can say that for sure either. I don't know how that would benefit them. I mean, by all means, if you want it, you want it. I don't necessarily know what the benefit would be to women overall versus the woman who just wants it. Caller on the line, got a question for me?
Hello, assalamu alaikum. How are you today?
Fine. Got a question for me?
Yes. May I know what a progressive is?
What a progressive is. Think of a Democrat, but more left. We're typically more for universal health care. We're pretty strong in LGBTQ rights. We want more so equitable taxing of people who are in the top 1%, so on and so forth.
All right. Yeah. So is it like a woke type of liberal or like another form of liberal?
Tell me what's the difference between a liberal and a woke liberal?
A woke liberal is more, I would say, more lenient and more stronger left, while like a regular liberal is more like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. This is what I hear on the internet, and I'm kind of new to politics. So I personally, I mean, this is just me. I don't mean to offend you or your political ideology. I mean, like, everybody's is more, have their own ideologies, have their own ideas on politics and whatsoever. But I'm just confused about all this. So, like, I'm not really into this type of stuff. This is more recent for me.
Okay. I guess you can consider progressives more woke than I guess a liberal that would be more so considered somewhat center left.
Oh, all right, all right. That's all. And I'm sorry if I offended you or anything.
You didn't.
Oh, all right. Uh, is this on TikTok or YouTube?
Both.
This is kind of, I don't know. I've never been on live before. That's why.
At you. What exactly was your what were you getting at? What exactly is your question?
Yeah, I was asking what a progressive is. 'Cause
Okay.
I've never heard of the term.
Where
I'm sorry for
what
all
would
this.
you identify as?
Uh, I'm not really into politics. I'm just confused on what it means so I can understand it better.
Okay. Read no, a progressive isn't a cultural Marxist. That's an asinine statement. Um, but no, yeah. So progressives would just be more to the left of Democrats. So we would be more so AOC Bernie Sanders supporters versus Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
All right, all right. Um, yeah, again, I don't know how to answer these questions. I'm sorry if I wasted your time.
No, you're good. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just nervous to be on a live stream with like hundreds of people on it.
Not a problem, buddy. Not a problem. If you didn't have any
All
other
right,
questions, I'll go ahead and end it here.
all right. You have a good day.
You too. At least he was curious. I don't mind curiosity. But a woke liberal is crazy. I mean, there's an argument to be made that liberalism as a whole and anything further than that is inherently woke. But I don't know. Definitely more woke than the right. Romo, got a question for me?
Yeah, I think that was a minor you were talking to. Sounded pretty young.
Maybe.
Anyways, the thing I wanted to bring up is given that we're currently losing in Iran, and if we kind of cut our losses now and leave Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, which would make them an oil hegemon since they would control 20% of the world's oil supply. As a progressive, do you think we should cut and run? Or do you believe we should escalate and militarily defeat Iran
Should have never
and
been
then
there to
control,
begin with.
obtain control of the Strait of Hormuz?
We should have never been there to begin with.
Sure. Yeah, we also shouldn't have
So
overthrown Mossadegh. We probably shouldn't have installed the Shah. Yes, these are all the past. I'm asking about now. What should we do now as a progressive?
I'm saying now, as of February 28th and onward, 2026, we should have never been there. So
Correct.
if any point
You
in
know what? I
time
even agree with you.
where
But what do we do
Donald Trump
now?
says, let's get up out of there, I think that's a good thing. And I actually don't care what the reason is for leaving.
So you want to allow Iran to become an oil hegemon and a center of world power and determine which countries get oil or not?
They weren't doing that before we struck them.
I know. I
So,
know. We're in a horrible position now.
yeah,
My question to you, I don't know if you're not getting it, is given where we're at now, where Iran is basically an oil hegemon. Do you know what I mean by that? An
yes.
oil hegemon? That they control now 20% of the world's oil.
I think
Given
we
that
should
if
have
we
to pay
leave
for our
now and they're an oil
mistakes.
hegemon, they now are going to be a center of world power. Do we allow that in the United States? Do we allow that? Or do we escalate this war, defeat them militarily, and make sure that they are not controlling the world's oil like that?
We get out because their control that you're referencing is specifically only towards US, Israel, and their allies. Everyone else was doing just fine. And
Okay,
if we pull
again,
out right now, then sure, we may have to continue to pay a tax or not get any boats through there at all for the U.S. In which case, that may even encourage some more domestic production or other ally or other alternatives. But we should be out of there because the $1 million a day that
you're
we're
okay with.
spending could go even more if we continue to escalate. And if we continue to escalate, we're going to make it worse.
Well, if we defeat them, it's going to be better for us because it's going to be free navigation for anybody who wants to go to the strait. Iran is imposing a toll now.
I
They're
don't
charging each boat between $1 million to $2 million, and that's going to
because
increase
we're at war with them.
cost. I know.
So if
I
we're
know.
not at war with them, that could go away.
Oh, so you think? Okay. Oh, I see. You think as a progressive because you believe that people are only going to do good things and care about the
That's
other
not what a
people and other
progressive
nations.
thinks. It's not
That
what I think.
Iranians who literally say Magbar Omrika, which is Farsi for death to America, you think they're going to give up that power and that revenue because they're just nice people? You
I think they're going to
or do-
continue to fuck with us and the Israel.
yeah,
I
exactly.
think we deserve it.
Oh, so you want okay, okay. So as a progressive, you don't care about what's in America's interest. You only care about them getting
America's
revenge
interest
against
is
us.
often at the detriment of others unnecessarily, and then long term
that
doesn't serve us. So, if our interest is just go to kill more kids in schools and to unnecessarily put us in another war, forever war of choice, then fuck that interest.
right. So you don't. So you want to give up as a progressive. You want to give up, not fight the Iranians because we killed we shot
I don't
a
know.
tomahawk
I don't know why you
missile
keep
into a
starting your
school.
sentences off with as a progressive. Like we've already established, I'm a progressive, but obviously my views would still be
What, do you
my
not like
own,
that?
and
Do you
those
not like that
views are
label?
still not shared with others. It's just you keep saying as a progressive as if I'm like some speaker or figurehead for a progressive movement. I'm not. I don't know why you keep doing that.
Your prompt literally says I'm a progressive.
I know, but you keep saying as a progressive. It's just you just keep repeating it. It's just weird. But you can say whatever you want
Well,
to
do
say.
you want me to call you something else? I'll call you something else.
It's just more so about
Well,
the
what do you want me to
reason you
call
kept
you?
saying it, dude.
What would you like for me to call you?
You can just say what you need to say. It's fine.
Okay, then why are you complaining then?
Wasn't complaining.
Yes, you were.
I
So
was just bringing up why I was asking why you were doing it.
it's okay. You're complaining. It's all right. It's fine.
Wasn't
I won't
complaining.
call you
'Cause I don't care
progressive.
what
I
you do.
apologize. It's literally what you're saying that you are, but I guess you don't like that phrase anymore. So I'll call you liberal.
Yeah,
You like
I
liberal?
never said that.
Would you like me to refer to you as a liberal?
I am a progressive. You can
Okay,
call
so
me a progressive, and I'm still going to keep my same position, which is I don't see why you keep saying as a progressive, as a progressive, as a progressive at the beginning of every single sentence.
okay, you don't. Okay, so your issue is I'm saying progressive too much. I'll try to space them out. Fair. I just don't want to offend you because it seems like
Yeah, and I keep
it's
telling you I'm
bothering
not
that I'm saying
offended.
progressive a lot. Trying to be respectful here, you know?
Okay, just make your point.
Okay, so so you're saying that because we basically fucked with Iran too much, we deserve to pay uh, higher gas prices? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, deserve is an interesting word, but I guess in which case I would argue, yes, we took actions knowing there would be repercussions. Those repercussions have came. Pay the toll.
And so we just gotta take it, huh?
Yeah.
Or
It's
we
not
could
not even so
escalate.
much about just taking it for taking it. I think we should pull out, and then we should attempt to heal that relationship with Iran.
Heal it? Like how so?
That's what Obama did, or at least we're on
Oh,
the
so
road
you
to.
want like a JCPOA type agreement?
We were the safest from nuclear extinction under the Obama administration. So yeah,
Okay. I mean, I'm actually not even opposed to that. I think it'd be best if we could get to that point. But given that one of their demands, I don't know if you knew this, but one of their demands that they've made of the United States to get a peace or continue the ceasefire is that we recognize Iran's right to control the Strait of Hormuz. So they're not gonna give it up.
what do you mean
They wouldn't be making
recognize
that
their
demand
right?
if their intent was to go back to how it was.
Where was that in the ceasefire agreement?
It's been widely reported. I don't. Maybe you're not following this issue.
Well, you said it was in the
That's widely
ceasefire agreement.
reported that that's exactly what they want. They've been saying that for a long time.
I don't know why you're up here in your girlfriend's profile or whatever, but I wasn't talking to you yet, buddy. So just stay on.
I don't know why you believe trans women are real women.
Just stay on mute. We'll get to you.
Oh, you're mad.
Oh,
Okay, I'll
never
just leave.
mind. Since you don't
You're a
have any
piece of shit.
patience, you can just go. Let's do this. I mean, by recognizing, I guess, their quote unquote right to control the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they already are. It was a wartime action. Are
Yeah.
you alleging that they want to keep it permanently even after the war ends?
Yes. That's what they've said, and that's my argument.
Okay. I'm curious here. Program I mean, obviously they're flexing its control. They are not letting or penalizing people who are U.S. and Israel friendly. Blah, 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 blah. So this wasn't necessarily a part of their ceasefire agreement or any continuing talks of peace, but you're just saying that they could do this or they want to do this.
Well, it's one of their demands. It's been widely reported.
Okay. And you don't think that's cool?
Well, it wouldn't be good for us.
No, it wouldn't. I don't like it either. We did it though.
Right, but in life you have options. You don't have to just accept it. You can fight.
Yeah.
Just like we fought.
We
in
can
World War
fight
II.
the Strait of
Did you know that
Hormuz,
at the beginning of
and
World
we
War
can
II?
do that without doing everything else we're doing in the region. We can do that without condoning Israel strikes on Lebanon and other places. That's fine. But even then, I would still say we should chill out for a fucking bit because we've done quite too much in the last few weeks.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. As a person, fill in the blank. I understand. You want to take a break. I guess that's fine. I guess I'm okay with the break as well. But I think we need to escalate and not allow Iran to keep control of the strait. That was really my point, and that's what I want to discuss.
Sure. I mean, that's your opinion. I disagree with you vehemently.
Okay. I'll drop down.
All right. Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
If you have a question for me, you may request up in the box or call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Here's the problem that I have with that kind of rhetoric. We can go in, do whatever we want, and then when the other place responds with something that we could deem as too far, then we can justify further aggression because they've gone too far, by not really recognizing the fact that we're the reason they did so to begin with, and that it didn't have to be that way if we just sat in our place. American intervention in many places, I won't say the majority of the time, but unfortunately a large portion of the time, leads to worse outcomes. And then it justifies us doing more atrocities to fix the problems we started. I think if we just kept minding our business to begin with, we wouldn't be here. So it's hard for me to go just because they may respond in this way and it could be worse off for everyone, fuck US, fuck Israel, everyone, then I'm supposed to go, well, now we just got to do this. We didn't have to be there to begin with. That's what I'm going to keep falling back on. Whatever it takes to get us out, get us the fuck out. Actually, not whatever it takes. Within reason. Hi, Miss Donna.
Hey, my Hector.
How you doing today?
I actually need your help today because Miss Donna had to tuck and roll because I got caught up where I couldn't answer. In my complex, especially with the California elections coming in June, we on Thursdays we have like an hour and a half to discuss our political views and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Hector, Miss Donna got embarrassed today because I couldn't respond. So I was like, help.
Couldn't respond to
Okay.
what? What were they asking you?
Okay, let me tell you what happened. Okay, but because of you and Erica helping me understand, when somebody asks me my ideology, I usually respond with social democracy. Is that the Nordic?
Social Democrat?
Yes. And progressive. And they were accusing me of being a hypocrite and saying that they're two separate ideologies, and I didn't know what I was talking about. You know, Miss Donna tends to get emotional when I get challenged, and I know what I'm talking about, and I just drew a blank and went like blank. Am I being a hypocrite?
No, I don't think you're being a hypocrite at all. Um, and I think one of the big problems with with some of these terminologies is that there could be some universally accepted definitions, and then the rest of it is very subjective. Um, like for example, I think I had this conversation with Erica before, and I think you can be a social democrat and progressive, because progressive would still lean into democratic socialism, and democratic socialism utilizes capitalism. Whereas pure full on socialism is more so capitalism has to go. Even though we have socialists that work within the means of it, it's because they have no choice. Ultimately, socialism is more so no capitalism. And versus there's other terms that kind of, I guess, walk it back, such as democratic socialism, that still utilizes capitalism, which significantly more regulations. That's where I lean. I understand capitalism isn't fucking going anywhere, so I don't see the point of being a socialist or anything else. But no, I don't think you were being hypocritical. That's kind of outlandish. Did they explain to you what exactly you were being hypocritical about?
Got in my fifis. I got in my fifis and I lost. And then when I saw that you were asking me questions again, I was like, oh, let me ask Hector, you know, was I being hypocritical? Do I have a correct understanding of what I believe in? Because the way you just explained it is pretty much how I explained it.
Well, if they're going to criticize what your position is, then they should have been able to articulate where the contradiction is. This is something I've learned, and this is obviously for the lives, but just in general with human beings. If you're going to have a bunch of people criticize you for what you say, what you believe, they need to be able to say why, right? Like if they have an issue with a position that you have, tell me what the issue is. Explain to me what's wrong. And a lot of them just kind of fall flat, right? If you think this thing that I said or did is bad and you can't explain to me how it's bad, then you don't know what you're talking about. You're just in your fifis, or you just heard something and you can't even articulate your position. So I don't know if you're ever going to meet these people again or have another conversation with them again, but they can point out what they're talking about. Otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about. They can fuck off.
No, it's next Thursday, and trust me, I'm gonna be right there, up front, close, and personal, so that I can challenge this particular lady, because she always goes after me, Hector. And usually I'm pretty good at standing my ground, but the way she came at me today, I got in my fifis and I felt disrespected. So, you know, I went there.
Somebody coming at you is crazy. Hey, anybody
And I'm
anybody
usually
in California
chill.
who trying to pull up to these meetings? Miss Donna needs some bodyguards, yo. Miss Donna needs some bodyguards, yo. These people talking crazy to Miss Donna. We gonna have to show them something.
And then they called me a capitalist, and I said, not necessarily. I said, because what I believe in is we need to reform capitalism. We need to make it better.
That's what
I
it
said,
was.
so I don't know, don't just put that label on me, oh, you're a capitalist. I said, because that's not true to the extent, because I feel like capitalism needs to be reformed. Just like you said, Hector, it ain't going nowhere, but we need to fix it.
I have a feeling that's probably where a lot of that contention was. It's more so
Why?
because you're gonna speak to or encounter more leftists the more you talk to them, who say any acknowledgement or protection and whatnot of capitalism basically makes you a part of the problem. Whereas these people fail to understand that we are literally speaking from a realistic perspective. This country is capitalist. There is nothing that's or correction. In my lifetime, it will be nothing else but capitalist. So it's better, instead of sitting around in fucking book clubs talking about ending it, we can actually get people in power to reform it. What's the word I'm looking for? Zohran Mamdani in New York City is utilizing capitalism to make revenue, not only for his income, but also for the city. But then he's also passing the tax we just went over that I always forget to pronounce. Altair, Pierre, whatever the fuck tax.
Yeah, that French.
Universal pre-K, so on and so forth. So he's implementing the regulations necessary to ensure that in this system, it's still better serving the average American versus the 1%. That is the best we can get. And there's some people who do not agree with that. I would just tell you to go outside. I don't know.
Okay. Because Hector, I got so frustrated. That's why I got into my fifis, because I was doing really good prior to this lady that loves to attack me, because we were talking about the deportation and stuff. And when I went into, being a progressive and all of that, that's when she attacked me, because I said, you guys sit up here and cry and whine about, oh, they getting benefits and the same, because the people that argue do the same thing that you wind up dealing with on your chat.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, you guys just really don't want it to sink in that it's a broken system. And if you fix the broken system, all the crying and whining that you talking about with migrants and stuff in the United States would go away. Why is that so difficult for them to absorb? I don't get that part, Hector.
I think also someone was asking what part roughly of CA you're in. They're in SoCal.
The IE.
Okay, IE. I think, and we'll see this often, especially in young people, mostly predominantly in young people. There's a lot of kids. I'm not even gonna go further than that. There's a lot of young people who kind of just now are waking up to our political processes, how everything's worked, history. And I think it's hitting them very hard how fucked this country is, how fucked it's ran, how fucked capitalism is. And I think that causes them to be extremely radical. And I don't mind, I guess, the radicalization so long as it meets in the middle with reality. But you have these people who are going, oh, I'm tired of this. Let's go. And it's like, you just got here. Especially when it comes from a viewpoint of black people in this country, how long we've been dealing with this shit. And we're still pushing, we're still trying, regardless of the failures, we've had our improvements. And when it comes to everything that we're doing, it's a journey. It's a journey, not a destination, especially in our limited lifetime. So that's all. That's all it is.
Because it's just, sometimes I get so upset listening to the live, and especially because I live in California, the misinformation and the disinformation about migrants getting benefits and the whole HUD, and when they talk about Section 8 and stuff like that, because I get all of that. But what you have to go through to get these benefits, how these people really believe that it's just given to migrants, is unbelievable. You almost have to give the blood of your firstborn to get $25 a month, like I give in EBT.
I know. I remember a couple years ago, it was 19, and I tried. It was my little funky ass McDonald's job. They said, hell no, I made too much. I was like, bro, what? So they don't know how this shit works. They really don't. It's already, for you to qualify, you already have to be pretty fucking poor. And then whatever amount they give you past that point is nothing compared to what the average person would be living on. I'm privileged enough to where I don't need any benefit. I'm sure I can, whatever. I don't need any benefit. So when we're looking at people who get them and going that they're lazy, they're this or that, it just shows a significant lack of understanding of these programs overall. But I do have 85 up here. I do appreciate you coming up, Miss Dawn. If you had another question, you can sit up for a bit. That's fine. But let me see what Miss 85 needs here. Really quickly, guys, make sure you continue to double tap that screen. I see my mods yelling down at you in the chat. So let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. In 11 minutes, we'll be live for an hour. You guys are not moving this enough. I know the algorithm's being weird, but do the best you can. Those of you on the tube side, make sure you hit the like button on the stream, share as well, subscribe, turn on notification bells. If you'd like to support the stream, you may do so with the links in the bio, whether it's following me on all the social media platforms, such as YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, or Instagram, where I also post videos. joining the Discord community, which we're over 700 members strong, getting yourself some merch off the merch shop, as you see behind you in the new line that I dropped. And of course, donating directly to the links in the bio. Speaking of donos, W's in the chat to Vincent for the 11. The first 10 says the male tinted, musty scented, mango Mussolini blowhard needs to go daddy hunting. I'm tired of this grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. WCU Vincent and W for the 1. Pied à terre is the pronunciation. The translation should be peace of the earth. IIRC. I don't know what IIRC means.
If I recall correctly.
Thank you so much. Pied à terre. It's tar. Terre or tar. Whatever the fuck. It's going to take me a minute to really figure out how to pronounce that. WCU Vincent. Thank you so much. 85 got a question for me.
I do. I have a fun question, and then I actually have a couple in regards to white supremacy.
Okay.
So the fun question I have is, what is something new that you learned today, big or small?
Did I learn anything today? What did I learn today? That's a good question. I don't think I learned anything specifically today. Come to think of it, my day has been pretty damn slow. Everything else would be things that happened more so personally, but nothing that I learned. Nothing that I learned specifically.
I can tell you what I learned today.
Sure.
The word seized can either be spelled with an S or a Z. So SIESED or SIEZED. And in North
Seized?
America, yes. It's typically spelled with a Z in North America.
Really? I may have seen it spelled with a Z before, but I've always mostly seen S. Am I thinking of the right word? Hold on.
I've seen ceased, SIESED, mostly in legal documents. But
did you say SIE?
Hold
on. Hold on. Make sure we're talking about the same word.
It could be EI, but I think it's
so we're referencing cease, as in like cease fire, cease to exist. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking more like seized property.
Oh, seize. Oh. And you're saying that could be spelled with a Z or a S?
Correct.
Okay, I have never once seen it spelled with a S before.
Neither have I. I just saw it on a legal document recently, and I thought they made a typo, and I was going to laugh at them, and then I Googled it, and they didn't.
You know, I've actually done that a few times. I Google a lot of words that I hear, for one, because I'm still like learning a lot of things about politics. There's a lot of new words that I hear. Then like, I have to Google this, or I read a bunch. Or watch like certain media, and then you'll hear a word, I'm quick to go Google it and find out. And you'd be surprised to see the amount of words that we use and the way that it's spelled here that other places are not spelled that way. And that's why I'm very cautious and quick before I correct someone's spelling, because there's been so many times where I was about to do it and then I did a quick Google search. It's like, oh, well, this is from this language, from this culture, it's spelled this way, and there's no right way, basically, in many cases. Also, I just remember what I did learn. And I know this was common knowledge. I just never fucking paid attention to it. I did not know it was illegal to be married in like a poly relationship. I didn't know that was an illegal thing. I had no idea. I just learned that today.
Didn't know that was illegal. I knew they probably couldn't legitimize it, but I didn't know it was illegal.
It is illegal. Yeah.
I learned that today too. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad. In regards to the questions I have about white supremacy, the first I wanted to ask is, have you been able, from your conversations with others, to determine what is the emotional connection that they have to the concept of whiteness? Because I fail to understand that.
Hold, please, because I do struggle with this as well, so I want to help some other people. Hold on one second.
Call from.
Call you on the line. Hold for one moment. And so, guys, polygamy, marriage of one person to multiple spouses. So that's one person married to multiple people. And that's why I was conflating a lot with that last guess. Polygyny or gyny is one man marries multiple women. Okay, so polygyny is specifically for men. So it's the man only that marries multiple women versus polygamy could just be whatever. And then polyamory is the practice of having multiple romantic or sexual relationships simultaneously. Okay. Got it. There we go. Yeah, polyamory, just multi-love. Got you. Okay, so repeat your first question, and then before we move on to the next one, since we have someone on the line, I'm going to do him, then we'll get back to your other ones.
Okay. The question was in regards to white supremacy. Have you managed to get into what the emotional connection is to the concept of whiteness? Because I fail to I understand, whiteness is closest to godliness or whatever the fuck they think. But I fail to understand the true emotional connection to those ideals.
In regards to religion, I've very rarely actually spoken to anyone who's associated their whiteness with being more holy. I think, I guess if that was something that was be more public and put out there by religious people, that would be shut down very quickly. So they typically mask it, although a lot of them believe it. In regards to, I guess, figuring out what their connection is to it, that is, not something that a lot of people will say out loud, or I think, in my personal opinion, not a lot of white people understand why they're actually so connected to it. I just think it has everything to do with American indoctrination overall, and of course, this is spread across the United States. So from youth, and I'm only going to speak on the United States specifically, but from youth, you're raised, you go to school, especially from their generation where you were saying the American flag, where you're hearing the stereotypes about movies and all these different factors. It's just kind of conditioned that you are just better, you are just superior, that whiteness is the reason for the majority of our inventions. Why we have the country that we have today is because they're the ones who cleaned up America from the past. It's a whole thing. But I don't think I can answer that specifically because as a black person, it baffles the fuck out of me. I don't really know.
I can talk about that.
Go ahead.
It's like when you know a new word and you wanna just use that word, because Solid was just talking about this on his live a little bit ago. So the idea is that kind of like a form of tribalism where the part of your brain that sees something different, like a it's the oh my god, but whatever. It's like the part of your brain like you see like something different, like a black person. Like if you're surrounded by white people, if you see a black person, or you're surrounded by whatever. But if you see something different, your brain reacts to that the same way that an animal sees or sees a different new type of animal. So and that's any sort of change, right? So your brain reacts the same way to any sort of change as fear, let me get away from that kind of thing. So you can kind of extrapolate that with the idea of religion, where people make that part of their personality, and where you can see that
Thank you guys for the games.
Anything outside of what we have now as a framework.
Thank you, Emily.
Let me not fuck with that. What were you saying?
No, I was just thanking someone. That's a good point. You guys hold on for a second while this person's on the line. All right, Carl, you on the line? Got a question for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Jesus loves you.
Cool.
All right, and that you have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
Why is it always the weird ones that come in?
He was patient though.
Y'all, I don't know what it is with my brain. I was funny enough just telling someone this the other night. I think my memory is shit. When it comes to this political stuff, pop. When it comes to what I ate sometimes an hour or two ago, my brain blanks. So I actually also learned In fact, let me figure out how to pronounce it. Hold on. Quokka. I learned what a quokka is today. I did not know that animal existed. I didn't know it was in Australia, but I learned what it is today through Instagram. Yeah. I'll show you guys. And maybe some of you guys don't know what a quokka is, in which case you're about to find out.
That's me. I'm the quack.
They're like dogs, right? They're like cute little dogs. They're not actually dogs. I'm talking about like personality wise.
Personality, maybe? I don't know. I don't know shit about them.
Oh yeah, these guys. Yeah. They're friendly as shit. Yeah.
These are quokkas, guys.
Oh, they're marsupials, right?
Oh, probably. What are hedgehogs? Not hedgehogs. What are groundhogs?
Cutest. Look at that face. Look at that fucking face. Look at that face. I had no idea. That's what I learned today. So there's two things today. Only took me forever to come up with that.
Sometimes it's good to take some time to reflect on it.
Usually it's a delay for me. But yes. God damn it.
Call from
Ramaland.
To accept.
Call you on the line. Got a question for me?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you explain what quokkas are again?
Quokkas are it's an animal, and I can't tell you. I guess they're some kind of mammal. They're from Australia, and they are adorable.
Yeah, aren't they like sort of like koalas but just miniature?
Marsupials, thank you. Are they related to koalas? I guess. I can see the resemblance. Let's find out.
Also, you want to know something that happened today?
No. Quokkas and koalas are only distantly related as members of the same infraorder Marsupialia. Both are native Australian marsupials. Quokkas are closely related to kangaroos and wallabies, whereas koalas belong to a separate family, and that is specifically Phascolarctidae. Guys, this is the first time I'm reading some of these words, so I'm butchering the pronunciations most likely. You guys hear that cat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Roommate has a cat. He pisses me off. Anyways, got anything else?
Yeah, earlier today I was riding my bike and I was doing the wheelie, and when going far back,
are you a child?
Instead of like tapping,
Yo.
Not the uh-oh. Have I ever seen a narwhal? Probably. Hold on.
I only know what a narwhal is from Futurama.
Yes, I have. It's been a while, but yes, I know about this one. Definitely not by name. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Hector. I sincerely appreciate your input. I can't wait until next Thursday. I can deal with my opposition with confidence and my chest. Yeah, literally just tell them to define the words that they're using and how they would call you a hypocrite. But yes, so sorry. Back to you, 85.
Okay. Thank you for the information, Mark. I was worried that was simply the case because I know that's mostly how it is, especially for the queer community as well, is I don't get it, therefore it shouldn't exist.
Yeah, shit makes no sense.
Either in public or otherwise, depending on how extreme they are.
Jane for real says, Hector, as an Australian, I promise not all our animals exist to hurt you. Okay, not all, but what, 95%? Not all, but 95%. It's all of them until it's none of them. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. The other question that I have is, do you think they have any flavor of understanding in regards to their demand for assimilation? Like, do they understand the historical context behind that?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Do they have any flavor of understanding of the historical context behind their demand for assimilation?
Um, I think that's just heavily associated with what they would deem is moral superiority, which is heavily rooted in religion, for one. Even the people that say they're non-religious, it all comes down from that one branch, because essentially it is, we have the best culture, right? They see as America as the best, the greatest. Some of the practices that are in other nations are things that we've outlawed here, but then they ignore how loose we are with our laws. The fact that in red states, a large portion of them still allow you to marry people underage and fuck your cousins and all this stupid shit. But I think that just goes back to, they believe that one, everything will work best if you are one. And there's even somewhat of a valid argument to that, but that's not what the United States should be. And two, it's just they believe that they're the most moral, that those morals that come down from the Abrahamic religion is the only ones that have kept this country going, and the only ones that will keep us or give us any type of future. So I think that's basically the gist of it. It's everything works best when it's one way. And if it's not God defining those morals, then society falls apart.
Do you do you think the American school system left too many people behind? Because I remember learning about what happened to the people who were the subject of the demand of assimilation, and
God bless
thinking,
you.
God, that's good. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing to do.
Thank
to
you,
people.
Jane, for the sheep and the koala. I appreciate you.
They're demanding them to like strip their entire identity to become somebody that they had no reason to have to become, just because they don't like who they are, because they don't understand the other cultures. And even if I don't necessarily understand other cultures, I would never make them be me, because I know what historically we have done to people to make them assimilate.
Yes. I mean, I would say my lives are a living example of all the people that got left behind on a daily basis. So yeah, I agree with that 6,000%. 6,000%.
I think not enough were left behind.
Oh my God. Mark. Not enough left behind is diabolical.
Look, with all due disrespect, people who know history are a little bit smarter than those who don't.
Literally.
Especially those who can actually comprehend it. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, someone that covers religion a lot that I like to watch is Born Again Atheist. Now she doesn't really cover the political side, but she does bring it up every now and then. But if you put that together with the kind of things that you see with that you kind of learn with like Hector and Erica and things like that, you can kind of see how the two kind of bridge together.
Sorry, who is that?
Born Again Atheist.
Born Again Atheist. Okay. I will look into that.
I know of them.
Actually.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I've recently been watching more people like Dr. Blitz talk about their stuff. He's pretty good. It's like MAGA debates, but no religion. It's super funny.
Oh, that's interesting. I can't imagine how well they would be able to articulate their ideas without being able to bring religion into it for the most part. Some of them can, but not a lot.
Got any other questions?
No, but I do have another book recommendation if you would like it.
Absolutely.
All right, so I am currently in the process of reading The Art of Explanation, Noun, How to Communicate with Clarity and Confidence by Ross Atkins, and that's R-O-S. And
Oh, did the sound cut out?
oh, did it? Hello?
Yes, now I hear you.
Perfect. It was the Art of Explanation, How to Communicate with Clarity and Confidence by Ross Atkins, and that's R-O-S-A-T-K-I-N-S.
Got you.
Have you already read this one, or is it like on your list?
I'm in process of reading it. I'm about halfway through, and it has been actually incredibly helpful.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I see these kind of books, and I just think of like the what is it, the 48 Laws of Power, or like whatever that red pill book is.
No, this isn't about like self-help or anything. This is literally just him teaching you how to be able to get your explanations to other people, or like the information that you have, it's teaching you how to provide it to other people more concisely, accurately, and in a way that they'll actually understand.
Oh,
Okay, all right, I like that.
apparently I said he in reference
Yeah, it's
to
actually
Born Again Atheists. I think I was literally in that moment mixing them up with Dr. Blitz, and then I followed with Dr. Blitz. Yeah, got you. Thank you. Book suggestions. Oh, Palpable would actually like for you to DM them those book suggestions.
okay, absolutely.
Isn't there a whole book session in the Discord?
There actually isn't. There's movie night suggestions. I don't have a book lobby specifically, in which case you can put in miscellaneous or main chat. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you coming up. 85 is always a pleasure. You enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well. You have a great night.
You as well. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that, but also I would suggest like all that stuff that I was talking about. I've really like a lot of it I learned from Solid. So you can check him out at Super Solid 4TP here on TikTok.
Yeah, I know
just go to
Solid.
his website.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, everybody else. Thinkproletariat.com. So he's really cool.
God bless you.
Why is it not?
God bless you.
It's doing this weird load thing again.
God bless you.
Thank you, Shonda, for the coconuts. Unicorn, what's up? Got a question for me?
I have a question, and it leads into adding on to what was said about white people seeing whiteness as like better than other things. So, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Butter pecan.
Okay, that's mine too, so good choice. Anyway, statistically, vanilla is the most popular flavor in America because people are boring, apparently. A long time ago, about the late 19th century, we switched over from the idea of the ideal versus the grotesque, which had more to do with like religion and stuff, to the normative versus the deviant. And what that did was it came up with the same rise of statistics. The field of statistics was just developing. And we went, oh my God, we can put numbers to all these things and put people in categories and make bell curves and understand where everybody fits within a certain range. Cool on the surface. But we brought our racism and our bigotry and eugenics with us forward into this new understanding that had numbers to back it. So we started doing this slippage thing where we were like, if people are both this and also poor, then they must be poor because they are this, or they're lazy, or they're somehow in all the deviant traits, which are not necessarily negative, they just happen to be in the statistical minority, got lumped together. So after we immediately start doing the, I see someone different than myself, my brain has a chemical reaction that freaks out, we justify it through our idea of the normative. But even as the statistics start to fail, even as statistics change and people start to exhibit different like majority things, like let's say the US is about to be majority not white. Yay. First of all, seriously. We'll still see it as the norm or normal, which has a value judgment to it. You start slipping between the two. The statistics don't matter anymore. What matters is what you perceive as normal, which may have once been normative, the actual statistic. So this is part of my research, sorry. So I'm like, really, I care about it.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's kind of part of where that comes from. And people justify like hella messed up stuff through numbers. That's how the Schnauzis did what they did. And yeah, it's a foundational part of disability studies. So I wanted to add that.
Thank you for that. Also,
hell yeah.
Friendly reminder, guys. Vanilla beans are black. Okay?
Yes, they are.
Vanilla beans are black. So there's one hell of an argument I can make here that the best things in life are... Never mind.
Do you know where vanilla scent comes from?
The scent?
Yes.
You mean like how they make it, say for like candles and stuff?
Yeah.
Not quite.
Oh. I'll let you Google that at your own risk. You don't want to know.
Hold on.
The chat's getting it. Yep. I'm about to traumatize Hector, and I'm very sorry.
Plant sources. What am I missing here? Like, there's a synthetic, like vanillin.
It's the synthetic. Most scents are made with synthetic vanilla. It's not real vanilla.
Yeah, and that's.
And where does that come from?
It's chiefly from guaiacol, lignin. Hold on, let's see. That should be. Excuse me?
Yep.
No.
Yeah. Sorry.
No.
Yes.
No. Excuse you. Hold the fuck up. Okay, so I'm reading an article. We'll do this shit. Hold on. Does vanilla, and this is specifically talking about flavoring, vanilla flavoring actually come from beaver butts? This is November 21st, 2023. Science correspondent Margaret Osborne. Despite internet claims, castoreum, a substance found in beaver glands, is rarely used today as food flavoring. First and foremost, I don't like rarely. What you mean rarely? So it still is somewhere in some things. Bruh.
But for the scent, it is one of the main ones used. Not for flavoring anymore, but for your scents, your body sprays, your candles, your bath soaps. Congratulations, it's beaver anal glands.
I'm about to throw out everything vanilla. Hold, please. Call, you on the line. Got a question for me?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Doing all right. Got a question?
Yeah. Why are you a progressive?
Why am I progressive? Because I think it's the best path forward, specifically for the lower and middle class, specifically for the majority of enforced and enshrined rights in our Constitution, and specifically for healthcare.
Okay, and how there seems to be a disconnect on certain issues. So you're a free speech absolutist?
Absolutist?
Yeah. You believe people have the ultimate right to say anything they want as long as it's not causing direct harm to people?
Unfortunately.
You are?
Yeah.
Why would that be unfortunate if you're...
Because people...
Or the First Amendment?
Because people can say several things that support stochastic terrorism.
Well, isn't the disagreeable speech the most important speech to protect?
Sure. Because whatever you can disagree with could be extremely subjective.
Absolutely. Well, that's good. I think that's something I can agree with, not that I would support, certain extremist viewpoints or, it's all relative to the framing or timing of certain things. So, maybe one day I'm an extremist or maybe one day you're deemed as an extremist. So I think that's an important concept to maintain.
Yeah, sure. Do you think progressivism is extremist?
I think it can be, and from like the previous democratic standpoints, or I know that liberalism or progressivism isn't always the same thing, but seeing how far, I guess making the association politically, the Democratic Party has kind of moved away from their more moderate viewpoints on certain things, and I think that's where it becomes contentious in my mind of progressivism being kind of detrimental to society in many levels, just given that transition and that shift away from more moderate viewpoints.
Okay. The Democratic Party, as it stands today, is center-right, ultimately. They're still extremely moderate. on many issues. There are individuals in the party who are trying to move it more from that point, more to the left. But as it stands, they are very much center.
Yeah, it's definitely glimpses and clicks, I guess, if you will, of more progressive viewpoints. And I think ultimately the most, it is a political game of maybe there's not as much of their true feelings being revealed. I think Obama is a good example of that, where he took a lot of more moderate viewpoints, where really concealing beneath, his upbringing and kind of the foundational concepts, his connection with Bill Ayers or the Weather Underground type of extremism. I think that was strategically concealed and would turn a lot of people off had it been presented in a more clear context of, I think, his upbringing and political development.
You think he had extremist views that he concealed throughout his presidency?
I think to get elected ultimately.
I mean, there's an argument you can make that would be every president, right? Like every president may not always relay their full positions on things to the public, or even in their presidency, because it's not what they're there for. But so yeah, I don't know, that would be super relevant, because maybe he thinks that certain things should have happened a different way, but that's not how he governed. So that's mostly what I'm looking for, or looking at.
No, I can agree with that. Ultimately, I think most politicians are narcissistic, and I guess to play the game, ultimately they have to bend or kind of shield certain things. So maybe there's, on the conservative viewpoint, more extremists that are concealing their views, and just the same on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
But I think to be in the political arena, you have to be somewhat narcissistic or self interested. Ultimately, I guess, to see how politicians that have served for 20, 30 years and ultimately enriching themselves and on a somewhat modest salary, earning a couple $100,000 a year and developing a net worth of several million
disagree
to
with that.
tens of millions of dollars.
I think a portion of our politicians being narcissistic doesn't necessarily serve as an example of what it takes to be a politician. I don't think narcissism is any way, shape, or form a requirement.
I'm not saying it is, but ultimately
you said
they are.
The majority of them
are.
And then you said that's kind of what it takes to be in that political field. That's what I would be disagreeing with.
Well, ultimately, to have to take a stance and really be transparent in your viewpoints and not have to play that political game, I think it's deemed as a necessary qualification.
Well, I want to make sure we're not conflating, I guess, pride and confidence in narcissism and being self-serving.
Well, and that's where I would draw that connection of, ultimately, if you're doing things that are for the betterment of society and the betterment of your constituents, and saying you're going to do something to get elected and being able to follow through with that, that's where I would say there's often a disconnection between those two things. And then on top of it, often self-benefit comes with that. So again, I wouldn't say it's a requirement, but it's a commonality. And unfortunately, a majority, if not, the vast majority of politicians kind of fall into that space. So unfortunately, very few seem to actually follow through. And, whether you agree or
do you think Obama was a narcissist?
Viewpoints. I think he was not transparent. I don't know, again, whether it's his own self-interest or the interests of the people that are putting him into the political spotlight. And, he kind of appeared out of nowhere, after being a senator for a short amount of time and just kind of coming into this opportunity to become president, whether it's the timing or situation and the opportunity. And I do think, as a society and as a country, voting a black man into the White House was a significant opportunity to kind of wash away some of the perceptions of racism and, the hatred and darker parts of our history. Ultimately, I didn't agree with a lot of the things that he did, but in the most raw concept, I think that's a good step forward, although ultimately not the only benefit. It's very much the same with Hillary or Kamala, where, we got to get our first woman into the White House, and that's the most important thing. Well, if you have terrible viewpoints, I think having a merit-based focus should be the ultimate qualification, and then if you happen to be a minority in some form, then that's a cherry on top to some degree.
Do you think Obama's presidency was won because he was black more so than because of his merit?
No, I think it was coming off the heels of a terrible Bush administration, and people were ready for the change, which, again, I don't know what pushed him over the top. He had two terrible candidates running against him, Mitt Romney and McCain, were not someone that I felt like I could connect with and wanted to stand by, or up to that point, I didn't vote for anybody. So it was, I think, several opportunities, very much the same as maybe Biden getting in, where he was far more seasoned and almost kind of falling out of his several decades old political life, versus Obama coming into that and really seizing that opportunity. And, the situational components really,
I mean, on the federal level, I believe he was a senator for what was it, 2 years before running for the Oval Office. But he was, before then, he served in, oh shit, man, he has it right here, 1997 to 2004 in Illinois. Okay, so yeah, state Senate, he had 7 years of experience. U.S. Senate 3, so not necessarily new, but I guess he's just not as politically seasoned as other people in the race, sure, but he had experience.
Well, a senator, that, typically there's a more substantial position that people would, not that that's a prerequisite to be qualified in all aspects, but that was typically the trend. And I think,
yes, his whiny ass
I think that was one thing that appealed to certain people for Trump being an outsider, and whether it actually fulfilled that commitment, or their perspective of what they expected from an outsider coming in. But definitely not the most typical process and time to accomplish such things. So. But I guess ultimately, to get back to your first question, or getting back to our first thing, where do you fall on like abortion? Because that's one place where I do see progressivism being very, you mentioned civil rights, or the well-being of society, very conflicting in that respect.
I do not believe it's the government's job to determine how a woman controls her body and the products of it thereof. I think the only reasonable argument against abortion would be based off of the point in time where the abortion happens versus abortions as a whole. For example, the earliest documented point of viability before the average 24 to 26 weeks that we go by was, I believe, 19 weeks. 19 weeks was the earliest that a fetus was born, or whatchamacallit, what's the word I'm looking for? Where they were born and then they were able to survive once they got out of the womb. So I think any argument that could be made should be reducing that to 20 weeks, and after 20 weeks, then no. But anything else just doesn't seem to make any sense for me.
Okay, so you would say at 20 weeks, then abortion is not acceptable.
Yeah, based off the precedent of the earliest viability that we've seen from a 20-week fetus or a 19-week fetus. Because I believe that there's the 19 one, I think, was in the 1980s. And I believe that was a black child. And then we had one in the early 2000s, and that was 21 weeks. So I'm perfectly fine with 20 weeks being the cutoff point for the point of viability.
Okay. And so when does life begin?
Life begins at conception.
Okay. And is taking a life wrong?
In certain circumstances. Hold on. Hold for one moment, please. Jesus fucking Christ.
You got a cat there?
Hey, bro, can I fucking help you? You're literally scratching out a door that I'm not even in. Why are you scratching on my bathroom door? This mother...
Hey, Booker.
I do not like cats, y'all. I don't like cats. I'm sorry. Go ahead, caller.
No, you're fine. Yeah. So, I guess you were kind of explaining. I guess, is it wrong to take a life, and I guess the situational components to that.
Yeah. In regards to abortion, it is a human DNA. It is a life form, but it would not be life as we would constitute it the rights afforded under the Constitution, which is born or naturalized.
But it is a human being that is a lot, as you said, that has the essence of, I forget the exact time that a heartbeat comes, but very early on in, development, whatever stage, it will be at the end a fully formed human being.
No, I will not be letting this stink cat in my house, in my room. Sure, it is a life form. It has the potential for being sentient, but that's not how we would make other decisions. Say when someone's on life support, just having a heartbeat alone cannot stop the family member who would be presiding, the caregiver over that person, from pulling the plug on them. So I don't just determine it based off of a heartbeat.
No, and I guess the sustainability of life at that point is the question, and ultimately being deemed by medical professionals that that this life at this stage is not viable for whether they're in a coma or whatever circumstances befall them. And that's actually a very interesting development in Canada, where they are basically allowing people to self-euthanize themselves for basic, depression or certain qualifications that are met, and basically being able to allow people to off themselves.
Do you have a problem with that?
I do. I don't think that that's I don't think that that's promoting
you
suicide.
Think someone who doesn't want to be here should be forced to be here?
No, ultimately, if they're going to take their own life, they can make that choice.
So why not do it in a humane fashion versus getting a rope and going on a ceiling or putting a firearm to their head? Why not give them the humane option of doing it with the right medical professionals overseeing it?
Well, there's alternatives. Ultimately, I don't think, even if they are depressed, even if they're in a state of disarray in their life, that ultimately promoting that.
Yeah, but it's not like you just get a depression diagnosis and you go straight to the doctor like, yo, I'm depressed, take me out. There's a very high bar that you'd have to pass before they just let you do it.
Well, presumptively so, you would think, but
we would know. Not anyone can just walk in and say, "Hey, I'm kind of over life. Take me out."
Oh, I've heard several stories where in a matter of weeks they've been basically cleared, and little to no communication to people around them in their life, or a basic understanding of what's going on.
If they don't want to talk to other people in their life, people that would discourage them, people who don't fully understand the circumstances and whatnot, that is their right. It's not the doctor's responsibility to go force them to do so. That is their right. If they meet the bar to say you truly cannot take living anymore and you want to go, and you said it was several weeks, so there's clearly a process there. Just because it may not have the things that you would like to be in it doesn't mean that they should be stopped from doing so. Say I'll just use myself for example. I don't fuck with my family. Not really. Like, I have a brother, working on that relationship. My mom, I don't really know the rest of these motherfuckers. I would hate for one of them to be able to stop me from making that decision because they don't fucking know my life. They're not involved in it. And there's other people that have much worse circumstances.
Yeah, well, if you want to go kill yourself, no one can really stop you if you have that agenda. I just don't think the government should be taking part in that. Whether it's less humane or whatever, whether you shoot yourself or hang yourself or sit in your car and suffocate, whatever it is, ultimately you're determined to do that. You're going to find a way to do it one way or another.
This is a triggering ass conversation.
It may be for some of you.
You may want to step out for a second.
Process. For society, it's a very negative.
You may want to step out.
Image and concept just to endorse that type of behavior, whether it's 100% legitimate or really they're just in a depressive state and the possibility of
there's different degrees of depression, right?
Oh, absolutely. I've had, unfortunately, multiple friends commit suicide, and something that weighs heavy on me, and ultimately wish I could have done more to help them, but unfortunately they were in a position where they felt that was their only way.
If I'm not mistaken,
but I would never say, you know what, you should do that. Absolutely. You want to kill yourself? Go do that.
Yeah, I'm not saying welcome it in, and that's not what the process is in California, to be super duper fucking clear. I am simply saying in Canada, excuse me.
Fortunately, it's not in
California.
California.
That option.
Well, they do have that option. Again, whether the government should be participating in that, but again, we're kind of getting away from the main question that I was talking about. So, abortion. You talked about viability. So, if a 2-day-old baby is born, are they able to care for themselves all by themselves, or do they need constant nurturing, care? And
the constant nurturing care is separate from requiring the woman's organs specifically for the sustenance.
So would you define it as a parasite?
Yes, definitionally.
No,
that
it's
is how
not.
you define a fetus. Yes.
A parasite has to be a different type of organism. It cannot match. So you should pull that up, because that foundationally
the
is
organism,
not true at all.
Are you comparing the organism of the fetus to the baby? Obviously, they would be different. But
No,
I'm saying in the way that they would pull from the mother,
child.
There are similarities, and you can describe
But
it
it's not
as
a
such.
parasitic relationship.
You literally can describe it as such.
It's not parasitic by definition.
It is parasitic.
No, a parasite would be a different type of organism living off of a living.
You're only basing this off of a different type of organism. We're simply saying on the metrics that we would deem, what we would use to deem something a parasite, or how a parasite would pull from the body for sustenance, nutrients, and survival, the fetus would do the same thing. You're simply saying you can't because parasite would not include fetus in the definition. I'm saying the fetus would pull from it like said parasite, and you can describe it as such. despite
So the
fetus
baby-
not
the
being
baby would be a parasite
a
then.
definitive parasite.
A born baby would be a parasite then, by that definition.
No, the born baby isn't
Yes,
pulling
they-
from the mother's organs outside of, let's say, breast milk, which is just a substance that person creates, versus their literal bones. Like,
But if that person's not there providing the energy and the care that the baby needs, then
this is the third time
baby
I'm
would
about
not
to
live.
say this. One is requiring outside external care, a baby. The other is pulling from your life force, your literal organs, your body itself. That's the difference. Those are all the ways that we would determine the point of viability, into which case you can't take out a baby after the certain time, because that would be infanticide, unless it's in a medical emergency situation, versus the fetus that is just there as a parasite before that point.
No, it's not a parasite again. Pull
I
up the
said
definition of
as.
parasite.
I said as.
Well, again, it's
Why are
it's
you so
incorrect.
hyper-focused on something that you'll never have to experience?
Are you assuming my gender?
Yes.
Well, I've had multiple kids, or my wife and I have had multiple kids, and I think protecting life is...
He really thought he had a got you there. He really thought he had a got you there. Listen to me. Listen to me. If I hear a certain voice, I'm going to assume it's a man. If I hear a certain leaning way, I'm going to assume it's a woman. If you correct me, I'm wrong. But you sound like a man. Don't fucking play in my goddamn face. Okay, so
Whether you're arbitrarily marking...
there's a lot of words you just said there to say that you cannot get pregnant. Therefore, you would never have to make the decision of an abortion.
Well, I can
Having
still
an abortion.
care. I can still care.
Yeah, you can absolutely
and
care.
Have an opinion.
And you can absolutely
Right.
have your opinion on it. But I think your opinion should be rooted in factual information. And I think ultimately your
Yes.
opinion wouldn't trump the demographic of people that actually can have it and understand their bodies better than you do.
So if I was a woman, then my points would be valid?
What did I just say?
Can you answer the question?
I didn't say your points are
if I was a woman-
invalid. Your opinion is as valid as you want it to be to you. I'm saying held up to people who can actually have a baby, who can actually get pregnant, and can actually
Well,
have abortions. Yours is here. Theirs is up here. You can't see me. I'm weighing on the scale. Yours is lower.
It's not. No. Whether I have a perspective as a, take minority issues, whether I'm a minority or not, and have certain perspectives that happen to be true, the points are valid. It's not merely the person that's speaking of them.
Well, your points aren't valid to anyone who chooses to have an abortion. Your points aren't valid to the law that says that they can, or at least now in blue states.
No, in all states, it's not illegal in any state.
It is literally illegal in several states.
No, it's not. You can order an abortion pill in any state. It's not criminalized in any state.
That's not true at
It's
all.
merely- absolutely.
There's a
what
woman
state
in the
is-
state of Georgia who is currently facing. She just went on the news recently. The judge was cool. She paid $1 bond, but she was literally being prosecuted for getting abortion pills right around 6 weeks of her pregnancy. And after 6 weeks, per Georgia law, you can't get an abortion for any reason. She is serving time, or they're trying to make sure she serves time for that. So yes, ordering abortion pills from blue states and them coming to red states, they can and have been prosecuting you for that.
Okay, well, I'd have to look into the details of that specific case. I would assume that there's other elements because there is no state that has criminalized having an abortion.
Literally.
At a certain point, they've made it illegal or made it impossible to access that care. But ultimately, the woman is not going to be criminally indicted merely for accessing
Katie
those
Cox
pills. There
could
might
not
be
come
other
back to the
components
state
it.
of Texas because she fled the state to get an abortion somewhere else. So you can say all of this, but in practice, they are being criminalized.
They're not. So name a single woman who's actually been incarcerated because of that.
I literally just did.
No, you're saying that she can't return. That
was
vague
Katie
and
Cox.
subjective.
You're completely dancing over the first woman.
Okay. Again, looking at the details of the case, what is she being charged with? Murder? Or accessing pills, accessing illegal pills?
Georgia woman.
She's being charged with murder?
Dollar bond.
And that's the stance I would take, ultimately.
Pulling up the story.
That abortion is murder, and it should be treated the same as if I were to kill you or the baby inside my wife's womb. It is one and the same.
Murder charge.
It shouldn't be differentiated.
Alexia Moore, Georgia. It is a murder charge.
Okay. Well, and she has been convicted?
No.
Exactly.
She was charged. You said they're not being charged. They are.
Well, again, the DA and certain twists or sleights of hand, I can almost guarantee you she will not be incarcerated.
Sure, maybe that could be the case. The fact that it even got this far is problematic in and of itself. The fact that they even have a basis for quote-unquote murder is problematic in and of itself.
Well, what is it if it's not murder?
What do you mean, what is it if it's not murder?
What would you call it? If you're killing something, a human being, at whatever stage of development, what would you define that as?
What is the definition of kill?
I think murder would be a more important separation of willful, conscious taking of a life. I think killing people in self-defense,
the unlawful,
is a different
premeditated killing of one human being by another.
Yeah.
How
And
we
that would fit that
define
definition.
being is where it would not fit that definition. It would then also have to be unlawful. And the problem with that is,
Yeah.
A, some states would say it's lawful, and some other states would say it's not, but there's no federal basis, at least not anymore. Before the point of viability, you're also conveniently leaving out the quote-unquote unjustified part, which you're subjectively saying unjustified is just having an abortion overall.
Well, the vast majority, as much as they like to whip out the 0.1% of someone, in a medical crisis that's going to jeopardize the life of the woman, or rape or incest, which I actually don't believe if you're conceived in rape, your life is any less valuable.
Never mind. I just put the sticker up. Never mind. I'm not going back and forth with a man about a woman that is raped should be forced to have a fucking child. You can fucking die, actually. You can fucking die.
Call from
Floyd, Booker T.
Call, you're on the line. Got a question for me?
Yeah, you hung up on me.
This is the same person who
Hello?
just said that women who are raped should be forced to have the child.
I don't see.
Call from
Jade from New York.
Call, you're on the line. Got a question for me?
Yeah, so I just asked you a question if you're as a progressive point of view.
Yep.
All right, I think my position is no, and I'm wondering how you feel. I'm kind of a nationalist, but I don't.
You're a what?
I'm a nationalist. I'm wondering what your position is on the existence of Israel. The way it behaves, does it have a right to exist? The genocide and all.
No country has a quote-unquote right to exist.
I see. Would you be in favor of military action against it, or boycott, sanctions, anything like that?
All of the above.
It's pretty straightforward then.
Yeah. I think
All right,
that
well,
they
thank you.
are a genocidal
Well, pardon?
government. I'll speak specifically on the government versus the people. I think Bibi Netanyahu's establishment is genocidal. I think they should be charged with war crimes.
Can I ask a follow up on that?
Sure.
Do you really think that Netanyahu is uniquely evil in the ultimate history of Israel, or is it just that we have access to 4K video of his crimes?
I mean, there's an argument that say that the historical makeup of a quote unquote state Israel is harmful, and I would agree with that. I'm more specifically referencing the events of what's taking place in Gaza and the establishment that welcomed it. Yes, but yeah, I mean, Israel in and of itself as a state has just been a whole problem.
Yeah, for sure. I'm wondering if it's fair as a progressive to call them uniquely evil. I mean, I've seen, governments excuse governments excuse the most, extravagant of war crimes, the atomic bombing.
I do see some super chats and donos to read, guys. Give me a moment. I'll get to it after this call. But also, if you want to support the stream, please hit up the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. What video?
So essentially, the video of those Palestinian prisoners being raped, and they were arrested, and there were mass protests in the streets, bordering on riots for the right of Israelis to rape Palestinians, a significant portion of the population.
I don't watch the videos. I've seen the reports. Yes.
Oh yeah, well I didn't watch the rape video myself either.
Try to watch the words on the platform. Say grape. TikTok is sensitive.
Oh, I apologize, sir. But yeah. With those essay videos, I'm wondering if it's fair to call, from a progressive standpoint, Israel uniquely evil, especially in a modern context.
Why would you contest it?
You would not contest that?
I said, why would you contest it?
Why would I contest calling them uniquely evil?
Yeah. First off, I want to. What do you mean when you say uniquely evil?
Well, I would say that they're completely rogue, and they have absolutely. I mean, even it seems that the common man in Israel has no regard for anyone who is not from his own group, his own in-group, is Israeli.
I mean, we can summarize that as tribalism, which is not specific to Jewish people as a whole. But, I mean, if I'm talking about I don't know. I don't care if it's unique. I don't care if it's evil. I'm looking at the actions of the current administration. I'm looking at its history. I'm looking at its past. If you have an issue with the unique word, then whatever. They're evil as fuck, and they should be gone.
Oh, I just well, I guess the difference I would put, like, for example, they call it a settler colonial state, but it's not really at all similar to any settler state. It's not really an apartheid state. For example, apartheid was merely separation. You're going to have unequal enforcement of the law. This is going to be inevitable under apartheid and obvious. But I mean, to the point where I don't think that any South African Boer was allowed to just openly murder Palestinians, or not Palestinians, but a black African under apartheid. They'd still be punished. So I guess that's how I call it uniquely evil. In the settler sense, they're much different from other settler communities in that there was actually a large amount of open land. Now, not their land, but it's different from like happening upon Gaza City and saying, "Oh, I'm settling this land." It's like, well, buddy, I got a deed here. You know what I mean? Like, it's uniquely evil in that sense. The displacement is almost, I'd say, almost every single Israeli is pretty much okay with that to some degree.
That's an outrageous statement. Hold for a second. W's in the chat to Bloody Quill for the $5 super chat. Don't want this to get lost or interrupt, but how do you feel about the abolition of money? I don't know, guys. I tried. I don't really address a lot of my positions and arguments from an idealist perspective, like some Garden of Eden utopia shit. But yeah, sure. In a perfect world, no money would reduce, I don't know, fucking 70% of the world's problems, right? But it's not happening. So there's that. W's in the chat to Molotov with the $5 super chat. He's tell the caller he needs to look up assisted schmuicide. He is so misinformed. Not surprising at all. I've heard the Canada talking point brought up a few times. These people legitimately think you can walk into any doctor's office in Canada and so, hey, I want to go, and they say, cool, we'll help you out. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. And once again, if you get to the point to where you feel like nothing else matters, I think you should be allowed to do it humanely at a doctor's office. Mind you, there is an entire process that you have to go through before they allow you to do it. I believe some of that includes like some form of therapy or seeing a therapist, to my knowledge. And if that's not a thing, maybe add that in there just to be extra sure, because once you're gone, you're gone. But if I'm not mistaken, all of those qualifications would have to be met before they even get to that actual appointment. W's in the chat to you. Maze sent this forever ago. I apologize, Maze. W's in the chat for the $5 Venmo. My favorite nurse fact, breaking the seal myth. Brain stores ADH, which is anti-diuretic or diuretic hormone in the posterior pituitary gland. Maze, I'm not you. I don't know how to pronounce these fucking words. Retain water for hydration. Alka depression says diuretic snoozes production of ADH, hence dehydration / hangover. I'm gonna read that again later. And you can elaborate on that in a bit. W's in the chat to Maze. Back to you, sir. Sorry, finish your point.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, basically, I just said that in the settler sense, it's not even fair to really call them settlers because it's a whole different problem. And then in the mixed, I guess it is a mixed race society in Israel to a degree, but it's uniquely different from apartheid, for example, or segregation, if you will. And that, for example, Palestinians are subject to the death penalty in more ways than Israelis are.
Yeah, we're rehashing the atrocities that Israel has committed on Palestine and other places, in which case we have no disagreement is there. My point is, I don't think they should quote unquote exist as a state some way. Any place I don't think just has a quote unquote right to exist. I think they should be tried and prosecuted for their atrocities. And I think we need to reduce their influence on the United States significantly.
Indeed. So would you stop short of calling them uniquely evil then, or?
I would say what they're doing to Palestinians is uniquely evil. So no, I wouldn't stop short of that.
Okay, I think we're on similar footing here. But yeah, I was just curious about that from a progressive point of view, being a nationalist.
Yeah. I think we should welcome in anyone who is Jewish, who isn't for genocide, and that everyone else can get fucked. Have any other questions?
No, I guess I would just, as a, not to keep nitpicking, but it's hard to find a survey that shows. I guess to illustrate your point of the obvious, I'd say that you would be saying essentially it's the 95% of Jews that give the other 5% a bad name.
No, I wouldn't say that, because I'm unaware of any number of metric that would show 95% of Jewish people support what they're doing.
Well, they support the General Israel Project, and that polling is actually easy to show that they're in support of Israel. Generally speaking, they'll never say, "Hey, get rid of the Jewish state."
Okay, well, showing any poll that says they support Israel is in supporting their nation from a nationalistic perspective. is vastly different from them specifically being okay with the genocide in Gaza.
Well, I guess, like I said earlier, the only thing in my mind unique about Gaza is they've had access to more bombs than they've had in the past, even though the U.S. gives them as much as they can. And also, the Gaza genocide is not unique in Israel's history. I mean, the Nakba displaced, 750,000. So I just, Gaza is to stop the clock and say, well, Gaza is just this unique war crime. In my opinion, Israel is uniquely evil because the Gaza genocide is not unique in their overarching strategy that's been going on for 80, 100 years.
Genocide is not unique to any one nation. Sure. Or some form of it, I guess I should say.
Well, to Israel specifically.
Yeah. But we were talking about specific things, specific instances, which would make them unique in their right, versus a broader comparison of just the misplacement and genocide as a whole. Yeah. Appreciate you calling in.
That's right.
I don't know where I actually didn't care to nitpick why he was a nationalist or any of that. I don't have the stones to go back and forth with hey, you're pro-America, you're pro-America, fuck everyone else, whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever. It's a whole other conversation about the problem I have with pro-nationalism is then they would align that with being pro-Abrahamic religion, pro-white, pro-everything else. If you just like America, you think America's the best, whatever the fuck, I guess, cool, good for you. But it's just typically everything else that follows is where I don't have the energy, bro. Big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat. To Shauna, $40-$30 Venmo, LCAT, WU, and tell the chat to tap the damn screen. Shauna, at this point, I've accepted the more I'm going to run these lives that it's just going to come with this kind of engagement. It is what it is. So, I don't know. I don't know. If y'all were giving me this energy, if I had Trump up on the background and we had 600 people in here, I'd tell you, man, I'd turn off the chat. Tell you all to get fucked. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, nah. But tap the motherfucking screen. Guys, let's get the likes over 100,000. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. Send your daily heartbeats if you have not already. And if you're not a fan club member, consider becoming one. That also helps us out. You get a couple cool stickers down there when you do. Knock out the little gift goals here. We need 99 more of those finger hearts. And of course, the best ways to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Whether you're joining the Discord community, over 700 members strong, getting yourself some merchandise off the merch shop, following me on all the social media platforms that I stream to or post videos to, which is currently YouTube or Instagram, or donating directly to the links in the bio. If you want to say hi to my cute face, send some kind of message, or to support what we're doing here. It really helps when you guys knock out those donos, so I greatly appreciate that. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Those of you on that side, make sure you hit the like button on the stream. Share out the live as well. Subscribe, and yeah, all those things. I will turn it off now. See, the problem with that is that wouldn't really help my engagement. I mean, maybe some people would act more, but then we're already getting little engagement, so then cutting off the little that I have, I don't. W's in the chat to Bloody Quill for the $5 super chat. Can you give your best dissemination as to the difference between patriotism and nationalism? That's a good question. Because I guess there would be a technical difference. Okay, I'll give my best way to break this down and how I see the differences. Okay, And this may not be, I guess, accurate, like definitionally accurate. So when I think of patriotism, and I'm separating patriotism and how it's been bastardized, right? Because let's say the MAGA base believes that they're patriots. But I think patriotism would be more so being honorable and respectable to your country and some of the principles and foundations that it's built on. And we can look at the history of the United States and see some very big contradictions. But ultimately, when you look at the Constitution, I would say for the most part, it is a respectable document. Changes need to be made to the 13th Amendment, maybe some others, but the Constitution is what this country is founded on, built off of, and what we go by today. So I would say patriotism to the people who serve, to the people who work in our government, would be upholding said Constitution. Versus nationalism, I think when I think of nationalism, it's more so very subjective. It's like an idea. It's more so of an idea, just being pro your country no matter what. And anti everyone else, including the other nations that will benefit your country. Like you can consider Donald Trump some form of a nationalist, and the way he's went about said nationalism is like disparaging our foreign allies, which literally help keep us safe, fucking with our allies, even with tariffs and our goods, which has brought up the cost, just so we can do more things here in America, allegedly, which we haven't. Just so we can have more pride. I don't know. I don't think that's what I would say. I think the differences are between patriotism and nationalism, true patriotism and nationalism, to the best of my ability. Y'all do what you want with that information. Yeah, that's true too, Mark. I've seen it. Even when Erica's live, I've seen that too. Like she wasn't running the usual numbers that she does. So it's just a thing that's been happening recently on TikTok in general. And then unless you have the specific topics that incite or certain reactions from people, it's just very different when it comes to the engagement. So there's that.
Yo.
Shit, I did not see you here. George, got a question for me?
Yeah, I do. What would you say? I guess what topics are important to you, or what brought you over to the progressive position? Like, what would you say are the things that kind of make up your progressive philosophy, and why are you progressive essentially?
I think as time goes on, we learn more, we evolve, we put aside information that at one time may have been, I guess, the best or seemingly beneficial, but now we can do better. So ultimately, the reason why I am a progressive is because I do not see the point in holding on to traditions, certain traditions, or at least forcing it on our entire nation. While I respect if it's not broke, don't fix it, I think if we can do better, if we can work towards things that overwhelmingly benefit us, then we should move in that direction. I don't think it serves us to stay stagnant.
So are you more progressive in like the cultural sense or the economic sense, or like in what, I guess, what angle of progressivism appeals to you?
I would argue all of them. Like technically you can say the Keynesian economics is more so progressive. In terms of
Keynesian?
Keynesian, yes, mispronounce that. If we're to talk about I don't know, the growing numbers of people or different demographics who may not identify in the ways that we do, I don't see the point of subjugating them. I think it doesn't harm anyone. I think it's let people live. I have a pretty, I guess, libertarian perspective when it comes to a lot of different things. It's just let people live unless it harms someone else.
That's interesting. So you have libertarian, but like in terms of the role of government, because you mentioned Keynesian, which is heavy interventionist philosophy, like in terms of economics, it's the opposite of libertarian, which is that government should have little to no role in economics, like in markets or anything like that, regulation. So isn't that like a bit of a contradiction? Like if you think that Keynesian economics is good, but then you're also libertarian, there's a conflict there.
Sure. I would say I'm more libertarian when it comes to, I guess, social issues, versus, I guess, in that instance, if we're talking about the economy, in which case we're running off of capitalism, I think it needs to be significantly regulated.
So what would you say, what like progressive model of government, if not the U.S.? Because I consider the U.S. to be pretty progressive already, like way too progressive, to be honest.
I
But
mean,
if not the U.S., then what form of government or like what country would you point to that's like a good model of progressivism?
I think we can pick at several countries that I guess point at a few areas. But I wouldn't say there's any one that I would align with more so or the most.
Does one exist even though?
Entire progressive nation? I guess I would
Like
say no.
a nation that's doing progressive policy well, I guess.
Sure. But again, that would be based off the metric. I think a progressive policy is universal healthcare. We could look at several, our neighbor right here, Canada, that's doing that. If we're to talk about firearm reform, we can look at a few that I think are doing better than the United States when it comes to universal background checks, red flag laws, gun safety. If we're to talk about, I guess, taxation, no, I'm gonna blank on that one. So yeah, it would just depend on the metric.
Yeah, healthcare is an interesting one. I mean, I don't know. I've read a couple things about, you mentioned Canada. Like Canada seems to me like I don't know. They have an unalive rate, a yearly unalive rate of people waiting for healthcare of like 19,000, and they have a vast amount of people that because of their system locks them out of their the ability to get care, so they actually come to the U.S. or other countries to receive care. So I don't think that's like a great example of
You think the
universal
United
health care.
States doesn't have a rate for the same thing because people here cannot even
But
afford
it's
that
much
care?
lower. No, I would say it's much lower
I'm
here. Yeah.
unaware of those
I mean,
numbers.
but by the way, I wouldn't say that our system is at all good. I think we're way too regulated as it is. Like I wouldn't consider our healthcare system capitalist in any sense. It's private in name, but it's completely government regulated and government controlled, and the ACA has only made it more and more not free market.
Let's see. Care. Curious as to what their death rate would be in terms of being in the waiting line. I found something here. Second Street. Excuse me.
Yeah, they have an article. I think they cite like 19K a year, not to mention people that have go to other countries. I mean, I have some Canadian friends that have come to the U.S. for healthcare just because it's just not worth the wait.
Yeah, see, looking like they're dealing with a 5-year high as of 2023-2024, posted in January 15, 2025. Second Street is reporting 15,474. And let's see what the U.S. would be. And then if we're doing by National Institute of Health. Oh, this is lack of health insurance. Hold on, go back. What about the waiting room specifically? Individualized waiting days. Delayed access to healthcare mortality. Parents affairs. It's a little bit harder to come across these numbers, but I'm looking.
By the way, I'm not trying to say that the U.S. is a good example. It's not like a comparison like, oh, we're beating Canada. It's just like I don't think Canada has a great system. I don't think the U.S. has a great system.
I mean, sure.
I think the government is too involved in both.
I wasn't necessarily regulating or rating the entirety of the system. I was more so saying that the people in Canada can get the care, any care immediately outside of wait times versus people here who can only immediate care we can get is what we can afford and then in an ER.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have huge issues here. I'm not trying to discount that. I have a huge critique of healthcare in the U.S., but I think it would be the opposite of your critique. I think we need a more market system, a market-based system, as opposed to like we need more privatization. We need less government control.
Sure. Really quickly, Maze. I know you were up here for a bit. I know you wanted to go over your Jono here. You can take that moment to do so before I respond to the guests. And actually, while you're doing that, I need to go see what the fuck is wrong with this cap.
Wait, so he wants me to explain my dono, and he's not he's not even going to be here to hear it. Is that what I'm getting? Did he just leave me to explain this?
Unreal.
And he's not even going to be here to hear it? Okay, well, I'll share with you guys at least. So what I was saying was that in the brain, your posterior pituitary gland, it stores your antidiuretic hormone, okay? That's the hormone that tells your body to retain water, to hydrate all of your organs. And when you drink, the term breaking the seal is not a real thing, okay? What happens is alcohol will suppress your antidiuretic hormone because it's a depressant and also it's a diuretic. And so basically what happens is it tells your ADH, your antidiuretic hormone, to go to bed. And so you basically just get rid of all of the water that you're ingesting instead of retaining what you need. So because of that, that's why you're often still dehydrated and have a hangover. So like obviously drink water when you're out celebrating, but you're not retaining much of it. But it's antidiuretic and posterior pituitary is what he was trying to say. So I kind of wanted him to. All right, well, that was it. How's everybody else's day going though? Shauna, meh, yeah. Hey Barbie, what's up? Me too, monster, for sure. You're welcome, Leah. I thought it was a fun tidbit, a factoid when we were talking about fun random facts, but then it was lost.
My apologies. Fucking whiny little. Okay.
Well, the chat learned something new since you left me to explain it without you being here. But the words you were trying to pronounce are diuretic. And pituitary.
Pituitary.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why you're a medical professional and I'm not.
That was all, though.
Thank you very much, Maze. Appreciate you. W Maze, y'all. Always W Maze here. All right, George. So I guess you're more so pro privatization of healthcare.
Just privatization in general. I think that the public sector is just essentially a con game. Like, politicians will take your money and give you a quarter of it back and then say, like, look, we're helping people. But, I mean, I just don't see it as productive for, like, 90% of things. I mean, there's obviously, like, a core function that they do. But I think the progressive worldview is one that essentially necessitates, like, a bigger and bigger state. And it just doesn't actually produce anything that it promises.
I think that would all be based off of corruption. So
for sure,
solely based off just saying that.
I'd agree with that.
The things that we want, in some cases, yes, will absolutely require more government oversight, and that is an issue because the government is fucked. So anything that I talk about or advocate for would come with significant, not only I guess penalties, misconducts, but sort of like high bars that you have to pass. A little bit more oversight from independent agencies and bodies, both parties involved, no partisanship, things of that nature. Ultimately, with the goal being it has to work for the people. And if the politicians are the ones who are going to be benefiting from said policy the most, then it doesn't need to exist. But
a libertarian would argue that it's baked into the pie, that the incentive structure inside of governments will never allow for that structure because it's just there's no incentive or accountability checks. Like, even when you can try to legislate your way there, but like that doesn't seem to actually work.
Well, not properly, because again, we have a lot of money in politics. But if we're talking about, say, things like Medicaid, near the end of the Biden-Harris administration, they're able to negotiate the cost of inhalers, insulin, and 10 other, at the start of it, 10 life-saving substances to be no more than $2,000 a year. And then the inhalers was a $35 cap. that was something that the government was allowed to do, to use the bargaining power of 61 million Americans on Medicaid to negotiate it with these drug companies to bring down that cost. That would say that's a great example of government intervention and government power being the reason why so many people, at least were initially, because Trump overdid that thing, to afford many of these substances. So it can be used for good. It's just more so, I guess you can argue some provisions of the ACA. You can talk about these healthcare companies still not doing their part. But yeah, it still works. It's just we need the right people overseeing it.
I disagree that it works. The introduction of Medicaid and Medicare has only ballooned costs since it was introduced. You'd have to, you can say that like, oh, there's a collective bargaining to reduce the cost of some arbitrary drugs, but like the overall cost of our healthcare system has ballooned to levels that it's like putting a Band-Aid on a fire. Like it's completely inconsequential.
Well, yeah, but I think a lot
Can
of
I ask a question on that?
Hold on, dude.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Thank you. But you'd also not be taking into consideration the cost of everything has gone up overall. So of course, healthcare would follow suit. There are many people who like to speak on the increase of healthcare specifically after the passage of the ACA. But I think we saw some studies showing that the number was going to go up and that the ACA may even slow down that rate a bit versus just blowing it out of proportion. It was bound to go up to some degree, sure, but then the tax subsidies that go toward it offset a lot of those costs. And then if an insurance company chose to jack up your rates because they're getting a quote unquote handout from the government, then that would be an example of price gouging versus the government being the problem.
Yeah, but price gouging was already regulated. The ACA controls the profit margin of the insurance companies. They don't even set their own profit margins. And you cannot easily account for inflation. Like you look at something like Medicare, when it was implemented in 1966, the first year alone, hospital costs grew about 21%. And then, so like, even if you're subsidizing it, that's still a cost to the taxpayer. You're just adding a layer of abstraction where you're taking taxes and you're using taxpayer dollars to artificially lower the price on paper, but realistically, like behind the scenes, you're actually paying more regardless. This is why I think that
like too many people, you'd be paying more because there would be more coverage.
But a subsidy doesn't realistically reduce the price. It just distorts it. The price is the same. The subsidy just artificially lowers it, but you're still paying that same amount through taxation. So
sure,
it's
but then you'd have more protections, and then again, expansion. So the ACA, while it may have brought up the cost to some degree, is then also giving people the ability who couldn't beforehand to be covered.
Everybody could always be covered. It just depends on what price they need to be covered at. Like, I don't know. When the ACA passed, I was in my 20s. I would have never gotten covered, like out of my own volition, but I was forced to get covered. So the left tends to tout that as a win, that, oh, they forced me coverage. But I would have never, out of my own voluntary.
The ACA, what are you talking about? The ACA forces coverage.
It forced coverage. When the ACA came out, it was deemed unconstitutional, but it forced coverage on everyone.
Talking about the mandate.
Yeah, that quote unquote poison bill was not only presented by Republicans, but it was also taken out.
I know, but that's what I'm saying is that like the metric of like more people are covered as a like you're presuming that that's beneficial, but I would disagree with that.
The numbers have still grown, and there's still been expansion of.
But is that good?
Healthcare after
Absolutely
that.
Good.
But is that good?
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely.
I don't want to interrupt.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Why would it be good? If I don't want healthcare, why would it be good that you force healthcare on me?
It's not about forcing healthcare, George. So are you familiar with what collective bargaining is?
Of course, yeah. It's like what unions try to do. It's what governments try to do, of course.
Right. So the debate. Hey, Hector, good to see you, man.
Hey.
So the debate is around who the payer is. It's either the government that pays the bill or the private sector pays the bill. The model that we have now is we have an industry that's nearly $7 trillion by the end of next year, which accounts for 18% of our GDP, $2 trillion in profit, and we don't insure the entire country. So my argument would be, let's let the government pay the bill. Everyone gets covered. We have the collective bargain of 206, of 364 million people. Everyone has health care. Life expectancy increases. We can regulate content, what's in our ingredients in our food. It's the argument that I find interesting from libertarians is that I know you're all about the free market and I get it, but I don't think you think about this from a solution, a societal solution where everyone wins. We save money. We save money under the Medicare for All model. We do.
We don't. Here's
we
no,
do.
But
no, we
okay,
do.
Here's the economics of it. If you're going to nationalize, or if you're going to turn over insurers and hospital networks into the public sector, what you're doing is you're reducing your revenue. Because like let's say, you are here. Let me give you an example. Like I live next to
I don't need your example. I've been through this exercise, but I'd like you to address what I said. Okay, I'd like you to address what I said.
Which part?
So, do you know what the average out of pocket per family is annually?
That depends where you live.
Generally speaking, this is a number.
Like
this
country
is a number
average? No, I don't know it off the top. No.
It's between $15,000 and $18,000 per family per year out of pocket. Okay, that's not including deductibles and premiums, etc. Under the Medicare for All model, that number, bro, chill. That number gets cut in half. It's an economic boom. It's literally an economic boom. For those people who support capitalism, you need capital to flow. To do that, you have to put more money in the pocket of consumers. Why not allow that to happen? We predatory behavior from pharmaceutical companies, big tech, health insurance lobby. Why would we give them an opportunity to continue to degrade the American healthcare system?
Can I answer?
Sure.
You're presupposing that it's predatory behavior when
no, it is.
We have multiple. Okay, well, you mentioned pharma. We have multiple studies on big pharma. We have are you familiar with the Tufts study, the cost study?
I am.
Okay, great. So then you would know that it's not because of predatory behavior. It's because of regulation and compliance.
I'm not talking about, it is. There's the research side of big pharma, and then there's the practical application of what comes from the research. What I'm talking about is the uncontrolled and do you understand that health insurance companies include claim denial in their P&L?
They have to.
They don't have
it's
to.
It's part of the cost of operating. They have to.
No. It's part of their responsibility to their shareholders.
Have to.
Who do you think? How do you think drugs get funded? How do you think new technology is created?
So you think that we should continue to support and prop up the industry that is literally ripping us off?
It depends. If you're fine with completely destroying innovation, you realize that the U.S. supplies.
That's an argument. You think they don't innovate in countries that around the world? Where do you think?
Not at the same rate.
You can prove that, right?
Do you need me to? Do you want me to?
Well, you made the claim.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, sure. I can look it up for you if you want.
Well,
but I think that
you made the claim. You said innovation won't
sure.
exist here, so you made the claim. So here's a question for you. Why don't other countries who have a socialized healthcare system, why don't they model ours?
Well, because it depends what you mean. Like, what countries are you referencing?
It's simple. Anyone that has it. Canada, the UK, Scandinavian countries. Why don't they model our system?
I would argue. I think that the number one reason is the political utility. Essentially, the government can promise you things back with your own money, and that's super politically popular.
You think that's the reason? Maybe it's
that's the reason. That's the reason for most of the progressive stances.
Well, you said 100%. So you really
I said the majority. I said the majority.
No, you just said 100%, man.
100% to saying that's one of the main reasons. Yeah, that's what I mean by that.
No, I asked you the main reason, and you said one of the main reasons.
That is the main reason. I'm not saying it's 100%.
No, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion. That's
okay.
What I'm sharing.
So I would argue that the reason they don't is because our system, not the care side, not the caregiver side, our system of implementation, cost of care coverage is horrible. We are number one in cost and like 14th in outcome out of 14 for comparative nations. Why is that?
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think that the government has way too big of a role in the market in the healthcare industry. It's essentially private.
The government doesn't, man.
It does. It's publicly controlled.
It's not.
It is. I can give you examples. The ACA.
Well, first of all, you have to give me the example of the claim that you said you're going to prove about innovation. Do that first, okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. One second.
Cool. Just so we're clear, the claim was that they're going to reduce innovation. So you don't think that. What about Merck or Pfizer? Where are they headquartered?
Merck and Pfizer.
Merck or Pfizer or other companies like are they all based in the U.S.? Is that where their research and development comes from?
I think a lot of the capital actually does come from the U.S. Even like I know, for
Is
example,
that what
like
I asked? Is that the question that I asked?
they might, yeah, they're based in other
You
countries.
are
but
avoiding that.
What you're talking about like
George, is that the question that I asked?
no, but it's related.
No, it's not actually. You said innovation? You said if we had a
It's
system,
not even close.
not
No,
even
so
close, bro.
looks like OECD is saying, yep, U.S. biggest absolute innovator. Let's see. This is an OECD study.
What's the OECD? What's the OECD
Yeah,
study?
2025, a full report, pharmaceutical knowledge and innovation, health at a glance, 2025.
No one
OECD.
said. Listen, no one said the U.S. does not innovate. That's not the
No,
claim. You
it is
said.
the big.
Wait a
the
minute.
claim-
You
it is
said
the
innovation
biggest.
would not exist. What I
No,
want to
no.
know is why do you continue to simp for an industry that is going to be? You think healthcare should be a for-profit industry? Is what you're saying?
I think everything should be for profit. Just about.
That's crazy. You're not a libertarian.
It's not crazy. That is
It is
libertarian.
crazy.
What do you think the libertarian stance is then?
It's not yours.
What is it then?
It's not yours.
So you
are
think that the
simping for
libertarian stance is
corporations.
that the government should control industry? You think that's libertarian?
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
But then I'm
Damn.
asking you, what if I don't have the libertarian stance? Please tell me the libertarian stance is that as many things should be privatized as possible.
Right, at the expense of whom?
The exception being the exception being military and maybe like courts.
Right,
and
but
stuff
you
like
said you don't need healthcare, right?
that. You need healthcare. It's just that
What
the
about
best way
you?
to supply healthcare.
Which is the best? What's the best way then?
to supply healthcare is a market solution. It's not
But you
politically the best
yourself,
way.
I heard you say earlier that you don't need healthcare at this point in your life, right?
I said in my 20s, healthcare was forced upon me. Yes.
It wasn't forced. It was a system change.
How was
right?
it forced?
So what about?
That's what I want to know.
I could not. It means that I cannot. I have to pay a fee that is greater than my healthcare costs if I don't buy into
Jack, I
healthcare.
appreciate you coming up, but
that is
just
a
for
force.
questions. Steve,
If I have to pay a tax if I don't do an action, it's not voluntary anymore.
Do you understand how selfish this sounds, though?
It's not selfish.
No, it is. Can I explain to you why it's selfish?
Sure, you could. Yeah, you could try. Sure.
Okay, so there are. So I have a personal experience, and I'll apply it on a larger scale. I have 3 children. My youngest, Hector knows this. My daughter's 18 years old. She's a 2-time cancer survivor. Okay, she's healthy now. I'm grateful. When she was 5 and she was 7. Do you understand that there are families across the country? I was fortunate at the time. I worked in corporate America. I had really good insurance. Do you have any idea what the retail cost of her care would have been over the course of those 2 years?
I'm sure it would have been massive. Yeah,
what do you think it was?
Our prices are completely distorted.
What do you think it was?
I wouldn't know.
Take a guess.
Like for the entire, it definitely in the hundreds of thousands.
$1.5 million.
Yeah, I could see it.
$1.5 million. People
sure.
who have your belief set like to say that they would just pay for care out of pocket.
No.
A lot of people do, man. I've had many conversations with people who have the same belief set that you do.
That's a misrepresentation of the argument. My argument is that I want to voluntarily, by my own volition, choose my healthcare without the government coercing me into buying something I don't want to buy.
That's what Medicare for All would be.
Yes, it's the government coercion. Exactly.
It's not coercion. You have healthcare, man. It's not coercion.
It isn't.
It's not. George.
It is involuntary. What do you mean?
It's not coercion. I'm sorry, Hector. Go ahead, bro. It's just crazy, George.
I just don't. What I find crazy about these conversations that we have with when it comes to this topic is everyone forgetting how we got here.
Exactly.
Private healthcare providers that were literally and this is one of the biggest appeals of the ACA, denying you because of pre-existing positions. There's tons of research that was put into very specific rare genetic disorders or otherwise that was significantly funded by the NIH. They're the ones who went in and decided to take it upon themselves to look into what can actually tackle some of these issues versus private institutions that thought it was too high risk. Like there's a reason why the government stepped in, and it's been serving us pretty well. Specifically between 2010 and 2016, NIH-supported studies contributed to every one of the 210 new molecular entities approved by the FDA between 2010 and 2016, with basic research on biological molecules and processes being the focus for 95% of those investigations. This was, let's see, Genentech. The company sought to clone human genes with therapeutic potential into bacteria, enabling biomanufacturing, inexpensive production at scale of the gene products. Since then, basic research in biotechnology have empowered many private sector endeavors, such as the nation's biopharmaceutical industry. That is also true. Those government subsidies also fuel private corporations and their research as well. So it's a give and take relationship, not a give and take. It's a back and forth relationship where both literally support the other. I don't see why we'd want to not reinforce that relationship and play off of its strengths.
Because you're ballooning costs. Like the reason that procedure costs 1.5 million.
Not. In the private model, in your model, exactly. Do you understand? So the advantage, no, George, I'm sorry. You're so misguided on this. Hector and I we're really trying to provide counter to.
I know.
Bro,
and
listen.
Let's talk about it.
Listen, okay. Why would you be opposed? I have run the numbers on this. I talk about it all the time. The economic argument alone should convince even libertarians that a Medicare for all model is what's best for our country.
What's run the numbers by me? I've never heard it before.
So again, between $15,000 and $17,000 is the average out-of-pocket cost. That's out of pocket, not including premiums and deductibles for a family of four. Okay, you would, because the out-of-pocket costs go away. There are no more premiums. There are no more deductibles. You're not paying for medical devices. That cost is cut in half, and every American citizen is insured because the government is negotiating rates on behalf of 360 million Americans. You're not tied to your job. You're not going to be denied coverage. There's no concerns about pre-existing conditions. Families who face cancer like my kid did don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about medical debt, have to worry about medical bankruptcy. There's no economic argument against it. There is none.
So, but let me ask you, then this should be easy for you to explain, because you just keep saying that they're going to renegotiate rates, which is just an abstraction, right?
No, it's not. It's reality. They do it now.
Okay. What is the underlying cost in your Medicare for all? What is the underlying cost? I'm not asking for of healthcare. Like, how is it reducing? You're saying that they're going to negotiate rates, and that's going to cut the price tag in half.
If you understand collective bargaining, you would agree.
What's that?
If you understand collective bargaining, you would agree.
From what I understand of collective bargaining, it never reduces costs. It only increases costs. Because now you're adding an administrative...
Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, it's actually a very simple concept.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Hold on. Why would unions form under the premise of collective bargaining to do what? To negotiate better rates, or if you're a union, to negotiate better salaries? That's the goal. Okay. Why would the government? First of all, do you believe the government is a profit center?
Well, what do you mean a profit center? I think the government has an incentive to take in as much tax revenue as they can.
I didn't say that. I said profit, not revenue. I said profit.
Do people profit off the government? Yes, absolutely.
I didn't say it's not what I said either. I said, do you think the government is a profit center, George?
I think, yes, the incentive structure makes it a profit center. Like, people go into government to make massive profits to get either insider information or to get favors.
That's different.
That would be external factors, though.
Exactly.
In terms of relationships,
people
being
go
in
into
the
government
know,
to affect change.
That's different. No,
in their favor,
we're talking about a tax-paid revenue or profit for government officials or even healthcare providers. That's the difference.
Correct.
I don't understand what you're saying. It is absolutely a profit center. Yes.
It's not, George. It's not. Governments are not profit, and they're not. It's not a profit. It's not a profit entity. It's not profit.
I get what you're trying to say. I get.
No, it's not about trying to say, George. I think the disconnect. You and I have spoken before. The disconnect, George, is that you genuinely believe you're anti-government. I get it. But we have two choices. Either the system we have now, which is predatory, which is causing tens of millions of American families to go into bankruptcy because of medical debt, because there is no regulation on the cost. We know that. That is just that, again, that is predatory. That's one side. That's the model we have now, or which the corporations pay for it, or we have the government pay for it. The government paying for it, which is again the model in other countries around the world, very effective. You're not going to find anybody anywhere that's going to want to trade their system for ours. They negotiate on behalf of of every American, reduce costs in
Calling on
drugs,
the line,
reduce
but
costs in
someone's
medical
here, so
devices, and here we are. So you have a choice to make. It's either the model we have now or the government doing it. Which one you want?
But here's the problem.
Thank you, Cam.
You're presenting a false choice, right?
No, it's not a false choice. It's reality.
No, it isn't. Because when we look at
is.
the studies, it's funny to me that you can say that there's no regulation in the healthcare industry when Medicare and Medicaid are literally their whole thing is a set of regulations.
That's the government, dude.
Government, man. That
I understand, but you're saying that it's not regulated and that it's predatory. I'm arguing it's
Jesus Christ, did you hear anything that we said?
You said that the private healthcare companies are predatory, and because they're
They
not
are.
regulated. Because they're not regulated. So did I hear that correctly or no?
Is Medicare private?
In name, it's private, not in
In
function.
name, it's the government's. It's the government's healthcare program, man.
Oh, you said
not.
Yeah, but it's a pool of private health insurers, right? Like Medicaid. Like you're saying the marketplace or the actual government program?
You don't understand this, man. You really don't understand this. You don't get it.
I do.
No,
Like,
you don't.
United Health and Blue Cross are private industries. They operate within within Medicare and Medicaid. What do I not understand?
No, they provide insurance for people who are on Medicare and Medicaid.
That's what
Medicare and
operating is.
Medicaid are government programs.
I understand, and it's a set of regulations. They regulate the
George,
providers.
George, try to listen for a second, okay?
I heard everything you said.
No, you didn't. Medicare and are Medicare and Medicaid government programs? Yes or no?
Yes, those are government programs.
Okay, if you and I would decide to go to buy insurance directly, either through the marketplace or through employer or through private insurance, is that government?
Make sure we take care of facts. His links are in the bio. Also, get him above 1,000 coins.
Is the regulatory layer.
George,
Yes.
again, that's not the question I asked. Please listen to the question, okay? Listen to the question. We agreed that Medicare and Medicaid are government run, correct?
God bless you.
Yes, correct.
If you were to go buy private insurance from United Healthcare or Blue Cross, is that government run?
No, you're
Exactly the point. Exactly the point. That portion of the healthcare industry is not regulated, man. That portion is not.
It's still regulated in other ways.
Thank you, Obi-Wan.
But my point is that when you look at the studies, of cost.
What studies?
You want me to put? Oh, okay, sure. You want me to pull up some studies?
You said you had no idea how much the average American family was paying. Why are you defending a system?
I don't know it at a national level.
Okay, but why are you defending?
I don't actually think that's useful to have a national average because it's really dependent on where you live.
Of course it's dependent. What? How would you determine?
Why would I have that memorized? It's like a useless stat.
Well, maybe because for purposes of trying to solve a problem, we have a healthcare epidemic in our country. Why wouldn't you not know that?
Because it's an arbitrary number. It's abstracted.
No, it's not. It's not arbitrary. It's factual.
Yes, it's technically factual, but it's not relevant because it just depends on where you live.
It's not relevant?
No, absolutely not. You're essentially grouping 340 million people under one price tag. It doesn't make any sense. It's not really relevant to the conversation.
I feel like
wow, dude.
But
God bless you.
How is that not like you would want to look at it more like locally or like you would want to split it out at least by state or something.
Well, what we want would supersede
But anyways,
local jurisdictions and state jurisdictions and would apply to the entire country. So really quickly, have you ever heard of Medicare?
Is that the Singapore one?
No. Medicare is here in the United States. It's actually a Christian-based company. And what Medicare does is you get on one plan. It's not healthcare. But you get on the Medicare plan. And via all these people coming together, all these different Christians, the bargaining power of all these people sharing that cost reduces it by as much as 50% per year for the average family. They've been around for quite some time. They're going strong today. And most of the people on there are pretty happy with that service. The only problem is They can deny you many of their providers. They can deny you for pre-existing conditions. And then there's certain age requirements and age limits. But Medicare has been well documented to be such a great program just for a small portion of Americans who are on it because they're all sharing the cost. That's what Facts keeps trying to go back into, the collective bargaining. In fact, let me pull up the numbers of the amount of people on Medicare. And then we can take that and look at what it would do if 360, 70 million people were on it. How many people are on Medicare?
While he's looking that up, so George, the argument we're trying to make is that we have a system now that is obviously broken. And what I hear from people on the right and people with your belief set is that you want to continue to feed the machine and or just say, I don't want to be forced to have healthcare. When I was 20, I didn't think I needed healthcare either, but that's not reality.
That's not the argument at all, bro.
Well, a lot of people, that may not be your argument, George. That may not be your that may not be your argument, George. But a lot of people who have your same belief set do feel that way.
They don't have the same belief set because they believe in something different than what you're describing. I don't believe in what you just said. That's not my argument.
But you don't believe in Medicare for all.
350,000 people.
Why would I believe in that? Like every
because
study
you're not
I've
thinking big picture.
I am. Every study I've looked at,
you're
including
not.
from the CBO, yes, I am.
You're not.
Okay, well, you won't look at anything that I want to cite.
I've looked at it all. I know the CBO study. We don't. We what? So you think the richest country on earth should not have a model where every citizen has adequate healthcare coverage?
I think we absolutely should have that model, and it should be voluntary with a market solution.
Medicare for all is voluntary.
No, it is not.
What would
it absolutely
by definition, it's not.
What would be the market solution?
Oh my God!
Yeah, they did a study that like a direct payer to consumer provider to consumer model, for example, or just something that the government is not so heavily regulating and over regulating and
what it was before the ACA.
Actually, there's examples that exist now. I could look up the study I usually reference if you want. If you look at the citations called American Academy of Family Physicians in Defense of Direct Primary Care, and the key finding is that like the national average is $60 to $70 a month for adults, and the kids are even lower. And it's literally just a direct payment system. They did a whole study on this on the Academy of Family Physicians. There's a couple other studies I could reference.
Did these studies take into consideration all of the regulations that the ACA would have required into that cost?
That's a good question. Let's see. Let me open it up.
While you're looking that up, George, I don't think you understand what Medicare for all means.
Well, truthfully, some people mean different things by it, to be honest. But yeah.
So do you know what it means? Have you read the Medicare for All Act, Bernie's, for example? Have you read it?
Bernie's? I mean, it's been a minute, but I'm like vaguely familiar with it.
So, because you keep going to voluntary, it's not a question of it being voluntary or involuntary. It just guarantees coverage for every American. I don't know what
coverage is. Just a fluffy way of saying you cannot opt out.
Why would you want to opt out?
That's what makes it involuntary.
No, but dude,
you said it. You
listen, man.
And why would I want to?
Listen.
Why would I want to when it's forced on me?
George, it's not forced on you. Your taxes.
It's guaranteed, right? It's guaranteed. Quote
it's
unquote.
Guaranteed, George. It's guaranteed coverage. That's what that means.
So I can't opt out, right?
Why would you want to opt out?
Dude, do you hear yourself?
Listen, can you answer my question? Why would you want to opt out?
I'm confused. Are you just advocating for people who don't want health insurance?
I do not want the health. Well, by the way, I do want health insurance, but my type of health insurance got effectively banned by the ACA. I would just want emergency coverage.
What do you mean your kind of health insurance got banned by the ACA?
The ACA regulated out the ability to essentially have like emergency coverage, so that if I end up in an emergency room, let's say I have a bad car accident or something, I would be covered for like those types of scenarios and for like a yearly checkup or something like that. There used to be options for people. It's called bare minimum, I guess. Bare minimum insurance. It wasn't banned in name, but it was banned. It was functionally banned.
I don't want you to have bare minimum, George.
I don't want you to
worry about an accident.
But it's crazy to me that you can say that it's voluntary, and then you're telling me what I want. I don't need you to make a decision for me. I will get insurance for my family when I have kids. I will absolutely get a higher insurance. I will pay a higher premium, and I will
Why?
get like a better insurance when
But
I have
why?
kids. Because my situation changes. It's fluid.
That's selfish, George. You're
It
talking.
is not selfish. It's
It
self-interest.
is selfish,
it's not selfish
man.
it's not selfish to look after yourself. Depending on your lifestyle. For example, I don't smoke, I don't drink, right? I don't want to pay a ton of money for something that I don't get the value back. It's like forcing me to pay for good food or something like that. I'll do it out of my own decision. I don't need you to make the decision for me.
Well, it wouldn't be that high based on the amount of people on it. I'm sorry.
It
You
would
said
be.
you said you were forced out of covered ER visits because of the ACA.
What is it? Annual. It wasn't just covered ER. It includes a bunch of other stuff.
Under the umbrella of ER, or are you talking about separate things? Because I mean, I do hope you know this. ER visits are covered under the ACA. In fact, it includes out of network providers, and these private these healthcare companies cannot bring up the cost just for you being out of network. That would all be under the ACA.
You're missing my point. Every single insurance covers emergencies. It's that the fact that I wanted to only cover emergencies in my yearly. I didn't need it to cover all this other stuff that then I
That's
pay
selfish.
Then I pay a premium for. It's not
That's
selfish,
man. It is selfish.
Self-interested. It's
No,
self-interested, but it's not
that's
selfish.
though. George, this is the part that you don't understand. We are advocating. Please listen. Please listen. We are advocating for a model that everyone has health insurance and we all save money. You've still not given an argument why you would be opposed to that.
I've already quoted. I'm happy to quote as many studies.
I'm not talking about the study, George. I'm asking you.
You have not proven how it saves money.
I have. I've given you the model. Read the Medicare for All model.
You've given me the theory.
No, it's not the theory. Read it.
Give me the number.
I did.
I'll read it. What do you want me to read?
The Medicare for All. Bertie's Medicare for All bill. Read it.
Oh, okay. Medicare for All. Okay, great. Let's go.
I've read it. I've read it. We've gone with the numbers. I'm asking you. Okay, I'm asking you. Why are you opposed to a system where every American citizen has health care coverage and we save money under this model? Why are you opposed to that?
Because I'm opposed to it because your presumption is wrong. I dispute that it saves money for anyone. There's no way that you can add an administrative layer to the cost of hospitals, doctors, pharmaceuticals.
You're removing administrative layers.
No,
George.
You're adding an administrative layer.
No, have you ever looked at an itemized bill? Do you know what an EOB is?
I don't know what that stands for. No.
Explanation of benefits.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question. So between you and I, who do you think knows more about the inner workings of the healthcare system, me or you?
I think you probably have more experience with it with your family.
Exactly. So you're talking about there are dozens of administrative layers in our current healthcare system.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, so you're not adding layers of administration with the Medicare for All. You're removing, I think the number is 65 to 70%. You're removing layers of administration.
Hold on. Universal healthcare, there's a federal layer, right? Which we have now, by the way.
It's the payer.
The federal government still subsidizes the states, right?
It's just a matter of who pays, George. It's just a matter of who pays. Think of it this way.
The taxpayer always pays.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Sure.
Think of it this way. Think about it this way. Hector's got to go to the doctor. Okay, he's a healthy man, that handsome, beautiful man, and he's got to go to the doctor. Okay. Beautiful. Under our current model, there's Hector on the care side, on the recipient side, and then there's the insurance company side. Under the current model, it's a fucking spider web in between. Everybody taking a little piece of the pie. Okay? The Medicare for All model takes so many of the administrative layers in there because not everyone's hand is in the cookie jar to try to get a portion. One of the biggest driving costs of all of our healthcare insurance, let me ask you a question. Do you know what is one of the biggest costs of why we all pay so much in our country? Do you know why, George?
Pay for so much for what? Healthcare?
Mm-hmm.
I would argue from one of the studies I've seen, it's administrative layers. Like
It's
the CBO.
because of it's because of the uninsured.
And well, But who's uninsured really in this like at this time with the ACA?
Tens of millions of people are uninsured, man.
Tens of
Uninsured or
millions,
underinsured.
and how many are insured? Like, what is the percentage?
Well, I think the number is there's between 90. Somebody can quote me on this. I'm not in front of my computer, but I think it's between 90 and 110 million people are underinsured, and about 40 million people are uninsured.
Yeah,
we all absorb that cost. You understand that, right?
I do understand that. Sure, totally.
So
fine.
you absorb that. That's totally fine.
No. I'm saying that like that's a fine argument, and I'm not saying that doesn't take into account. But I'm just saying that every study I've read says that the ACA subsidies.
I'm not talking about the ACA subsidies.
Not just the ACA subsidies, the administrative layers. For example, the CBO study that I'm sure you've looked at,
which is focused on the ACA.
It's still. What do you mean? Yes, it is focused on.
We're not talking about the ACA, man. This is what I think I understand where the breakdown is. We're not talking about the ACA. We're not talking about that. I'm on the ACA now. I'm a small business owner. It works for me and my family. It sucks that my premiums went up $1,000 in January of this year. Thank you, Republicans. The argument that I am making, I don't think maybe you're just stubborn or you're just not really connecting the dots, and maybe shame on me for not explaining it to you better. I would really encourage you to read the Medicare for All bill. It explains it in there. It talks about, hold on. It talks about going after Wall Street speculation. The overall increase in taxes, by the way, is between 4% and 6%, but we save tens of thousands of dollars annually as consumers. So yes, we would pay more on our taxes. Wait. Yes, we pay more on our taxes, but the out-of-pocket costs, we'd save thousands of dollars a year, and everyone would be insured. Why is that such a hard concept for you to grab?
Because you just contradicted yourself. How
I did
can
not.
it be, if it's cheaper, if it's 50% cost savings, how is it that we're going to be paying 4 to 6% more in taxes? And I'm reading that the plan.
Out-of-pocket costs, George.
Yeah, sure. But if the
Jesus
price,
Christ.
if the cost
if you
down,
pay 4% more and have insurance, you don't understand basic economics now.
I already have insurance without paying the 4% more.
Yes, but not everybody does, George. But not everybody does.
I understand, but I'm reading Bernie's thing here, and it literally says the plan heavily relies on paying doctors and hospitals less and forcing lower. It's a price control. It's a government price control.
It's about the administration. You don't understand it. You haven't read the bill. There's no way you can read the bill in one. Don't.
I'm getting a summary. I'm
don't read the summary, dude. Read the whole fucking bill. Read it. Okay?
I'm asking you to explain where.
I've explained it to you. I've explained it to you numerous times.
You haven't actually pointed at like this is how
George, I have. Costs. You're not listening. You've got the script in your head. I'm going to say it to you again.
All you said is government bargaining. Government bargaining does not explain how to lower prices.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Price controls do not lower prices.
I didn't, George. That's not what I said. Please listen.
You're saying government.
George, stop talking. Stop talking.
Then say something for real.
I'm trying. Then shut your mouth.
Oh, go ahead.
The collective. You don't know what collective bargaining is. When you are negotiating on behalf of 364 million people, it gives you power. The reason that healthcare costs are lower in other countries is because they have socialized medicine. Therefore, the government is negotiating the rates on behalf of their citizens. That's why the costs are lower. That's what the collective bargain is. You may not feel this way, but your take on this is very selfish. You're like, well, when I have a family, I'll choose the insurance that's best for me. That's great. I am advocating for you not to have to worry about making that decision. I don't think health insurance should be tied to a person's job. I don't think you should be denied coverage from a pre-existing condition. We're the wealthiest nation on earth. There is absolutely no economic argument against it, and there's no reason we shouldn't have it.
Saying there's no economic argument against Bernie's plan is laughable. Bernie does not even understand basic economics. The guy's
oh, right. Okay, got it.
First of all.
Okay, cool.
Second of all,
he's only been talking about it for 40 years, man.
Second of all, I don't.
You didn't answer my question. You still haven't answered my question. Are you going to answer my question?
Which question?
So, because you're not listening. Listen, please.
I listened, but you went on for a while talking about that the richest country on earth and this and that.
Listen, George, listen. What's
the question then?
Why are you opposed? Why are you opposed to every American having health care that would also allow us to save money? Why are you opposed to that?
Because you have not proved to me that you can save money. All you've said is
Yes,
that
we
it's the
have.
bargaining power, and that bargaining power saves money.
It
And you
does.
have not proven that.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we have.
How does it save money?
I'm sorry. Are you arguing that it won't? Are you arguing that collective bargaining doesn't ever work in saving money based off the
No, I'm
sheer
arguing
amount
that
of
it
people on
can.
there?
It can, but it doesn't always, because the underlying cost doesn't change.
Why
So
would
if the
you do
government
it?
bargains,
Yes, it does.
If the government let's say the government bargains with
Oh my God.
all these companies, whatever, or like whatever you want, on insulin, whatever it might be. Government bargaining on my behalf does not change the underlying cost of how much it literally costs. To
Yes,
give
it
somebody
does.
healthcare.
That's exactly
No, it
what
doesn't.
Joe Biden did in the Inflation Reduction Act.
And what
in
did he
the
do?
Inflation
With the
Reduction
insulin?
Act.
And what happened?
Yes.
Insulin went up. Do you
It
realize
did
that
not, dude.
It did. It went down for only seniors. It went up for everyone else. You see,
Thank
the
you, Donald
cost-
Trump. It went down under Joe Biden. You're wrong about that, man. You're
no,
wrong.
dude. If you actually look at the insulin, and by the way, this is an example of a price control, which you said it wasn't a price control. And
I
now
never said that.
You said I said
my
that
words.
Bernie's plan is a price control. You said no, it's not. It's government bargaining.
I never said that, man. Don't put words in my mouth.
Is it a price control or not?
Medicare for all, the model for Medicare. You still haven't answered my question. I'll try it one more time. The
Dude, but can you
Medicare.
stop dodging the question.
I'm
Just
not.
answer mine.
You haven't, Jordan. You haven't answered any of mine, bro. When you, I tell you what, I'll do you a solid. When
I've
you start
answered
answering
yours.
mine, no, you haven't.
I said I dispute that it's cheaper. It won't be cheaper. It's only
That's
cheaper
your
if you don't
opinion.
understand.
That's your opinion. You don't know what collective bargaining is.
I do know what collective bargaining is, bro.
You don't.
I literally explained it earlier.
No, you didn't.
I did. I said unions collectively bargain. They collectively bargain for wages and
Why?
whatever. That is collective bargaining. Collective
Why
bargaining.
would they? Why?
Well, because they're trying to get some outcome. I mean, mostly. For me,
Right.
it's political.
So the power of many over the power of the few. Correct.
Which unfortunately results in a lot of not good outcomes. I'm not saying always, but unions
What?
are notoriously.
According to who?
Well, it depends on the industry, but it's not like you think unions are purely positive.
You can
people?
say even depending on the union in terms of
You realize
their
that unions.
practices.
You realize that union. Like, let's say if I'm in a union, I can no longer bargain on my own behalf. I have to bargain only with the collective. And for some people, that's good. For me, it would be awful. I'm glad I work in
You're
tech.
selfish.
No, it's because I want to work in my own self-interest. I don't need.
You're
somebody to
selfish.
you.
Really quickly.
No, it's not selfish to
really
not want
quickly,
you making my decisions
quickly,
for me.
Really quickly. If
Which
you're
is what
not
you
following
seem to
me-
want to do.
Yeah, I've said really quickly. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. 430 people in here. Also consider sending your daily heart me, becoming a fan club member. You get a couple cool stickers when you do. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. Let's knock out the little donut goals there if you could, so please. And of course, the links in the bio for the best way to support the platform. Those of you over on the YouTube side, make sure you hit the like button on that stream as well. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. If you'd like to support, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Those of you over here, there's always going to be Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Please make sure we're taking care of Facts Still Matter as well, and all the fantastic things he's got going on, including the Do Something tour. Make sure we get him over 2,000 coins, and of course, his links are also available in the bio. I want to ask a Georgia question here. So I'm curious, because this is what baffles me about the nitpicks of the ACA, which we can all universally agree, every single person here, that the ACA has its problems. That's the whole point of universal healthcare. The ACA was never supposed to be a permanent solution. It was supposed to be a step towards it. But if the government funding is what's significantly inflating the average healthcare costs, and it would be cheaper without its intervention whatsoever, then why is it that with the cuts of a portion of the subsidies that went towards bringing down the costs of some of these plans for Americans, that we haven't seen some healthcare providers reduce their prices?
Because of the artificial ballooning of price. The price is complete. The price of healthcare is completely distorted because of years and years and years of subsidies, which doesn't reduce costs at all. The underlying cost stays the same, and it actually balloons. So when you take it away, yeah, I'll answer it directly. When you take away subsidies, it reveals the true cost that was there all along. So you're going to see a short-term increase in price.
So the short
it is. You're saying, why is it more expensive now that we're going to get rid of subsidies?
Well, they're already gone.
Yes.
That's the question you asked.
Dude, can I just talk to this guy or what? I'm talking to Hector. When you
He's only getting you to answer my question.
I'm trying to answer your question. When you remove subsidies, the short-term effect of a distorted market is that it reveals the true underlying cost, which is completely inflated. Unfortunately, that's
who's inflating the cost, George? Who's inflating the cost?
There's many factors inflating the cost. The ACA
Who
is
specifically? No. Who is inflating? We've removed the subsidies now, George. Who's inflating the cost?
Layers of administrative and bureaucratic and whatever.
Not bureaucrats. Where, George?
In the government. What do you mean?
Government gives less money. Government is inflating costs.
Let me ask you guys a question, because this is really interesting. In 2014, let me ask you guys a question. In 2014, the ACA marketplace had 232 insurance.
We're not talking about the ACA, George. We're talking about universal health care. Okay,
but
you're hung up on that.
Play into this.
We're not talking about the ACA.
He asked me about subsidies, bro. Can you just let me?
Didn't. He didn't ask you about that.
He asked me why the cost went up when subsidies were removed. Yes, he did. He asked me about subsidies. Can I just ask him my question?
Yes.
It wasn't your question.
Was it Hector? Was that your question or not?
It was in my question. Yes. With the subsidies removed, less government pay taxes is going towards these institutions, and the costs went up.
Okay, and can I answer that directly?
Why is the cost went up?
Here's why. In 2014, there were 232 insurance companies in the ACA marketplace. Now there's currently below 150. Why? Because the market consolidated because of the ACA.
That can't be. No, did I not?
Yeah, please. When you have market consolidation, when you have a less competitive market, prices always goes up. Prices always go up. That's not to mention, and you can look this up.
Let me give you a different model.
Here's a department. By the way, wait. You can literally look up this. I can give you multiple studies on this because I've actually looked into this quite a bit. You can look up the Department of Health and Human Services study. It's called Premium Affordability, Competition, and the Choice in the Healthcare Insurance Marketplace, 2014.
You're still hung up on the ACA, George. We're asking you to move off
subsidies.
No, but we're asking
about subsidies.
No, we're asking you to move off the subsidies topic, George. We're focused
about it. I'm answering.
I
understand why
he did that for a reason. Hector did that for a reason, George. Okay, we're not talking about subsidies. What we're pointing out here is that we have a massive problem with costs in our healthcare system. Let me ask you a different question. Let me ask you a different question. If you were to go on a vacation, would you get a better price if you traveled as a group of 50 or a group of 2?
I mean, usually you can bundle for like a bigger family, and there's definitely saving incentives.
George, it's a question. Would you get a better rate as a group of 50 or as a group of 2?
Usually a group of 50. Rate per person.
That's collective bargaining. Thank you.
I understand. I've already explained collective bargaining. I'm not saying it's all negative. I'm just saying I do not want to be forced.
You have this tendency to want to ramble. So please stop for a second.
It's not rambling. I don't want to be forced into your program.
It's not about George. It's not about power. Forced.
It is about power.
It's not
ultimately.
George.
Listen, it's about taking away the power to choose.
George, if you want, in the Medicare for All model, if you decide that you want to increase your insurance for whatever reason, if you want to have cosmetic surgery that's not covered, if you want to have whatever it might be, dermatology that may not be covered, that is your choice. We are advocating for you not to have to worry about health care. With a slight increase in your taxes, you would still save money.
Can I buy my own private insurance in your plan?
Yes.
I can buy my own private, so it's not like Canada where I can't buy my own private insurance.
You can buy up in Canada.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
There's no private insurance in Canada, bro.
You can buy up in Canada. Yes, you can buy up across the country. There's across the world in other countries. You can buy.
No, there's no private insurance companies or option in Canada.
George, you're just wrong again, man. You're wrong again. So is that the hang up that you feel like you want to be able to buy up on private insurance?
No, it's not just about buying up or buying down. I want to be able to make my own voluntary decisions.
Because you're selfish.
No, it's not because I'm I mean, everyone's self-interested. That's the nature of it's human nature to be self-interested.
No, that's selfish, George.
No, it's self-interest.
Which self-interest because you're looking out for yourself, right?
Yeah, it's ultimately about freedom. But yeah, if you want to frame it like that, I want to be free
two
to
facts
make my own
point: the
decisions.
universal healthcare in Canada doesn't cover anything. They still have roughly 2/3 of their population enrolled in private healthcare.
What do you know? What do you know, George? You were wrong about that too.
As for the number decline that you're talking about, I don't know why it's giving me hell to find the overall number, but if I'm looking at the per state rate, it's gone up. There's a nationwide average of that went up from 4.5 to 6 insurers between 2024 2021, and I think what was my number? I just had it as of 2025. Hold on. As of 2025.
Well, you're saying, hold on, because you're saying, people are saying I'm getting fact checked. You cannot buy insurance in Canada for anything that the Canadian insurance doesn't already cover. So there's no problem.
No, the whole point of the private insurers is to cover the things that the public option doesn't. The public option doesn't cover every single thing and every single drug.
Yeah, but you're narrowing it down in Canada to essentially like dental and vision.
George, you said you can't buy private insurance. You can.
Dude, you guys are not serious.
George, you're just wrong.
It's not wrong.
Just wrong.
If I have any condition in Canada, cancer, whatever it might be, I cannot buy a private option. It doesn't exist because
First of all, when I asked George if do you live in Canada, he's like, no, but I've been there. So that suddenly makes you an expert because you've been there.
I'm not saying I never said I was an expert.
Then
it doesn't take an expert. It doesn't take an expert to literally read the Canada. The Canada insurance policy.
Hector just pulled it up and explained it to you.
No, he didn't. He just said one statement.
He absolutely just did, man.
No, he didn't. What medical insurance can I buy and what can I buy insurance for in Canada? Please explain that to me. If I break an arm, or if I have cancer, or if I have if I have Crohn's, if I have some type of condition, can I buy a private option? No, I cannot. The only thing I can buy it for is like physiotherapy, like things that the universal coverage doesn't cover. So you're just lying. I cannot buy it for
specialized care.
Specialized care, man. Like what
falls under specialized care? Please tell me.
I can get into that in a second. But I'm still on this first thing that you said. I have found absolutely nothing.
George, stop
literally looking up everything I can. I have found absolutely nothing to substantiate the claim that participation from insurers in the ACA has declined from that time period you gave me. Nothing.
I literally gave you a study.
You did not. You gave numbers.
What was the study that shows that?
It's the DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services. It's called Premium Affordability, Competition, and Choice in the Health Insurance Marketplace.
Anybody in the chat have a Canadian at their disposal that we can bring them up so we can disprove this? I've said this before.
Premium affordability, what and what?
It won't matter, George. You'll never admit you're wrong.
Affordability, competition, and choice in the health insurance marketplace, 2014.
It won't matter, George. You'll never.
Did you say 2014?
There's one. I can get a more recent one if you want, but yeah, this particular one that I pulled up is 2014.
Oh my God, dude. 12 years old?
Okay, I can't use that one off the bat because 2016, 2017, we saw a significant decline. It was on average 3.5 per state, where it went up to a 5. So I need something other than that.
Okay, yeah, sure. One sec. You want something more recent, like 2020 and above is fine, or what?
Yeah, 2020 and above is something I can work with.
One sec.
Really quickly, to all the people complaining about the cat in the chat, I've literally checked on this fucker several times. His owner just arrived to take care of him, and he's still fucking crying. The cat is just whiny, okay? I don't know what the fuck else to tell y'all. The cat is fine. You cat mommies, chill the fuck out. Do all the things. Guys. I'm trying to be fair here. I'm looking up everything he's saying. I'm trying to figure all this shit out.
Yeah.
And
The issue we're having, George, is that you're never going to admit that you're wrong. You've been disproven on so many things.
Bro,
Everything,
all you've done
man.
is say abstractions. You haven't
George,
actually
it's not
said
abstractions. We provide.
it
You've
is.
not.
You haven't actually
George,
said how it's going to be cheaper.
We have. I've explained it. You just didn't like the answer. You're unwilling to admit that you're wrong.
Your answer was that collective bargaining will make it cheaper. How? How will it make it cheaper?
Because that's what collective bargaining is. You just agreed to the premise that if you purchase, George, it's not.
I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that you can't definitively say that it will. I think that's basically his argument, is that we cannot say for 100% certainty that it will. In which case, I will absolutely agree with you. I can't say for 100% certainty that it will bring down the cost.
But George, we just went through the exercise that you agreed that if 50 people bought. George, stop. Stop. George, stop.
George,
George,
took
stop.
Bernie's plan and ran with it.
Stop. You just literally admitted that if 50 people bought tickets, it'd be cheaper than buying two. That is the model that we're talking about, okay?
It depends what you're buying.
Oh my God, dude. You are insufferable.
Can I jump in? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
The fallacy of presupposition is just too crazy, man.
Go ahead, Izzy.
Hey, yeah,
I do have the study, though.
I'm Canadian, and I'm wondering if I can jump in on this whole healthcare.
1 second. Go ahead, Izzy.
Please do, Izzy.
Okay, so yes, you can buy private healthcare.
Is your name Izzy? Go ahead, Izzy.
I was mostly coming up here for the cat thing. Hi, everyone. I'm the cat owner.
Sorry.
He's fine. Also, collective bargaining does work. We see this happen throughout the military, specifically with that would be a form of socialized medicine where the cost doesn't get seen by the patient. I know what the cost of the healthcare is going to be because I worked in it for so long, but the consumer does not get affected by the price. That I think that's more or less what Facts and Hector is trying to get at with you, Jorge. It's really not that hard.
You're saying consumers do not get affected by what price?
They're not going to be affected whenever they're not going to be getting charged out of pocket as much whenever it comes to healthcare, right? What they're seeing when they get their bill, right? We can use insulin as a basis, right? We can look at the UK where and someone please fact check me on this. I believe it's like $25 or so per unit of insulin, and that's because of collective bargaining by the government on behalf of the people.
Yeah, we were able to cap that to 35 under the Biden-Harris administration, and that was with 60 million people.
For only a specific group of demographic group of people.
60 million people on healthcare, on Medicaid.
What's that?
It was for 60 million people on Medicaid would have benefited from the cap being 35 on insulin. Are you saying not everyone needs insulin?
No, I'm
therefore
saying
the whole point of the bargaining power is harmful to people outside of it?
I'm saying that you're conflating bargaining power for a price control. Bargaining power is different than a price control. Governments can do price controls like they often have. And what ends up happening is that the price of something gets artificially lowered and something else usually goes higher to compensate for that thing. And that's always
what went higher. What went higher?
In the case of insulin, I'm pretty sure insulin for people that were not in that age bracket went way higher. But I'm happy to look it up too.
Yeah, sure.
See.
I know what this is. George is just anti-government. He doesn't believe anything that the government runs or functions can be effective.
I think government does great in several aspects,
but not in healthcare, right?
Definitely not. No, healthcare's a disaster. Absolutely not.
Because the government doesn't run our healthcare system. That's why.
It runs it way more than you're willing to admit, but sure.
No, it runs it a lot less than you're willing to admit.
Okay, sure.
Hold on a second. I'm
so I think we had a Canadian. I think we had a Canadian up here.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you for coming up, Izzy. Canadian guy. I'm sorry, I can't read your name. Please go ahead.
Hey there. Sorry, I jumped in there before when you said Izzy. I thought you said MC. Sorry about
I actually
that.
found it.
Anyway,
The
I'm
Medicare
Canadian,
subsidy spending increased, Hector, if you're wondering. The $35 insulin cap was essentially paid by taxpayers. So it's just one layer of abstraction. There was some that was
how is Medicaid funded?
Taxpayer, of course. But it increased. I'm saying, like, if you're increasing subsidy spending.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like, dude, this is like saying, it's so funny.
We're
Let's
not
just reduce
talking
it to-
about subsidies anymore, man. Stop.
No, he was asking
let me
where
jump in,
the
okay?
cost got absorbed. I'm
let me
telling
jump in.
you, I just looked it up. It increased Medicare subsidy spending. So the cost on paper was $35, but the reality through taxation is that the cost just shifted through taxes, which is very common in these political games. So you're not saving money; you're just paying more through taxes.
George, please
What?
let me.
Sure, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Canadian. First of all, yes. You
Really
can
quickly,
buy-
I'm so sorry. Really quickly to Daryl, check your notifications, please, and confirm. Go ahead.
So I'm Canadian. You can absolutely buy private insurance. A lot of people don't. People do because we do have some wait time issues. That's a different conversation. I wanted to talk about your issue with the tax and everything else. So in Canada, we have a larger tax
MC,
burden.
can I interrupt
for-
you real quick? I want George to accept the fact that what he said about your healthcare system was not correct. And George needs to acknowledge that right now.
Let him talk. No, I disagree.
Yeah.
Can you let him-
No, you can't.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You brought up cancer treatment, and that specifically is where a lot of people do because of wait times and things like that. But the option to do it free is still there, and the quality of the care is the same. There is wait times. I'm admitting that it's not a perfect system, but the option is there just to dispute your claim that we cannot buy private healthcare. That's not true. But I have a question for you because you're talking about the tax burden. Okay, so right now you already have I'm not American, obviously I'm Canadian. You already have a tax burden that pays for the subsidies that you're talking about. Is that right or wrong?
Sorry, I already have a what?
You already have some sort of a tax burden that pays for the current subsidies, that pays for the people that do not have health insurance in America.
Yes, it's the number one line item on our budget. It's like 68% of our budget is.
It's a large number. And on top of that, you also have private insurance where you have an additional out-of-pocket purchase. And if you were to take those two numbers and add them up for the year, you get a number. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's a large number. In Canada, that number is 11%. Yours is in the 30s of your total in your current system.
30
So
what,
although
trillion?
I might have wait times and an option to buy private insurance, both exist. So my options all still exist. However, nobody is dying from some preventable disease or choosing toilet paper over their pills, or you know what I mean? Nobody's doing that, and we're all taken care of. And my tax burden, the cost, when you add the two numbers of our out of pocket and our tax burden, mine's 11% and yours is in the 30s for the average American. I don't remember the exact number, and I hope somebody's looking me up and cross-checking me here, but I do know that the Canadian number is 11%. So
wait. You're saying that the average Canadian pays 11% in taxes?
No, absolutely not. The
Sorry,
total
what is
we
the 11%?
pay, the total we pay towards our healthcare, when you put the two together, our tax burden and our out of pocket is 11% of our income.
Oh, is this like is this government like GDP to like what is the like?
This is our tax burden that subsidizes our healthcare, including our out of pocket for teeth and for mental health care, because not everything's covered. So our out of pocket mixed with our tax burden is roughly about 11% of our total for the year. So in America, that same equation, your tax burden and your out of pocket together is closer to 30% of your total income. Do you understand?
Where'd you get these? Just curious. Like, I mean, I'll take your numbers for the sake of the argument, but
there's
where'd you
all
get
kinds of places you can go in for Canada statistics. I don't, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. When I pulled up these numbers, we're talking 2 or 3 years ago, and it could be off.
What do you want me looking up?
If anything, the numbers went up maybe slightly. But the point is the gap between the two. The private healthcare system is far more expensive in general. And it is for those reasons that you brought up. You're the one that said it's all these middle ground guys, right? The private or the public eliminates those middle ground guys, which saves a huge amount. The tax burden goes up a little bit, but the out of pocket drops almost non-existent. So the total between the two is far less. And sorry, you had your hand up on mute.
So specifically, you mentioned that the insulin costs went up somewhere else. I guess the for people not enrolled in Medicaid. I was wondering where you got that from.
Yeah, it seems that let's see. It seems that they increased Medicare subsidy spending. Essentially, the bottom line, the insulin cap was paid for through a bunch of different
Did you
things.
say an increase in what we put in the subsidies was an example to show that it costs more on the other end? Do you not think about all the other factors that could have led to the increase in how much we spend in subsidies, such as enrollment?
Well, and what do you mean? Enrollment always goes up. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So the more
So George,
I'll explain it like this.
Well, George, wait, hold on.
Okay.
You need
you
to
engage with anything I said though.
Exactly. You need to acknowledge what MC just said, because you were wrong about the Canadian healthcare system, and you need to admit it.
Whoa, wait. What did I say about it? Hold on. What
You
what
said
are
you can't buy additional insurance.
Yeah. So I want to ask you about that. I'll wait for this to be over.
Wait for what to be over?
This the whatever the song is.
Oh, it's just an effect. You should keep going.
Okay. If what's MC1, let me ask you, if I'm going through cancer and I'm getting chemotherapy and I buy private insurance for chemotherapy. Like when we say I can buy private insurance for cancer, like what do you mean?
It's exactly the same as you are right now. Well, not exactly. I shouldn't say exactly. It's not that.
So what's
but we have a private option where, oh, he's gone. You have a private option basically where.
And he ran.
No, he didn't. W's in the chat to Daryl for the $50 cash app. Thanks for putting up with this ignorance. Guys, I didn't even open up the drop fund. Someone just sent 50 to institute it. Not institute it. Start it. So there's that.
I've had conversations with him before.
I did find that conversation to be exhausting. More so because he had those two studies. I was reading through one of them, but he just kept making claims. Thank you, Obi-Wan, for the galaxy. He just kept making claims that I couldn't find here. So with the last one, is really where it ticked me off, because I quickly looked up if the cost of insulin went up outside of people enrolled in Medicaid, because that was his argument. It's like, okay, I can see some basis for that. Where it was lowered for people in Medicaid, 60 million, but for the broad other people who need it, no. And it says no. Johns Hopkins did a study on this. It actually showed that not only did it bring down the cost. Let's see, Medicare patients paying $35 or less for a monthly supply of insulin increased from 48% in 2019 to 75% in 2023. It even went as far as to go over certain private companies that have their healthcare enrolled. I have the names here. Give me a second. Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi. They went ahead and announced separate programs that had capped out-of-pocket cost. So it also incentivized companies that were not a part of the Medicaid network, were not a part of that, to bring down their costs as well, or allow options for people to do so. I have found absolutely fucking nothing to support the claim that it brought up the cost. And once when he said they spent more on the subsidies, therefore it had to be contributed to that,
Wait, Hector, are you saying that George was wrong about something?
I would like to believe that he was being genuine. I would like to believe that he just believes what he believes. Where I was starting to get super fucking frustrated is when I was pulling up several things he said, and like, obviously don't only go with the AI overview, but it was just wrong. There's a couple wrong things here, or at least things leaving out context.
No, George, you're not coming back up. We paid to
I
kick.
was about to
That's
say,
how
yeah,
that works.
that's capitalism, buddy. That's capitalism.
Exactly.
You
Sorry.
can come back tomorrow. Also, I was reading here a study from John Hopkins once as well. Collective buying power could be key to lowering healthcare costs, and they used the Colorado model, which is a private-public option that they initiated there that led to a 13 to 70% reduction in healthcare insurance premiums in the counties where it operated versus the ones that it didn't. This is only one. This is only one study. I'm pointing that out. This is only one study, but I would say it supports the rest of them that shows that it would do something about the cost. Also, if we're arguing middlemen are one of the problems to some of these costs, government covering all of them and everyone, I would say it just have one big middleman versus a bunch of little ones. I think that would support it. I don't know. Anyway, I enjoyed the conversation. I got thrown the fuck off. And let's see. Got a couple people in here. Couple things, guys. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, continue to share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. It's hot ass mic. Knock out the dolphin goals. We have 31 more of those to go. You can support the stream in that way. Links in the bio, also another fantastic way to support the platform, whether you're following me in all the social medias, joining the Discord community, getting yourself some merchandise, or donating directly to the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Please make sure we take care of Facts Still Matter as well. Let's get him some donations. His links are also available in the bio, and let's get him above 3,000 coins. He's at 1,900 right now. Please take care of Facts while he's here. Nuclear, got a question for me?
Yeah, I do have a question for you. What would you say is your grounding for being aligned with progressivism?
Progression versus regression.
Okay. So I think the issue when people have these conversations about progression versus regression is that it's sort of vague.
Sure.
I think people advocate a lot because there's like, people can argue about what is good progression versus, or what is regression versus progression, right?
Sure.
That's like the whole sort of actual debate. So if you could elaborate more.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. I can do that. I don't think aligning yourself with individuals who say the Civil Rights Act was a mistake and then putting him up on billboards and government official buildings and having him honored in Congress is an example of progression. I think that is regression. And that's what Donald Trump and the Republican Party supported with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk.
Sure. I mean, let's talk about that. Have you, apart from just like the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, have you listened to Charlie Kirk respond to people asking him about that? Because plenty of people asked him about that question.
Yep.
Sure. What was his response?
His response.
Well, like, what did he specifically say about it?
His response was basically that the Civil Rights Act was some form of some type of like essentially, I'm obviously paraphrasing the hell out of this. Preferential treatment, or what you guys believe DEIA is or represents for people in other marginalized communities, which is not equal rights.
I mean, to an extent, but it's a little bit more nuanced. So he specifically agreed with the core fundamental part of the Civil Rights Act of 1965, which was essentially Title 11, in reference to no one should be discriminated against specifically because of their race. Like, he agreed with that. Can you acknowledge, by the way, that in his response, he 100% agreed that was a good thing?
Yes, and then he went on to talk about
I'm glad that we agree. He did not agree with racial discrimination.
He believed that it was perverse.
Right. Now
which is preferential treatment for races.
Right. He believes that it gave weight to that, and I also believe it not only gave preferential treatment towards races, but it also, I would say, allowed for certain radical ideologies to come about. I'll give you a perfect example of this. Trans activists have been referencing the Civil Rights Act of 1965, which was surely not intended for them in any sort of way to justify men and women sports, right? So like the vague language within the Civil Rights Act of 1965 gave leeway for many different things that weren't directly intended.
And
do you not think that it's a bad thing to misinterpret?
Civil rights wasn't only based off of race, though.
Right, race, gender. Right, nationality, creed, stuff like that. I agree, but I'm sure that you wouldn't want a man to go into a woman's bathroom. I think we agree on that. That's pretty axiomatic, correct?
Men aren't going into women's restrooms.
Why is that an issue?
Well, maybe we should have a Wait, why is it I'm curious. If let's say your daughter went into
God, you guys can't stop fucking talking about trans people. Jesus.
Oh, why is it an issue for a grown man to go into a little girl's bathroom?
Is that happening?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does happen.
Can you tell me what bathroom is
does?
specifically for little girls?
Well, I mean, little girls go into the women's bathroom, correct?
Women and girls, that's correct.
Okay, would you be okay with a grown adult male? Let's just say male, because I know you guys don't know what a man and a woman is. So let's just make it even easier for you. Let's just say male. So if we have a 25-year-old male going into the bathroom, a little girl, would you be okay with that?
Sir, why are
we
you
share the bathroom with young people?
Yeah,
all the
hypotheticals
time.
are used to test logical consistency. That's why I'm creating a hypothetical.
No, I'm asking you why are you using hypotheticals instead of
I just fucking
actual
told
data?
you. Are you not going to pay attention? Hypotheticals are used to
No, I understand. I'm asking you why.
logical
I'm asking
consistency.
you why you're not giving examples as opposed to hypotheticals.
Well, I can do both, right? But I think that first, it's
Well,
good
go
to
ahead.
ground
Then do one.
things. Well, hold on.
Then
Let
go
me
ahead,
finish.
do
Let me
one.
finish my response, please. I
No,
think it's first good to ground things, so then hypotheticals, so that we actually understand where our criteria actually are.
We're fine.
I'm sorry,
Why
I
are
was
you
talking.
focused on? Why are you focused on generals so much? It's weird.
Yeah, I like to know where someone's coming from and where they're grounding their logic. And so just answer my quick hypothetical. Let's say we have a 25-year-old.
Why aren't you giving examples?
It's funny how you're so afraid. You're so afraid of the response. You're so afraid of the response.
I'm not.
Crazy.
You don't care about this issue. It's just a culture war.
No, I
argument.
do. I do. I want to see if you care. Let me ask you this question. And
No,
don't
you
be
haven't
afraid.
answered my question yet.
Why are you so afraid?
Everyone,
I
hold
already
up.
answered your
Everyone,
question.
hold
Answer
up.
mine.
Hold
Answer
up.
one question.
Everyone, hold up, because I was literally answering his question. We already have men share bathrooms with boys. Women share bathrooms with girls. There's no age limit on bathrooms whatsoever. So your hypothetical of men or males going to the bathroom with girls or women is irrelevant because we share bathrooms with children already.
Right, that was not my hypothetical. So my hypothetical was, let's say, because you guys didn't let me finish my hypothetical, so I never got to really get it out. Let's say we have a 35-year-old male who believes that he's a woman. Okay, he believes that he identifies with the social characteristics or the gender of a woman. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. See, no impulse control. You can't let me finish, right? So let's say that the 35-year-old male decides to go into a bathroom where there is a little girl, the women's bathroom. Would you be okay with that?
A trans woman going into a woman's restroom is perfectly fine with me.
Wow, a 35-year-old male going into the bathroom with their little
a trans
daughter.
woman going into a bathroom where there may be a minor there, which is not a controllable factor by anyone going into the bathroom, so to use it as an argument against them is weird, is perfectly fine with me.
Hold on.
The only reason why I would give a flying fuck about trans women being in women's restrooms if they were in there fucking women and girls up, and they're not.
Well, I mean, there have been instances, of course, but this is actually really
the majority of instances of assault on women and girls would be by cisgender men, not trans women.
No, cisgender males that identify as trans.
Cisgender men are the majority,
males.
Or males. Yeah, so no problem. Cisgender males
they
are the majority of individuals.
Like 1% of the population, so that's like kind of like a dumb point there. But it's funny you're mentioning the fact
even
that
more of an
ages, right?
argument to show that this is a stupid argument to hyper focus on 1% of the population that are in no way, shape, or form fucking over women and girls.
How far would you go? Dress rooms too? Why are you getting so emotional? Dress rooms too?
I'm not.
Dress rooms too?
They already are.
35-year-old male goes into a dress room with a 5-year-old. Are you okay with that? 5-year-old little girl.
I'm sorry.
Would you be okay with a 35? Let me say it very slow for you. Would you be okay with a 35?
Do we have trans age people? I'm sorry. Hold on. Do we have people identifying as a younger age to go into girls' restrooms?
Would you mind answering my question?
No, because you're bringing up bullshit hypotheticals. Why would a person be in a hey, if there is a dressing room where it's only specifically for minors, that would have to be what? In a school?
I never said it. Well,
in a young pageant? You did. You added age to it.
Now you're adding age to it.
My guy, you literally added age to it.
No, you originally said, right, that bathrooms, which is objectively true, that bathrooms are ageless, right? Women's bathroom and men's bathroom.
And then you specified a little girl's or a girl's changing room.
So I'm
curious, you specified a girl's changing room.
Why are you adding?
Because
adding
you,
ages now?
I didn't. You specified a girl's changing room. That's what you did.
You're now trying to add ages. You are.
I'm literally not. You did.
Yeah, you're trying to add
Listen,
ages. So
buddy.
let me
Listen,
ask
buddy.
you.
I'm
how about
familiar
this?
with
Let's
how
just
you
start-
do
let's just
these
start
things,
over.
and I know
We'll
you're.
make it easy
I know
for you.
you're
Let's just
really
start
big on
over, right?
forgetting shit you said like 2 seconds ago. I
think you're
responded to
forgetting what you
everything
said.
that came out of your mouth.
No, I think you're forgetting what you said.
You
let's
said
just walk
a
over it
little
again, then.
girl's changing
Just so
room.
there's no confusion. Just so there's no confusion. Let's try again. Let's say there's a dress room. You get to pick anything you want. Let's not let you pick the dress room, any dress room, okay? Would you allow a 35-year-old male to go into that dress room with an 8-year-old that identifies as a woman? So a trans woman. Yes or no? Ooh, yup. Rub your face. Rub your bald little shiny head.
So once again, he brings up the age factor. Because if we're talking about a dressing room that a 8-year-old girl is in, that would be a dressing room that only children are supposed to be in. So funny thing about your hypothetical, whether it is a 35-year-old man, 35-year-old woman, 35-year-old male, 35-year-old female, you're not supposed to be in the dressing room with an 8-year-old fucking girl.
But you're supposed to be in the bathroom with an 8-year-old girl when you're a 35-year-old male?
Because dressing rooms have different rules as determined by society than the bathroom.
With an 8-year-old girl when you're 35. That's interesting, man.
You can't be fucking for real.
That's interesting.
You can't.
That's crazy. But you're gonna allow a 35-year-old male to go into a dressing room with a little 6-year-old. You see, you leftists can pretend that that's
no
not
one's
creepy or
allowing
weird.
that. You are
but
the
it's
only one
objectively
bringing up
creepy
this
and
weird
fucking
hypothetical.
disgusting.
You're the only one
You're
making this
fucking
shit weird for
disgusting,
children.
Baldy. You're disgusting.
Can you
dude.
tell me where I said I want
Keep this guy away
35-year-old
from little girls.
grown-ass
That is
men
disgusting.
and women or whatever in bathrooms or changing rooms
Well, I mean, you're
with
presupposing they're a
minors?
woman. I don't think trans women are women. If you want to make that argument,
Can you
please
tell
do.
me when I said that I want? I got the thing. Can you tell me where I said I want grown ass people in changing rooms with minors? You're the
that's not my
only
claim.
fucking
That's
weirdo
not
bringing
my
up that
claim. I never
hypothetical.
claimed that.
Literally,
I never
that's what you
claimed
just said.
I never.
You said
I
so.
never
You're
claimed that. I
okay
never
for having
claimed that. I never claimed
35-year-old
that.
men
Nope.
to be in bathrooms with 8-year-old little girls. You
Yeah,
keep bringing that
bathrooms
up,
are not the
and
same
I
thing
have
as
to keep
dressing
responding
rooms.
to
Two
you.
different
No
things.
shit,
Dressing
Sherlock.
rooms are not the same thing
That's
as
exactly
bathrooms.
why a male, whatever the fuck, being in a restroom with a person who is young is different from a changing room. No shit, they're different. You're the one who keeps trying to conflate this shit, my guy. Oh my fucking god! You literally just said they're different.
I never said that they weren't different. You're crashing out. You're crashing out. It's okay. Rub your bald head again. You're gonna. It's okay, dude. You're crashing out. I asked you a basic hypothetical to test your logical consistency, but I'm glad that in front of 400 people, he agrees. He wants a 35. He's okay with a 35-year-old male who's LARPing as a woman to go into a bathroom with an underage little girl. That's fucking creepy.
I
dude.
want
I would
everyone
never
to
allow
be
that
able to
shit.
go into the bathroom with an underage person because bathrooms don't have age limits, you
35-year-old
fucking twat.
male.
You can
Yes,
add male,
absolutely.
you can do female, doesn't matter. Unless there is an age
No, I think it
restriction
matters.
on the bathroom, as I guess a private
Why are
institution should
bathrooms
be
gendered?
able to do. I don't give a fuck who your child is sharing a bathroom with because it's a public restroom.
You don't care who it is? By the way, can I ask you, when did it become the actual norm to have gendered bathrooms in America?
You tell me.
1887. What were they created for? What purpose?
You tell me.
To protect women entering the workplace, aiming to create a secure, moral, and private home-like environment for them. So why the fuck do we want 35-year-old slimy males going in there with 5-year-old little girls? Exactly. No fucking response.
So they're not being protected. You can run. You can run. Here's the problem with this hypothetical chat. Okay? They're based off of bullshit. I love how you guys have to make up things to illegitimate trans people in their existence and their simple want to use a bathroom. Okay? So the gender norms were created, according to him, in the 1800s to protect women. Women are not more threatened by trans women being in their restrooms. There is no data whatsoever to support the claim that they're being assaulted, that they're being taken advantage of, that their stalls are being taken up and they're having to wait more outside of it because a trans woman is in there. So their protection is doing just fine. That gender norm that you're referencing seems to be holding up weight even when it's extended to trans women, because that is also still a part of the gender construct, which is social. Okay? Crazy. Crazy. What do you mean let him up and tell him that? Hey, Santiro, he literally just ran. Funny enough, W's in the chat to Anthony for the $50 cash app. Kick the bait, bro, please. This is Obi. Got you. Got you. Before I even got to kick him, he ran. He literally ran. You're okay with a 35-year-old male going into a changing room with an 8-year-old little girl. You're the only fucking weirdo bringing up those scenarios. Miss me with that bullshit, bro. Anyways. Got a couple people in the request. Let's get on with it.
Should I drop down here or what?
Oh, shit, I didn't realize you're still up here. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I kind of forgot.
Zulo, got a question for me?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. And I actually just wanted to ask him when he was still on about the things.
Questions are for me, not for guest. If you have a question, you may request up in the box, and I will answer it to the best of my ability in regards to our political landscape, questions you're going to ask about progressivism, so on and so forth. And if you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Bro, I've seen this kid do this shit time and time and time again. He will literally say something, forget it in 0.2 seconds and say, I never said that. That's never what I was going with. As if I don't have the literal fucking playback. Jesus Christ. Heather, got a question for me? Okay, that person was that person was asleep. That person was he doesn't forget he lies. Yeah, that, you know what, you're actually correct. Damn me for giving him credence. He doesn't forget. He literally lies. That's exactly what that was. Thank you so much, Boogie. That is a good correction.
Call from
Bill.
Bill, you're on the line. Got a question for me?
Yeah, why does my daddy lick my asshole? Why does he lick it so hard? He licks my asshole every night.
I don't know.
And he must just...
You should call the authorities, though. That person has been trying to call for the last 2 hours, by the way. That person has been trying to call for the last 2 hours, by the way. Last 2 hours, he's been trying to do that. What? Hector, how he ran when he was mid-sentence when he dropped? No, he ended his sentence and then dropped. Guys, I have this all on tape. I don't know why y'all are acting like I don't fucking have this. Literally recorded. I got the playback right now. What are we doing? What are we doing? He was not mid-sentence. He was done. Anti-cases. Anti-cases. Yes, it is, Kimmy. I just got this late. You guys are supposed to use the subscriber chat for that. That's what you guys were supposed to do. Come back here. I started blasting music because that's the drop song, one of two. And what happens is when my supporters send $50, which actually I didn't even set the price. I was going to do $30. But when they send $50, we drop the guest.
Call from
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Bill, got a question for me?
Yes, Hector's a government shield for Donald Trump. He likes to take him the butt from behind to fight Donald Trump. Infowars.com.
You guys should really stop projecting. Looks like we got some of his trolls in here. Anyways, he was going to get dropped because someone sent the 50. But I just want to point out the fact that he couldn't even keep consistent with his own hypotheticals that he brought up. Or the fact that when you bring it back to reality, your hypotheticals make no fucking sense. The problem that I have with hypotheticals especially when we're talking about what's actually happening, is that you have to make up something to demonize a group of people versus looking at reality and showing that it isn't feasible. If this is happening, then this. It isn't happening. They're fine. Now what? I did not drop him. He literally left. If he would have given it about 7 more seconds, I would have been able to drop him. Yes. Anyways, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also consider knocking out the roses there. We need about 63 more of them. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all's support there. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add it to your story. Consider becoming a super fan if you want, or I prefer you do it in the Discord, but it all helps. Click on my name in the top left corner. If you do so and you look at the C1 gift gallery, you'll see a couple grayed out gifts in there. If you'd like to knock that out, by all means, you may. And then, of course, check out the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform. Whether you want to follow me on all the other social media platforms, join our Discord community, to which we're over 700 members strong. Knock out the, not knock out, get yourself some merchandise off of the merch shop, or just donate directly to the links in the bio on Cash App, PayPal, or the Venmo. You may do so at Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo, PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Thank you so much, Boogie, for the roast. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maze, for knocking out the hat and mustaches. America. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Santero, I don't know America. Why you think I care about your existence? Let him spam. I actually don't give a shit that he's spamming. Let him spam. I don't care. I don't care about one of his little followers in here whining and crying. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you, Deedle. Appreciate you guys. I mean, if you got like 6 or 8 different accounts and you keep coming back to watch me, then I mean, I'm glad that you like what you see.
God bless you.
Thank you, Jess, for the corgi. Thank you, Jess, for knocking out the corgis in the gallery. I'm really glad you like what you see. Super glad you like what you see. W's to you. But no, that may be the wrap, guys. That may be actually a wrap of the day, which is fine. Actually, we've been in 10 minutes. We're going to be on the 4-hour mark, in which case we're definitely at our maximum capacity, just about. Always kicking people. Actually, no. I'm not always kicking people. I didn't even initiate the kick fund for those last 2 guests. You guys got so fucking tired of them, you just sent me money to get rid of them. That's the funny part. I didn't even initiate the kick fund. Y'all got so tired of them, 2 people just said, fuck them both. I've seen Matt Nuclear around. I've seen Santana go up and debate him and several other people. And it's the same thing. There is no logical consistency in his arguments. None whatsoever. And there's a reason why these Republican debaters hyper-focus on trans people. Trans people and abortion, right? They go the philosophical route when it comes to abortion, and then trans people because of this definition and then this harm. I don't care. Please understand something, guys. Until trans people in droves start harming cis people in these key spaces, I don't give a fuck. Not in the slightest. And then if you want to fall back on the argument of gender preferences in bathrooms was created to protect women, then you'd be ignoring the fact that during those times and now times, it is cis men that are doing the things. Cis men. No one wants to ever have a conversation about if we actually want to protect women in these spaces, then we need to have significant penalties or things that outline cis men being the threat to cis women. Not trans people. You always fall back to it's the principle, whatever the fuck that means, or it's your religion. None of that means anything to me if you don't have the numbers to substantiate them being harmed.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, Kimmy. Like, I'm so tired. I am so tired in every single argument. The best you guys can do is trans people. And it goes over to sports. Until we see trans women knocking out cis women in sports, fucking them up, I don't care. And never will. Anyway, that was fun. I think I may clip that. I think I may clip and post that. Mine as exactly, Nutmeg. Exactly. Might as well. Might as well. I don't even think he's good. Anyway, last call. We're going to do a last call. We have 7 minutes left. Let's get the likes up to 300. Wait a goddamn minute. We've been live for going on 4 hours, and we're not even at 400,000 likes. Last call. If you have a question for me, no matter what side of the political spectrum that you are on, it could be about current political landscape, my progressive beliefs, or otherwise, you may request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. And if you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen. Never mind, I took it off the screen. That's my fault. 737-295-5321. Oh, hi, Erica. We just had Matt Nuclear up in here, and it was very embarrassing for him. Get this, Erica. Bro said, so you want 35-year-old males to be in changing rooms with 6 or 8-year-old girls. And then I said, there is age requirements, or there would be in boy and girl spaces specifically. So no, I don't want 35-year-old anybody to be sharing spaces with children. And then he said that I wanted them to. And then he conflated it with bathrooms, and after acknowledging that bathrooms and changing rooms are two different things. It was a whole thing. This is the same person. And I unfortunately cannot block them because they keep calling from an unknown number. That may be it for the call-in lines for the night, to be fair. It's a whole thing. Can I offer a recommendation? If you inverse your cam, you can make your shirt in the background be right. But then it fucks up my, everything else. Also, I don't have that option on here. I can't inverse it even if I wanted to. But I see your point. I couldn't even if I wanted to, but I see your point. Thank you, though.
God bless you.
Thank you, Julia, for the bounce speakers. WCU, I appreciate that. Get the likes up to 300K, guys. Get the likes to 300K. Hold on, sorry.
God bless you.
Thank you, Leverin, for the roses. WCU. Anyways, what are we doing for Friday, y'all? What are y'all doing for your Fridays? While we're just waiting. I think tomorrow should be live a lot earlier. Tomorrow will be live roughly around 2-3. 2-3 is what I'm going to shoot for. Hopefully, ideally. We may do this next one again. I think we'll do this again, and then we'll do the debates on Saturday. We'll do the actual debates on Saturday. But I think we'll run this one again tomorrow. I really do appreciate the conversations. I mean, it fucks my algorithm, but I do appreciate more of the conversational spaces. And like I said, as we've seen with a few of the guests that we've had, they literally bring on the debates. So it's going to come. What up, Mark?
Most definitely can.
Your sound cut out. Back in
Hello?
triceps? Let's go. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, there you go. Well, no, I couldn't hear you. So yeah, you can most definitely do that.
God
Also,
bless you.
I thought this was supposed to be the friendly topic.
I mean, it does allow friendlies, yes, but anyone can request, and someone's going to turn it into exactly what they just turned it into.
I don't know, man. I just wanted to cleanse the palate a little bit because it's been some crazy ass shit.
You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. While we're waiting on y'all to get the taps up. Let's just do this. Let's just play it. Let's just play it while we wait. Why not? Let's just play it. Let's go back. Let me get it up on the screen for you guys. Window capture, interference, which one am I supposed to be doing here? Is this the right one?
God bless you.
Thank you so much, Julia, for the shiny air balloon. W's to you, Julia. I appreciate your support. Yeah, keep shaking. Why is this not working? That's the wrong tab. Hold on. Let me get rid of that one.
No pause, nothing? Damn.
What?
You said keep shaking.
Don't do this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like, sometimes it's funny. Sometimes I hate it. It depends on who's using it. Because I grew up in places where people just paused everything. It's because they were literally homophobic. Obviously, that's
that pisses me off.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me go back to it. This fucking cat, bro. I really don't.
He just wants attention.
His owner was here. It means nothing. He just keeps going off, bro. All right, hold on. Let me go back. T-ways.
God bless you.
The only reason why that's what Donald Trump and the Republican Party supported with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk.
Sure.
Not
I mean,
you
let's
calling
talk
in
about
now.
that. Have you, apart from just like the Civil Rights Act, it was a mistake.
Hold on.
Call from.
Zero access from the YouTube chat.
To accept, press.
Call, you on the line. Got a question for me?
Hey, yeah, I just want to talk about Trump and LGBTQ.
God bless you.
I just got a bunch of questions. I'm 42, and honestly, all it feels like is hate and like, just, I don't get it. I don't understand. And when I ask people, they get very defensive and they insult. And I get it. I understand it's a very polarizing topic. But without, like, touching kids, right? And because I don't even want to have that argument if you don't mind. But, like, what else is there that you don't get to do? Like, I don't understand it.
I'm sorry, what? Do you think I'm a member of the LGBTQ community alleging that I don't get to do things?
No, I'm simply asking when everyone has, like, Trump derangement syndrome, right? Like, why is everyone so angry? What do they want that they're not getting? Like, what is it that you're actually fighting for? Because a lot of times I don't get a clear answer, and I'm not trying to say this offensively, but the left has encompassed a lot of groups and a lot of radical groups, and with a lot of radical ideas, in my opinion. And not everyone on the left agrees with 100% of everyone else on the left, right? So that's why I'm asking specifically, what is something on the left that you champion for? Like, what is something that you talk about?
Before I answer that question, now I'm going to ask a question. How long have you been watching the stream?
Not very long at all.
Okay.
I've been flicking through. So
I'm going to say a couple of different things.
But I sit here and I see the chat and I see everybody, and you want to just argue and bicker and insult.
Okay.
And it's ridiculous. I don't get it.
Got you. So you tuned in for a couple moments into a now 4-hour and 2-minute stream where the last guest that I had was a degenerate, despicable piece of shit who just wanted to shit on trans people. If you agree with his ideology, that's another thing. But this person couldn't even shut the fuck up and follow his own line of logic enough for me to respond to him appropriately. And then upon me answering every single one of his questions directly, he just kept going to some other bullshit. So anyways, don't give a fuck about talking about the last guest with you. Back to you. You said, what do I stand for? What does my portion of the left, which would be progressive, advocate for? And I'm going to say it again. Progression, not regression. And what I mean by that is things like universal health care. Before the ACA, we had private institutions doing what they wanted, jacking up everyone's health care costs. The ACA came in as a replacement for that, and it temporarily worked, but now we can agree the healthcare cost is too high. Things like universal healthcare would bring that down. I want the enforcement of civil rights to the fullest extent of the law, with not a single politician or official that threatens it to be allowed to do so. And Donald Trump has challenged that on several fronts, specifically in regards to trans people. The Heritage Foundation, who championed Project 2025, who is very much involved in his administration, not only in policies but appointees, put forward a group, a task force that was named as the Transgender Violent Extremist Group, which he watered down in the actual FBI because you can't put transgender on those titles. And they were actively looking into ways to take away firearm access to transgender people individually. That is a huge problem.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Hold on. Sorry, I'm old. I don't have a great memory.
Got you.
So let me, if you don't mind, give me just a second. Because you brought up some very interesting points. And again, I have my own
I just
views,
don't fucking care for cats.
and I'll share them openly. But when you talk about healthcare, like I said, I'm 42. I grew up in the 90s when healthcare was very cheap and very affordable, and everything was amazing. I believe, and I don't want to like argue over it, I'm just letting you know where I come from, but I believe, honest to God, that Israel took over America with 9/11. I truly believe it. I believe I can prove it. And I think a lot of the issues that we have are manufactured. That's not to downplay anything that you say or what anyone else says, but I believe a lot of the challenges that all generations are facing right now is manufactured. And I believe it's just as crazy as it sounds. But when you say things like you want better health care and united, health care.
Thank you, Andy.
How would you do it? The first thing we have to do is get rid of fraud. I know I see you. But the first thing we have to do is get rid of fraud. And we have to get rid of everyone in the government that is not working for the people. Like, we can fight back and forth between Trump and everything else, and I get that. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What? I wasn't saying anything. I was listening to you.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I saw you talking. I'm sorry. But
if you're watching the stream, you saw me mute you for a second or mute myself for a second to thank someone who sent me a gift. But that's why I muted myself. I wasn't talking to you.
No, you're okay. I just didn't want to be rude. Like I said, I appreciate you talking to me. A lot of people, like I said, unfortunately, it debases to insults and arguments, and that's not helping anybody. I mean, and I have very polarizing views myself, and I'm not going to argue. Like, my own son,
I sweated and I rubbed it in, and now it's fucking burning.
And I tell him, I'm like, it doesn't, just because you're insulted or just because your feelings are hurt, doesn't change the fact of, one, how I feel, and two, what I believe to be true. And so it's frustrating when you talk about these things and people get so emotionally charged. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. In regards to how universal healthcare would pass, we can already look at some state models that have been implemented and are doing pretty well. We just expand that to the federal level. In regards to fraudulent behavior in Medicare, the convictions that we've had showed the majority of the quote unquote fraudulent behavior was from errors in payments, so administrative errors. This is from workers, and it wasn't legitimate or intentional. It was just errors. So sure, we can put more safeguards in there to stop that from happening, and then we can talk about some legitimate people that are being prosecuted. We saw some recent cases by the DOJ that they were prosecuted for Medicare fraud. Sure. But if we're to say that fraud should stop us from doing anything, then we wouldn't get anything done. If the fraud was so significant to where cut into the budget and literally slash into universal healthcare's costs on the average American, then yeah, but I don't think that's the case at all. Our investigations hasn't even shown that.
May I ask you, so since the Clintons, we have gone into a massive debt, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so my thing is why? And if you start looking up what the debt is, it's debt to people, and it's Medicaid, Medicare, Obamacare. It's a lot of medical. Who made all the money from the medical? The insurance companies. Why is the government so relaxed on insurance companies? Because they're all in it together. So I agree with, the fact that things need to change. The issue I have with the left, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, is I sincerely think y'all have been brainwashed to some degree. And I just don't understand. And that's why I'm asking, the way I did, what is it that you stand for? Because I do think I am MAGA 100%. I do want to make America great again. I want to get rid of the illegals. I want to backtrack to I don't know, however many years. And I know a lot of people are going to get upset with that. But right now, the country, our debt to income ratio, we're bankrupt. We are actually, a bank wouldn't lend us money, right? Due to our debt to income ratio. And you start looking, and now that we have $1 trillion a year in interest alone, we cannot sustain this. So y'all want, and I don't mean y'all, I'm talking the world, right? Want a revolution, and they want everything to change, and, jobs and this and that. I don't want to be taken over by another country.
Why do you think the left wants America to be taken over by another country?
I believe that through bribing of the judicial system and through our Senate and House.
How's that a left problem?
God bless you.
Because a lot of you got to remember, I'm looking from Clinton to now. I'm not looking at Trump. I'm not looking at today. I'm looking from Clinton to now. Right?
You're painting this as a left issue, as something that the left wants or the left perpetuates.
Well,
when the left is literally one of the
Democrat.
biggest advocates at this point of when I say the left, I'm not even so much talking about the Democratic Party, although some individuals in it and the left outside of it is the ones who are pushing the Democratic Party. In fact, not voting for the Democratic Party in regards to Israel and Gaza. So when it comes to our money and who's it going to, what it's going towards, the left is very much spearheading that department. The left has been the one who wanted to overturn Citizens United. In fact, Hillary Clinton, y'all were too worried about her emails. No one looked at her policy, and that one of her basis of her platform was overturning Citizens United, getting money out of politics because too many corporate influencers are controlling our politics right now. And that's domestically. We can have a conversation about foreign influence as well. We know what those nations are. I don't have to even mention it to you, but those are all things that the left is actively talking about and fighting against. So I'm confused as to how you keep saying that the leftists are this, the leftists are that. What do you stand for? As if I'm not continuously answering those questions. And then you just keep going back to the national debt and whatnot, which is now going over $39 trillion under Trump.
Yes, but it's been climbing of what, 7 trillion every 4 years, per election. So it's just the same that it's been. And like I said, I'm not one of those Trump's holier than thou. He's a businessman.
What is your specific question for the left, to me as a leftist?
So why is it that, okay, let me think about this one, because why is it that you would have such a fight against citizens wanting to make votes? Sorry, I'm trying to think how to word this. The voting. Basically, why do we want to let illegals vote?
I'm going to... I believe that you're answering this question genuinely. So I'm going to try and answer it as genuinely as I possibly can. And I just want to let you know before I give you this answer, it's going to be very passionate. It may even be seen as hostile. But I promise you, this is just how I talk, particularly in moments like this. Okay?
Okay.
I don't find your question to make an ounce of sense because it's built off of a false premise. The false premise being that we want undocumented migrants to be able to vote in federal elections. What the ever-loving fuck is your basis for believing that I and people who vote like me want undocumented migrants to be able to vote?
Because you're fighting the Save America Act, and that act includes, right? So unless there's something that specifically is included that you don't like about it, but as far as I know, and I could be wrong, it basically states that you have to be an American citizen to vote. And for some reason, which I have a reason I believe, but for some reason, it seems like Democrats and the left don't want that to happen. Am I wrong in that?
Dead wrong. Are you under the belief that as it sits right now, undocumented migrants can vote in federal elections?
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen, no, not to, like, my dad was in the restaurant industry. I could tell you the exact buildings in Marietta, Georgia that you could go to as an illegal and get a social security number, and you could get, like, past background checks and get a job and everything. And I saw that with my own eyes. Like, I can
So you
put
saw
hand or whatever you want me
fraud.
to. I saw illegals being able to become American citizens. I've
With
also had
fraudulent
stepsisters.
documents.
They were able to go to a Social Security office in Marietta, Georgia, and walk out with a Social Security number multiple times. Multiple times. In fact,
Okay.
my dad, he would know when the raids were going to come,
Okay.
and they would tip him off because he had certain employees that were really good, and he would tell them to go to lunch or, go home early, and he would basically have to give up the rest of his staff. And that was just the way it was. It fucked him up, man. Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but it messed him up. He hated doing it, but they made him do it. He didn't know what to do. Sorry. Nah, I don't live on InfoWars, but I got you. I understand what I sound like.
So, according to you and your dad, you were able to walk into an official Social Security office, undocumented migrants, and they were able to do so and walk out with Social Security cards, which then allowed them to do everything that an American citizen could with said card.
They were able to pass background checks and get jobs. I can tell you that much.
So in this scenario, either A, they would have to know or buy or be paying off the administrators who would be issuing these cards. Or B, they would have so many, or I guess substantial things that they can use to qualify, and they would be so good at it to where it would pass our systems. So I have a question for you, okay? If these
All right.
undocumented migrants are that skilled in providing the most realistic looking, authentic documents to get Social Security cards, what's to stop them from doing the same thing after the SAVE Act passes, if they're that good?
Because if I had my way, we would have higher regulations, and if anyone is caught doing that, they would be held for treason. I am at that
pretty
point
sure
where
that's
I
how
want to
that
start
kind of
holding people.
goes already. I guess not the treason official belt of prosecution, but there are significant penalties for anyone found to be voting in elections when they legally can't. Also, increasing the penalties isn't necessarily an indicator of the rate of people defrauding Social Security, whatnot, happening.
No, I agree with you there. Like I said, I'm in IT security. I deal with computers all day. That's why I probably feel the way I do.
I need you to understand what I'm saying. I really need you to lock in and listen, okay? If these
you're telling me that
migrants
you don't believe it
can
happened,
make
and I'm telling
the
you it
most
does.
realistic, fraudulent Social Security numbers and IDs to get jobs and everything else, they can do the same thing for Real ID, which is the main additional requirement, if I'm not mistaken, under the SAVE Act. So how would that fix the problem if they're just that good?
I mean, I think we need a different system than what we currently have.
The SAVE Act isn't that.
I
In fact,
agree
this is
with
literally
you,
one of the
but
criticisms
you
of the
can't do
SAVE Act is
everything
that
in
it
one
doesn't
day.
secure our elections. In fact, it just makes it more difficult for citizens to vote and disenfranchises them, particularly women. That's the entire argument from the Democratic Party and the people on the left and why they're against the SAVE Act. I'll take it a step further because I actually went through the bill and how legislation, when it comes to if you did meet the right amount of requirements, specifically right now in a midterms election where we have up until November to take care of some things, there isn't a federal guidelines for how to go about this person getting the right documents and qualifying in time for elections. It's ultimately all left up to the state, and different states have different laws, and how they can deem you as ineligible could be vastly different in somewhere like Texas versus somewhere like New York. Without a federal guideline, states will be allowed to step in and fucking play around with our votes. I have a serious problem with that. And it should be amended. They haven't done that so far. The SAVE Act, thankfully, is dead in the Senate, but that's the whole point. The SAVE Act was not sufficient enough to stop fraud. We already have a rule, several, that show undocumented migrants cannot vote in those elections. We already have a thorough process of vetting these people. There is no mass amounts of fraud to support the claim that it's anything but safe. Republicans are running off of a lie.
Is that the same vetting process that we use to let a 22-year-old man grope 15-year-old girls in high school?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the illegal immigrant that was in a high school groping underage girls. He just got charged for it. And he was in our school system.
The fuck
so
does that have to do with voting?
System you're telling me?
What the fuck does that have to do with voting?
Because you're saying that you're going to, there's fraudulent system or there's systems to catch fraud now. No, there's not.
There is.
There wouldn't be in this problem. We wouldn't have so many illegals in the country. We wouldn't have them in our school systems. We wouldn't have them.
Hopping over a border is a different process from getting any and all documents required to be able to vote.
In the border. They're already in the border. They're here. So what process? Wow, my voice. What process is preventing them from voting in the mail-in ballots? And all the different ways there are to vote. We're not talking about walking down and filling out the little thing in the booth, right? That's not what's happening. We're talking about the mail-in ballots and the disability ballots and all the other ones that you can, that are easier to be fraudulent, right? And the truth of the matter is we have the Electoral College. So, at the end of the day, that should protect us from this. But I have seen rumblings where you guys are trying to pass, and I say
how the fuck does the Electoral College protect us from undocumented migrants voting?
It's supposed to be one of the checks and balances that helps prevent that.
How?
I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. I'm not an expert enough at it. I just know that it is one of the intended checks and balances.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
You can have the popular vote, which is of the people.
I'm gonna keep it a buck 50
get elected 100% off the popular vote.
I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you, chat. This is purely just because. This is purely just because. Y'all can knock it out. I don't give a fuck. This is purely just because. Because we're about to end the stream, and I think I fucking deserve it. This is purely just because.
Fill me in. You get it, man. It's cool.
So what happens if an undocumented migrant filled out a mail-in ballot, and then that mail-in ballot gets to the offices? What happens when that ballot comes in?
It would be counted, would it not? Depending on who's counting it and what office and what state and blah, blah, blah.
Do you think...
Depending on if Nancy in the mailroom, is like, oh, I'm happy with everybody voting. Let's just put it in.
Do you think
according to you,
the ballot, once it comes in, that's where it stops? It just gets counted? There's no other process whatsoever? Do you think we don't even review some of these ballots afterwards?
Finding ballots. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, it depends, right? I'm not a ballot taker. I don't know. Do you know the inner workings of this and how it works? If so, explain it to me. But I can tell you that they're still finding ballots in the warehouse that the FBI seized. So I'm not saying that the left is crooked, wrong, whatever. I'm just saying that either way, we need accountability for it. And I don't understand why you guys are wanting to fight the fact that we just want accountability.
Us finding and prosecuting the very insignificant amount of fraudulent behavior that we have in our elections is the accountability. It shows that it's working.
I disagree with you. And I believe I have evidence that proves, to what I believe.
Provide it.
I have voted. I haven't voted recently, though, because I didn't think it was worth them answering somebody in the chat. Sorry. But I just don't think they're worth voting for. I agree with you that the system sucks. I just think what you're wanting is unrealistic. And I don't know how you're going to foot the bill for this and even why you would want this. I mean, if you're happy with the country being taken over and being invaded by outside resources, then just continue on with this path. But it's very destructive to me, at least.
You can't tell me how undocumented migrants are taking over the country in the voting.
I can easily tell you.
And changing
it's very,
our political landscape. The best example you've been able to give me was that you and your dad in an office in whatever state you're in saw people go into official Social Security offices and come out with documents that they need to vote. And somehow, some way, you want me to believe that you guys saw this in droves and you reported none of it.
No, it was common knowledge. They already knew. They would raid my dad's restaurant, and they would go to pick them up. That's what I'm telling you. Like, it was just the way it was.
They would go to your dad's. What was your dad's office?
It was a restaurant in Marietta, Georgia.
Okay,
like I said,
rating them for being undocumented, and I guess first off, wait, hold on. Your dad was employing undocumented people?
No. He was not employing them. He didn't own the restaurant. So my point is,
So then your employer,
life wasn't
Kat,
like it
can
is
you
now.
please
But I'm just
do this thing called shutting the fuck up? So you worked for an employer that was hiring undocumented migrants, and these undocumented migrants were picked up. And then
I would rather
somehow you conflated them getting picked up for working illegally with them being able to vote.
My point in telling you that is I have seen with my own eyes fraud in our government.
And
I am an
you
IT,
never
I'm in
reported
security,
the
and I have
people
seen
that you
numerous
saw. Hey, listen closely to the words coming out of my mouth.
Yes, I reported it. I've actually went to the military and reported what I believe.
What do you mean went to the military?
You
don't report that at the military. What?
Reported what I believe. Yes. I believe we've been invaded. I'm not joking when I tell you this. I believe I have evidence that we have been invaded. Israel.
Tell me about this report. Tell me about this report. How did you report undocumented migrants to the military? Tell me.
Oh, not undocumented migrants. But there's in California and New York, there are tens of
What the fuck have we been talking about this
illegals.
entire time?
We've been talking about illegals, but I'm telling you point blank, okay, so you're asking me, in California, New York, there's tens of millions of illegals. That's why they're communist states or whatever the fuck they want.
I need you to stick on one thing. Listen closely to my question.
Illegals.
You said that you
illegals are in
actually
California.
reported people to the military. Tell me about that process, please.
I reported that I believe, that is not the illegals, I reported that I believe we have been invaded by an outside resource or by an outside source, which are the illegals.
Wonderful. Got you. So you reported to the military this invasion of an outside source versus reporting the people that you saw with your own eyes, undocumented people, walk into a Social Security office and walk out with official documents.
I was a teenager, and they already knew about it.
You said your dad wasn't a teenager.
They would come to the restaurant. No, they would come there, man.
Coming to the restaurant to arrest you because you were working illegally isn't arresting you because you... Hey! That's not arresting you because you voted illegally in an election. Those are two different things that you're conflating. Do you understand that?
You said fraud can't happen. We have systems that prevent
I'm
fraud.
speaking on voting fraud. We were talking about voting fraud. Voting fraud. And those undocumented migrants working at the restaurant doesn't even support them having those documents that you're talking about to work. You can hire an undocumented migrant and pay them under the table, and then they would only get rated if we find out that they're undocumented. We were on voting fraud. You're conflating a bunch of things. My guy, I'm on voting. I'm on voting. I ask you to substantiate any claim that undocumented migrants in droves are voting in our federal elections.
I don't have to. Why? Like, why do I have to? Why? Point blank. Why?
Why do you have to substantiate your claim?
Citizen right.
Is that what you just said?
Voting is an voting is an American citizen right. It is not the right for someone who cannot prove that they're an American
I think pigs
citizen.
talk.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad you believe that.
Do you believe pigs talk?
I'm not high or drunk enough yet, but potentially I've seen some on TikTok. Ugh. You want to be a smartass, I'll be a smartass too. But the truth of the matter is, I should not have to prove a right. A right is a right. That's not something that you have to prove. We have the right to bear arms. Therefore, I can have a gun. We have the right to free speech. Therefore, I can speak. American citizens have the right to vote. If you are not an American citizen, you do not have that right. It would be, you want me to prove that I can have a gun? It's the right. So why do I have to prove to you anything? It's like proving a negative. It's just something. No.
I think
I don't love the GP.
your idiot brain is getting fucked by stupid.
See, now you go
And
to
I'd
the
offer you
insults
some
because you're
lube,
losing the debate.
but you'd call
this
it
is what
woke.
y'all do. I told.
W's in the chat to Melvin for the $5 super chat. You claim that you don't know, but then you bring these false allegations, which means you have no idea what's going on. Please shut the fuck up. Agreed. I may have missed some others. Give me a second. Guys, I do my best. I really fucking do. I do my best to be patient with these fucking people. I really do. I try to start off as genuine as I possibly can. I try to be respectful. I try to be calm. But there's only so much fucking nonsense I can take. There really was no moving on from his first claim. Because please understand something. If there is an office that distributes social security cards and they're giving them out to any undocumented migrant who walks in, that is a serious problem. You saw it, your daddy saw it, and y'all did nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. No one did anything. This wasn't in the news, nothing. Which would mean this office still exists today. This would be, I guess, a primary office for undocumented migrants to get these numbers and then impact our elections. And you did nothing. Everyone else who would have seen it, because you can't be the only two, did nothing. This is the fucking problem with you Republicans and the shit that you believe. You guys make up shit. You pull it out of your arse, okay? On a daily basis. With no basis, no argument whatsoever. Or better yet, in some cases, I actually believe you. In some cases, you do see some suspicious stuff. But it's always followed up with, I always follow up with, what did you do about it? And what's the answer every time, chat? How long you guys been watching me? Some of you guys may be new to my streams overall. Some of you may be watching for a while. Since day one, which was what? September 2024. How many fucking times when someone says, I've seen this myself, do I ask them, what did you do about it? And there's one of the answers right there. Thank you, Kimmy. It's not my job. It's not my job to report this fraudulent behavior that I say is happening, that I voted to stop from happening, that I say I see all around me. It's not my fucking job to report it. And every fucking one of you who allegedly see this shit is an accessory. And as far as I'm concerned, when they catch that undocumented migrant who voted for Biden, they should arrest your ass too. 6,000%. 6,000%. Get your ass up out the paint too. Because if you see that shit and you don't give a damn, you're a fucking traitor. You should be charged under treason. Treason. Treason is not a word. Treason. You treason as fuck. You see little fucking never mind. If I say that, y'all's about to cancel me. If I said, bro, I was literally just going to go over names, but some of you guys are a little sensitive. I'm not going to do it. Actually, fuck it. Okay, if we're talking about who they fearmonger against, which is specifically the southern border. Okay, you guys go look at fucking Jorge and goddamn Hormones, whatever the fuck. You're gonna see them voting, and then you're just gonna go, goddamn undocumented migrants taking my vote away from me, watering down my vote. What a damn shame. I blame the Democrats. Blame yourself, motherfucker. Blame yourself. I have a couple thank yous. W's in the chat to Erica for the 10. I'm not singing this. I'm not singing this. Erica sent 10 that said, just let your bald show. Just let it shine through. I make me laugh. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Do you guys know? Put a 1 in the chat if you know. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Put a 1 in the chat if you know. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Some of you guys have not seen Coming to America, and it shows. W's in the chat to Erica. W's in the chat to Oya for D5. So him and his dad need to get charged with treason for knowing about it and not reporting it, and also hiring them then. Yeah, well, he then clarified that it wasn't his business.
God bless you.
Thank you, Ari, for the DJ glasses. The 2 DJ glasses. WC, Ari, I appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. Every single fucking one of you who know about this stuff and it's not happening, you should get the exact same charge. You want to talk about increasing the penalties for people who do it? That should be one of the penalties increased. If you are an American citizen and you know of an undocumented migrant who voted in an election, is working all this shit, and you say nothing, you should be charged to the same crime they are. He said treason. You should be charged on the treason too. W's in the chat to Shauna for the 25. Bro, you deserve it and more. Thank you so much, Shauna. Always W, Shauna. Thank you so much. And then the final one that instigated the drop. W's in the chat to Jessica for the 25. Kick. I'm sorry I'm not more enthusiastic about these. I'm fucking tired now. W's in the chat to Nutmeg for the 5. Help kick the caller.
God bless you.
Thank you, Cammy, for the boxing gloves. Thank you, Cammy. Cam, I appreciate you. Like, what do you... I have a serious question. For Republicans. I have a serious question. I only want the Republicans to answer, okay? Why do you guys... How do I want to word this? Why do you guys... Fuck it. Why do you guys like being played? Why do you guys give your crazy uncles a platform? Why do you guys suck Trump's dick so hard that any and every single thing that he says is true and fact, and not a single piece of evidence that shows otherwise will change your mind? Why are you so stuck on stupid? Why? I go live just about every day, and I ask for simple things, bare minimum things. How many times have I said things like this? I'm going to give you examples. If you can give me substantial evidence to show that undocumented migrants in droves are voting in our elections, let's take action right now. You and me together. Let's unite. If you can show me numbers that trans women are dominating in women's sports because of a biological advantage, and they're knocking them out, and they're harming them, and they're assaulting them in bathrooms, let's go. Let's take action. You and I together right now. If you can show me that, what's another one? What's another one that they talk about? I don't know. I'm blanking. If you can show me these things, I have no choice but to change my mind. I'm the kind of person that when empirical data is shown to me that contradicts my belief, which is damn near impossible because my beliefs is rooted in said data, why is it that it's so hard for you guys to present this shit?
Call from
Brian.
This will be the last one, guys. Brian, you're on the line. Got a question for me?
Yeah.
God bless you.
We were talking about
Thank you, Julia.
immigration and how folks aren't voting in elections?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are by proxy because we're a republic and we have elected representatives. And those House seats are based on the census, which counts illegal immigrants. So even if they're not voting directly, they're getting a vote by getting House apportionment. And I think that should, even if it affects Republicans more than it affects Democrats, it should be gone either way, if you're looking at it objectively.
I think that's a separate argument from what I'm saying. But sure, undocumented migrants are counted in the census, and that can affect districts in droves, whether it's Republican leaning or Democratic leaning. I'm unaware of any number, specifically in any state, that shows this mass amount has shifted it in any direction. But yeah, that still wouldn't be a vote for any one candidate or any one party.
Well, what concerns me is that one side seems to be more in favor of the end result, which is, more illegal immigrants, and one is more against it. And it's just concerning because it seems like one side is abusing or has the ability to abuse
God bless
the system,
you.
whereas the other one is fighting just for fairness.
That'll be a bold-faced lie.
All right. Wow.
Republicans in the Senate, at the behest of Trump, were the last party to vote against immigration reform in the form of S4361.
From what I recall, there were things in there that they didn't like, though, right? And I think it was an election. I think the big thing I think that was Trump needing a bigger, more aggressive immigration policy, and that's actually what he ended up doing. 93% reduction in illegal crossings, which seems pretty nice.
That 93% reduction is only if you cite one of the peaks of encounters, end of 2023, early 2024, and you compare it to January, February of 2025. If you actually count it from when Joe Biden not only passed an executive order over the summer to set a cap on encounters to 2,500, but also the 1.5 or 1.8 billion dollars that they were able to secure from Mexico to get smarter border wall technology. If you counted from those numbers, there was only a 30% reduction.
30%. I mean, if right now someone said 30% of your body is going to disappear, you'd be worried about whether or not you're even going to live. 30% is a big chunk.
The point I was making is that it's not as astronomical as you guys make it out to be if we're looking at the actual enforcement under the Biden-Harris administration, on top of the fact that we would have continued to see more downward trends from that time period if they kept going on. Donald Trump having such an aggressive reduction rate because he quite literally is militarizing the border and scaring the shit out of them, and then picking up people in immigration proceedings and stuff. Yeah, sure. Fear is a great tactic to stop people from coming over here. That's not something that I'm okay with because it is literally in violation of our Constitution. It's literally in violation of our immigration laws. He canceled the applications of 30,000 immigrants who are applying for asylum here in the United States, a legal process. He has upped the fees for people to get their citizenship, making it harder as a person who screams pro-legal immigration. And then he's been even going as far as to challenging the legal documentation of American-born civilians.
I think that's what happens when they're doing investigations is they get documentation. And if they have probable cause, they can look for information.
Key factor being probable cause, and that would only be ascertained as being true or false in a court of law if due process was afforded these people. Donald Trump has eliminated due process, or attempted to, for the majority of them.
They have a different process than you and I, but they're
They do
getting
not.
the process that's due to them.
The only different
which
process
is
would be expedited
illegal.
removals which would still have a form of limited due process, which means those people under expedited removal can still apply for asylum. Donald Trump is not being allowing them to do that.
Well, he did give them that opportunity, I think.
He did not. He's restricted asylum and straight up eliminated it from several nations and groups of people.
They give him money to self-deport, and then they said that they can enter legally and get in line or save their spot in line. He actually created
that's not a thing. That's not a fucking thing. There is no spot or preferential spot they get in line for self-deporting. That's not a thing.
To give them money to leave,
and
then they're eligible to go through the process legally, and normally they would bar them for a certain amount of years.
They would bar them if they were caught and deported, sure.
Yeah,
that still doesn't bar them from A, asylum, and B, giving them money. I don't know what kind of flex you think that is. Now we're spending money to get rid of people.
No, I think that's a good thing.
The people who are self-deporting aren't violent criminals. If they were violent criminals, we shouldn't be giving them money for it. Not to mention they wouldn't qualify for it. So we're paying people, undocumented migrants, people who've been in here for years upon years upon years out of fear, who have been paying state and local taxes, who have been contributing members of their society, who are minding their business, trying to live their life and get the American dream. Doesn't make any sense to me to prioritize that over actual violent criminals, over the corporations that are enabling undocumented migrants to come here and work for these corporations in droves with no protections and little to no pay. That doesn't help that problem.
There are two different departments. Looking at immigration, I think if they actually were tighter with who they let in, they can focus on the people that are doing it legally. And if you're starting a relationship, the very first instance of your interaction can't be based on a lie. You can't be breaking the law as your first act of being an American citizen. If you think that's okay, I mean, I think you think lower of our country than I do. The very first act of someone being an American citizen, which they should be American citizens, but it shouldn't be breaking the law by entering illegally and not through a port of entry or the right way. We're a country of laws, liberty and justice for all. There has to be justice.
Jubby's in the chat to Melvin for the $5 super chat. He lost me when he said the Electoral College would fix the issue. Was he okay with 3/5 compromise? What the hell? He didn't know what the fuck the Electoral College did. That was a stupid point that he brought up. W's in the chat to you. And W's in the chat to Jessica for the $20 Venmo. White Guilt Fund, and also Protect Your Peace. Much love to you, Hector. I'm about to after this call. W's to you guys. Thank you guys so much for your support. Links in the bio for anyone else who would like to.
And I always get that money flowing.
I don't know what I actually don't even know what the fuck your last point was. You're for becoming American, your first thing shouldn't be based off of a lie. Undocumented migrants who come here wouldn't be lying unless you're talking about the asylum process, in which case they would maybe falsify their claims of political persecution or gang threats or whatnot.
Well, a crime. I think it's better. A better word would be crime. The crime of.
Yes, it is an infraction. Is a federal infraction.
It's a misdemeanor.
Yeah, I'm aware of it being a crime. Do you think that we should treat every single American who commits said civil infraction the exact same that we would treat an undocumented migrant? Do you think the energy that we would put, or the Trump administration is putting into undocumented migrants for that civil infraction should be applied to all crimes under that classification?
The energy? What do you mean? The energy?
I mean,
like,
when we barge into homes, beat the fuck out of undocumented migrants, and put them on a plane or boat or whatever to deport them with no due process whatsoever, when we lock them away from their families, not even allow their lawyers to see them in detention centers such as Alligator Alcatraz and Deportation Depot, and deport them to countries that they may not even came here from, do you think we should keep that same energy for someone who goes 5 miles over the speed limit, takes a Kit Kat from a 7-Eleven, or other crimes that would equate to that?
No.
Because that would be nonsensical, right?
Well, no, because it's a different person. It's a different set of laws. We're dealing with.
I'm aware of the different set of laws.
citizens.
We're talking about the classification of said law, which would be misdemeanor.
Well, no, I think if someone, the remedy should be easily accessible and something that's beneficial for both people. And if someone just came from a specific place and they have no roots here in our country, deporting them, I think, is fair, because I don't think the American taxpayer should have to deal with it.
They're not.
Of course they are.
How are we paying for undocumented migrants?
Well, I can speak from a personal experience where my mom was a teacher, and there was a wave of Mexican immigration, and they slowed. The class didn't do as well because they had to slow down to get the folks who didn't speak English yet, kids that were 8, 9 years old, get them up to speed. And resources go into that. School lunches and classrooms get expanded, and it creates a strain. And teachers are already paying out of their pockets to, put things up on the walls just so that it looks, somewhat presentable. And then when you add that on top of it, it's not fair, at least to teachers. But I know that there's other social services that, that have to deal with it. And we're a growing country, and I think we have a lot to figure out before I think we start adding more people who don't care about our country into it. Like, I think folks on the left just want it to be like you walk in and you're an American citizen. Like that it's like you have no respect for our country and you have no standards. You're willing to let people come in and just break the law.
Your district may have been overpopulated by a mass amount of kids enrolled in school that your funding could not keep up with. That's what you're saying. And the parents of these children, who would then be paying in the local and state taxes of the region on every single thing that they buy to live in the United States, that money would then also be going towards the tax revenue used for the children in said school. So while you're talking about the additional tax or the additional drain that they're putting on it, specifically in regards to tax resources, undocumented migrants would also be adding to that when they're in that region, their parents specifically.
Right.
And if they're and if they have ITIN numbers, which would be illegally authorized migrants, they would be even more, because then it would be federal. Or better yet, what do you want to happen to these children? Do you think that they shouldn't be able to be taught here?
Once they're here, I think we have a responsibility, but I don't think they should be here in the first place. I think once they're here for, I think, maybe a few months, once that sets in, and if they've established residency, I think it'll be difficult for children. But at the same time, if the whole family goes together, that's okay for me too. I can see it both ways. I think it's.
I want to go back to where you said that people have no respect for this country because they're coming here illegally. Do you think respect for this country is based off of following the law?
Partially. I think laws that are unjust, I think you should act against. I don't think having a border and wanting to come through legally is an unjust law. I think it's very fair.
I would argue the majority of undocumented migrants who choose to go on that path to getting here in the United States respect this country more so than Americans, because they understand the worth that this country is, or at least how it can contribute to their lives. They just do not have the means to always go about it the legal way. It would literally serve us better to give undocumented migrants a pathway to citizenship versus spending almost, on average, I believe it's $50,000 to $70,000 in some cases to deport them.
I like Donald Trump's pathway. Get them out, pay for their ticket, get them out, put them in line to be a citizen, just like everyone else who did it the right way.
There's no one getting put in line to be a citizen. They would have to come back and go about the process as usual. There is no preferential treatment because you're self-deported or anything of that nature. I haven't even seen a single report confirming that any of them have actually gotten the promised $1,000.
Well, I think that's probably baked into the travel cost. I'm sure they probably had like food vouchers and travel costs, and that probably covered it for the most part.
We pay that anyway, regardless if they self-deported or not. So that's not a real $1,000 you're giving them.
In any case, I think that's a big win. I also like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I think was a big win. And I find it funny that the Democrats, kind of squirm at that when it's actually their idea.
Democrats were the ones who started running off of no tax on tips, and then Donald Trump did it.
Exactly, yeah, and that makes you mad. And instead of
I
being
don't
happy
give a
about
shit
it,
that
you're
Trump
mad
did
about
it. Kamala Harris had the exact same plan put forward, actually with less loopholes, and how corporations can constitute certain financial payments as tips. Not to mention, it's only whatchamacallit. It's not a tax credit or anything. It's simply a deduction at the end of the year, and it's only temporary.
Money is money. Yeah,
sure.
Until a Democrat comes in office. Once a Democrat comes in office, then they'll take it away, right?
No, it was a part of the plan.
Well, it's for a limited period of time. I believe it's till the end of his term.
No, I think it's 2027.
I'm pretty sure it's 2028, but in any case, it's a beautiful thing. It's going to end before his term, and then the Democrats going to come in, and we'll see if they can get it done. But I find it funny. Like, you should be happy that it got done and be giving him praise. But the people who have,
the same thing would have been done under a Kamala Harris administration without the reduction of civil rights.
And maybe not. We'll never know.
Also, you're correct. It's set to expire in 2028. I forgot which one was beforehand. It may have been overtime that I'm thinking of.
It's a distinction without too much of a difference. Doesn't really matter. But anyway, yeah, it was the House seat thing that really bothers me. It's when illegal immigrants come in, they can be moved around, or they can come into specific areas and affect the House seat apportionment. And no matter who it affects, I think that's a problem.
So then we should get immigration reform to stop that from happening. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about immigration reform. He's been ruling the border through executive order and fear. When it comes to actual long-term solutions in the legislative body, Republicans said no to it after running off of it being a problem for decades.
We'll see how it shakes out. He's got some time. That he's got half of the electorate actively working against him, and when he gets wins for our country that you agree with, and you can't give him praise, you just got to wonder.
I'm sorry. Joe Biden had an entire electorate or everyone else working against him under his term. That didn't stop him from passing the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, infrastructure, the PACT Act, so on and so forth, because it would be bipartisan. Republicans and Democrats came together and they voted on behalf of what worked best for the majority of Americans. And then they got it done. And then Donald Trump ordered his party to go no to something that they ran off of was a huge issue. Mind you, he didn't even know what the fuck was in the bill. Do you know what was in the bill?
No, I don't read the bills.
Do you think that a cap on encounters at the southern border weekly would have been beneficial?
Yeah, in theory. What's a cap?
A cap.
How you cap people coming through?
Encounters. If the encounter went over a certain amount, the border would have, quote unquote, closed. Actually closed. And would have continued to stay closed for an additional 2 weeks until the numbers were driven down.
So they're allowing up to a certain amount of illegal immigrants. To me, that's
it's being
wrong.
Quote unquote allowed now.
Let's say up to a certain amount. So if they say, let's say, up to 25,000 illegal immigrants are allowed to cross over before we cap
No,
it
it's
off.
2,500.
You're not allowed to do it anymore. So so it's 2,500. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about the concept of it. If you put a cap in there, that means basically you're allowing whatever it is up into that cap instead of just enforcing it. And so you got to wonder the motivation of these people when it can affect the House seats. They can't vote directly, and I don't think they do. If one does, I'm sure that would be a national controversy, but it wouldn't really matter. I don't think illegal immigrants are voting, but they are counted in the census, so it should be something that everyone cares about, because I think Democrats are actually negatively affected. It actually helps Republican states more than it helps Democrat states. So you guys, it just seems odd, like that. I think eventually the Democrats are going to be.
You can't see what's
not
on my
liking
screen here, but everyone else can, or at least on the TikTok side. YouTube, you can't see it either. So I have pulled up here the national encounters rate for the year. Well, it's a couple years, but we're specifically going to go over 2025. The last 3 months of 2025 had more encounters combined than the first 9 months of Donald Trump's first term. We can specifically go off the lowest in that time period, which would be December, 124,000. 482 encounters. 30 days have September, April, June, and November. December would have had 31 days. If I divide that by 31, the daily rate would have been 4,000 encounters. There were 4,000 encounters in the month of December. I just presented you where if this bill was passed, would have set that limit to 2,500. If the bill was passed, there would have been 1,500 less encounters on a daily basis, and even more if those numbers were persistent, because the border would have stayed closed for an additional 2 weeks until those numbers went down. That was a provision in S4361.
It's silly, though, because you can't dictate the number of encounters you're going to get.
You literally can. You can look at the number.
Right.
When the numbers proceed,
and then they're going to give up.
you take action.
They get 2,500, and then they just give up, and they just say, "All right, come on through." I mean, how does that even work if they cap it off?
I'm sorry, what?
Cap it off. They can't just cap off the number of people that are crossing the border. They can't dictate what that number is going to be, and if it's a cap, that's just a way of saying this is a threshold to which we're going to either enforce it or not enforce it.
He can't hear you, Ari.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have that set up right now.
Okay, no worries. What was I gonna say?
Check out the house seat thing. I think it's important.
What is there to check out? I already know how it works.
I already, and I can send you. I already sent.
Care about
he already
it
got proved wrong on that earlier.
Going
it's
against
insane
Democrats,
that he brought this back up.
and you guys shouldn't want
It's not going
illegal
against
immigrants.
Democrats.
Which he just
it
learned.
doesn't negatively impact us.
It does
technically, but it doesn't.
It's states like Texas and Florida.
He
that
just
get more
learned this 8
electoral
hours
votes,
ago.
because of it. And it makes a big difference.
He just learned about this
Having
8
more
hours ago.
electoral
It's insane.
votes would still all be dependent on. Have you talked to this person before?
He called into Olive's show this morning.
Oh, that tracks.
Or this afternoon.
That would not give any party a seat or more electoral votes. Again, any increase of the seats would still have to be won by a party.
Europe.
Those people still couldn't vote on what party they wanted in that electoral vote.
True. Yeah, they're moving to big cities for the most part, which are Democrat. I believe it does favor Democrats in those big city areas, and in areas like LA and San Francisco and.
If it favors a Democrat, then that means the Republican lost. That means their policies were so unpopular or terrible, their campaign was trash, that they didn't win it. There is no favor in this metric that you're using whatsoever.
And that's not the point. The point is that it's happening.
And stop bringing
in the
it
first
up.
place. No, the point is you're missing the point. You're running away from the point. The point is that
I'm aware of the point that you're making is that it just creates more electoral votes. It also creates more funding. Based off the census, if a demographic has more people in this district, they can get more funding for education and several other factors. So more undocumented migrants in a region, whether you like it or not, can literally help American citizens because they get more money.
Yeah, they get more money from other Americans.
Saw that coming. The point I was going to make is that when it comes
That's
to
where the money comes from.
the border and encounters, is that the encounter rate hitting where it would just meant that anyone that attempted to cross the border with not you without a sorry guys, I have a mechanical keyboard. Without a valid, let's say, a work permit, would automatically be turned away. Yes, it would count as
you're gonna get going here, and it's pretty late for me, so I'm about to bounce.
Okay.
He's not going to learn anything anyway.
Call from.
That's enough calls.
It was insane. He literally came up to your panel and called in with the exact same starting talking point as earlier. He learned 0. Ooh, cute. Thank you.
Make sure I didn't miss anything. I think I did read that. Guys, friendly...
People say...
Ari, you know what kills me? And I saw you putting it down in the chat as well. When we bring up the cap...
Yeah.
They always respond with there were other things in the bill, the pork argument, because they don't know that it was separate from all that nonsense that was voted on by Republicans who then cried about it later. 2, they seem to not acknowledge the fact that there is currently no cap as this is today. So somehow adding a cap on a capless system is bad. They also seem to forget that combined with the additional immigration judges to help clear the backlog, that would have made our ability to address some of these claims faster. That would have been a benefit. Versus as this currently sits right now, I'm unaware of the big, beautiful bill allocating the amount that the thing would have done to do so. In fact, that money went towards ICE. So we don't have people clearing the backlog. We have more people scooping up undocumented migrants internally, or better yet, terrorizing American civilians. So I don't see how this is helping us in the slightest. Yay, we got Jorge out, but Jorge was doing absolutely nothing, whereas this guy over there could have actually been committing crimes. We could have got him if we weren't so focused on just getting anybody and everybody for the sole purpose of being brown and here without official paperwork.
The only reason that I agree with Tom Tillis anymore are those statements that he said to Kristi Noem.
You literally.
Yeah. It's so crazy.
Anyway. How was your live, Ari?
Hector, are you it was I had a lot of people, I would ask them a question and they would immediately hang up on me. So I took it as a concession. I had a lot of them back to back. I'm like, so it's like, I was able to buy a house under Donald Trump. I'm like, okay, cool. What significant piece of legislation was signed into law by Donald Trump that allowed you to buy a house? Click. Okay.
The concession rate must have been crazy, I'm sure.
It was a little, yeah, it was a little bit high. But are you excited for next week?
Guys, next Wednesday, I believe Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next Wednesday, I will be co-hosting a live with Ari. Something we don't get to do often, at least not officially. So make sure that you tune in next Wednesday, whatever fucking time she's about to give you, because it's going to be fun.
6 p.m. Central.
6 p.m. Central. 6 p.m. Central.
And I plan on having his beautiful face on screen.
Yes, my beautiful face will be on screen, so you guys will get to nut to it at your leisure.
Deceased.
Oh, you don't know that. Listen, Ari, literally have had callers, Trump supporting men, call into the line and start allegedly doing stuff on the call to themselves. Like I literally had a guy come up and said, "Oh yeah, I like that big hard R dome you got there. Oh, it makes me feel like literally doing that." Yeah.
Well, if anyone wants to volunteer to screen calls that night, we're gonna try a new system to try to circumvent those. So if anyone has time and would like to volunteer for one night, message me and we'll get it rolling. Oh my God, I don't want any of those calls. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I know Neely's gonna help out, and maybe Casey will, but I don't know who else has availability.
Not a comment saying one more caller when we're at the 5-hour mark for one, and for two, we're not even at 500,000 likes. Y'all have done nothing but, excuse me, let me correct myself. Some of y'all have done absolutely nothing but fucking fail me tonight, but you want me to keep going. Get fucked. We're done. We're done.
I was tapping for you while also rolling in the comments because, listen, you did better than me, and I said this in the comments that as soon as he made that relationship comparison, I would have been done. I wouldn't be serious anymore. How do I break up with my toxic government relationship? The government is cheating on me with 332 million people.
Skanking right now. That's crazy. Let me cover that up. Yeah, he said, what the fuck did he say? He said something about how are we supposed to like start off your thing of being American and blah, 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 based off of a lie. Like, that's not very...
But he used relationship.
I was like, dude,
that
what?
was the best part.
Dude, what? Guys, I understand.
That was the best part.
Laws are laws. I do. And that's why I say we need to change those laws. But yes, guess what? Undocumented migrants are going to be subject to deportation. And will continue to be subjected to deportation. I'm not saying stop that from happening. I'm saying give them their due process. I'm saying provide an alternative. I'm saying provide incentives for undocumented migrants who report their employers that are enabling said behavior. That incentive should be citizenship, in my opinion. And go from there. And work on reforming a system to where so many people would not have to come here illegally. Work on American intervention in other nations not causing so many people to come here. That's when I will start to give a shit about the amount of undocumented migrants that come here. If we address all of those other things to where they just have literally no excuse whatsoever but to go the legal route, unless they just want to fuck around and find out, you are literally a criminal and you can't go the legal route, I won't give a shit. Won't do it.
Why would that makes sense? That's gross. It makes too much sense. We don't do logic here.
Yeah. You know what's even funnier? Have you ever gone back and forth with like a leftist who says that S4361 is terrible?
No.
Those are
wait, no.
fun.
I mean, I have. Sorry, let me rephrase. I have with like not back and forth, but I've heard Rolo explain why it's an issue. And I get it. Like I've heard that argument, but I've not. And I also get their arguments too because, it had a lot of stuff that would have limited immigrants' abilities and whatnot. But at the same time, it's a start. It's something that we haven't done. We haven't made any new laws since 1996.
That's my premise for saying it's a good bill. Not that it's a bill that I would like, but it was one of the better bills, bipartisan bills we've gotten in the last 30 years. It was somewhat reasonable, and it would have shut Republicans up. I'm pretty sure we talk about this before. I just think Democrats can't really avoid the encounter rate of the Biden administration. We know it's a stupid talking point and all those things, but it was a high number. And the more we continue to like avoid that shit and not really talk about it, addressing it in Congress, I think that's going to contribute to us losing a large portion of people, whether their fears are founded or not. We have to address it. So I think S4361 would have done that. They would have still complained, but then we would have been like, look what we have here. Now what? So.
Yeah. Well, okay. Sounds like you need to go to bed. I need to go to bed.
Wow, I was supposed to. I actually have a video to edit. That's what I'm doing immediately after I get off. Fuck!
Oh, I edited a very short video and I have it scheduled for tomorrow. Somebody... Oh, wait. I should reschedule that. Okay, I'll reschedule that. Sorry, my brain just went, Somebody made a funny comment full of grammatical and spelling errors on my Virginia video. So I just want to use it as a haha. Because I'm spicy sometimes.
Y'all make sure you're checking out Ari's videos. Ari puts out fantastic videos that are often suppressed by the algo. Also, Ari, you need an Instagram.
I don't know about that one.
You need an Instagram. You don't have to do much on it. Literally upload the videos that you put on TikTok on there. On my Instagram, on average, my videos do better than TikTok. Granted, TikTok is the one that pays me for my videos, but still, it helps with getting more people in.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. I know Jimmy will post on Threads. Threads is definitely MAGA awash.
Threads is I don't know about Threads, man. I don't know about Threads. Let's do.
Yo, I got so much to tell you that today was crazy. Yesterday was also semi-crazy, and I don't mean in my live. That's the funny part. Outside of my live.
Oh God. Shoot me a text.
I have
if you
to.
haven't already.
I will. I have not texted you yet.
Okay.
It was something. By the way, guys, internet stalkers, you can stalk someone cyberly. Yeah, I don't care what you believe. It's a true thing.
Oh, 6,000%. 6,000%.
Yeah. Wait till you hear this video.
Okay, let me put this up on the screen. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. So, I don't know if it even shows it from here.
Is the bestest.
So it's this video.
Oh.
This video here on TikTok.
Need to fix what was broke.
Shut up. 9,344 views, 857 likes. Okay? This video. This same video on Instagram. Shit. It took it off. Here we go. 75,000 likes. Where is it? It's not showing me the views. Where do I see the views? The views are at over 650,000.
Home.
Drastic fucking difference. Okay? Drastic fucking difference. Oh, here we go. No, these are the likes. Why is it not showing me the views here? Oh no, I don't care. This video.
How far back I should go?
Was another example I can give? Which one of these other ones is a good example? I know this one is doing better on Instagram. I know this one is doing better on Instagram. This one, here we go. This one, 8,800 views, 869 likes. On Instagram, 6,000 likes, and I believe the views was over 70,000. Now, surprisingly, this video actually is doing worse than TikTok. This is at 200 and something thousand. This one is beating it at, I think, 267,000. So this one's actually doing better on TikTok, surprisingly. But the majority of them, typically, Instagram treats my videos better. So I said all that to say, get yourself an Instagram. I don't do shit on my Instagram other than post the same videos. That's all I do. And eventually, when I get a better computer, I'll go live on there as well. But that's it.
Oh. It's weird to go live on IG. We've tried it before.
I know.
It is very weird.
But I have a whole base over there that don't know that I'm going live, so I'm going to try something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make a pact. We're going to bed.
Going to bed pact. All right. Before we go, guys, we have 45 more of these gloves. Let's just knock that out. And I'm going to look at who we can raid. Who can we raid?
The only person I know that's on is Matt.
Matt? I don't know if he turned his fucking raids on.
Because he's always online. I told him how to do it.
Yeah.
Like a week ago.
Let's see.
So. Yeah, but is Joey battling or is he
he allowed me.
Actually talking?
W.
Yeah.
All right, YouTube, you guys are going to be rating Matt. Who else is live? Who's live on TikTok? Sometimes I separate the raids, so we may just do one person.
Let's see. Would Isaiah Martin notice a raid? That would be pretty legit.
I don't think so. But he is live.
I don't think so either.
If I had more people, then maybe. If it was a bigger creators, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to send y'all little 50, 100 people raid.
Matt is restarting on TikTok, I assume.
Matt just
different.
restarted or is restarting?
It looks like he just restarted. Bill is live. Just a Bill.
Just a Bill. Peaches, Yelly, Swan. Maybe Joey.
Let's see.
I
can see what Joey's doing.
I try to raid the creators who need it. I see Bill down there. I think Bill is ending. Let me see where Bill's at. Hold on.
Yeah, Joey looks like he is trying to take debates, but he's got no one on the panel. I don't know if Bill is ending. Let me see.
Okay, maybe not ending. I see he's at 46.7.
He's got somebody.
He's
got somebody on the panel that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do Joey. We'll do Joey.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna make you choose between two friends.
Let's say, I love me some Bill. But Joey's been getting censored to hell lately.
Which is crazy because he's in A League.
Literally. Like here I am thinking leagues fucking matter. I think it's somewhat impacted me. I'm back down to C, but he's in fucking A League.
Same. I've been back in C for 2 weeks. But
I may have to do a battle.
That's okay. I prefer this GIF. I prefer this GIF gallery so much more.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The other one is insane. Why do I need 2 GIFs that are 30,000 plus coins and another 2 that are 10,000 plus coins? Like, that's insane.
Alrighty, YouTube. This is where we call it. Appreciate every last one of you. The second I end this live, it's gonna take you to Matt's. Granted, there's only 33 of you over here, so it really don't matter. But yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, your super chats, your super stickers. I will see y'all for tomorrow's stream. Good night. Shout out to some of the hardest working mods over there. WC you guys. I see a few already. Taro.
Yeah. W mods
Ruth,
for real.
Val. Feisty.